Chapter 15. It was an hour past dawn when I had woken up, dressed, and walked into the inn's lobby. Glendeo was waiting around in the lobby. He asked if Ilkon knew anything about the mysterious riders. I said he did, then told the innkeeper what the heretic told me. Vampires making enchanted armor. I would have remembered that one if I heard it before, he said. Anyways, a messenger from the palace came in about half an hour ago and said the king wanted to see you as soon as possible. I figured, I said, as I put some pieces of silver down on the counter to pay my tab. Glendeo thanked me as I exited. Minutes later I stood in the throne room waiting for my brother. Then I noticed Ronno had a different throne than Father's. Father's throne, like the palace, was a symbol of power. The wretched king's throne was made of wood, lacked any elaborate carvings, and didn't have a cushion. It was a simple wooden chair, which was more significant than average and whose back extended up further. My brother getting rid of our father's throne wasn't an unusual action to take. Eshtaran history, and the continents, was filled with new kings replacing their predecessor's throne. But where my father had taken the design of his throne to one extreme, my brother took it to another. Cushions were on the throne's seat and armrests, which at the ends were carved to resemble olives. The throne's back didn't have a cushion, but the silhouette of the Eshtaran deer was carved into the headrest. The legs glittered with gold, but they were no doubt gilded wood. It was a throne with a message, one that was true until the war broke out. I wondered why I hadn't noticed before, though looking back, being in charge of a war consumes one's thoughts. I was wondering when you were going to realize I changed out the thrones, my brother said, as he walked into the room. I've been busy, I said, but it suits you, Father's old throne wouldn't. That's why I got rid of it, though I moved it to a different room, he said. Which one? I asked. You'll see in due time, he assured me. Now I have some bad news. That's the only type you have since you released me, I remarked. That's not true. You've been giving me good news, he complimented. But the bad news is I haven't made much progress with the spy problem. Neither the Chancellor nor Padarok has been seen doing anything suspicious, which is concerning because I think the spy told the Defetians where you were going. What makes you so sure? I asked. After Gregoros, we signaled our intent to lift any sieges on the border. The enemy could have guessed I would be going to Tuldum and would have taken the most direct route not to waste time. Official documents relating to the war have gone missing, including some letters I have been sending to mayors, only to be found again a day or two later, the king informed me. As if they were copied, I said. Exactly, my brother agreed. One of the documents was the report from Tuldum informing me about the siege, and I noted that I sent you there. If they are being taken, copied, then returned, it means your spy isn't a professional one, I deduced. Why is that? Ronno asked. Because a professional spy would have copied the documents without needing to take them, I said. We were right then to guess someone close to me is spying for the enemy, he concluded. Yes, we are, I concurred. Was that everything you needed to tell me? No. What are the chances the cavalrymen who attacked you are still around? The king asked. Depends whether they were ordered to follow me. If they were, then they should be somewhere near the city, waiting for me to leave, I said. If they were, do you think you could find them? He asked. Most likely, though I don't know if I could get close to them, even at night, I said. I don't want to fight. I want to know if any of them are by the city, my brother said. If they are, it could mean an army isn't far behind. Good point, I said. I'll need a small group to do it, 20 men. Billen, Hallerud, Yorn, and myself included. How long will you be gone? He asked. A week, maybe 2. There are not too many places to hide near the city, but considering they seemingly appeared out of nowhere, we'll have to search thoroughly, I said. I'll leave you to it then. The king dismissed me. An hour passed, and I walked out of Keholp's gates with Billen, Hallerud, Yorn, and 16 men from the barracks. Each was from the group we took to Gregoros, since the men we took to Tuldum needed the rest. Each man was equipped with a spear, a shield and a sword, though Jorn didn't know how to use one. Billen had brought me a shield, which I had accepted, but I had turned down his offer of a spear. I was more than capable of taking on cavalry, with only a sword if it came to that, but I would have been stupid if I had refused the shield, knowing we were trying to find cavalry. We searched for a week and a half and found no sign of Defetians. We left no stone unturned at each possible hiding spot and searched every tree and bush. Our mysterious horsemen were nowhere to be found. Not at the small hill a couple of miles from the eastern gate, the beginning of the Ventilla forest, and the old ruins of an ancient, crumbling fortress in the south. We travelled and searched in silence. I didn't want the Defetians, if they were there, to be alerted to our presence. But I lifted the talking ban once we had searched through the ruins, our last location, and avoided several stones tumbling down at our heads. On the way back to Kaiholp, I resumed Jorn's training. I had stopped it again because of the need for silence. The conclusion of our search provided the perfect opportunity to continue the boys' training. As before, the training sessions were held in the morning. Considering we were attacked by cavalry and archers, I thought it best to perform drills to teach him how to defend against such enemies. You will learn to hate archers and cavalry if you don't already. Archers are a nuisance at best if they don't manage to shoot an arrow into you. If an arrow goes into you but doesn't kill you, it will give you excruciating pain. You'll hate cavalry, especially well-trained cavalry like the Defetians, because it's unfair for a man on horseback to fight one who isn't, I said. Isn't a war about taking an advantage even if it's unfair? He asked me, and I smiled. It is, which is why I am going to train you to be unfair to cavalry, I said. But first, let's begin with archers. I told Jorn to take his shield, walk 200 steps away from me and be ready to block with it. When he got into position, I took a stone from the ground, and with an exaggerated motion so Jorn could see what I was doing, I threw the stone towards him. As the stone soared through the air, Jorn realized it was coming at his head, and quickly lifted his shield to protect himself. I heard a cling as the stone bounced off the shield. Before he could lower his shield, I had already picked up another stone and threw it, then another one and another one, until a handful of rocks soared towards the young prince. The small volley of rocks soared through the air, rushing towards Jorn's head. The young prince was smart enough not to drop his shield. I heard a chorus of clings as the stones smashed into his shield. My nephew held his shield up for a few moments after the last stone clashed against his shield, then proceeded to lower it, exhaustion slowing down his movement. I walked up to him. Good. I thought you would have dropped your guard after the first stone, I complimented him. You didn't tell me you were going to do that, he said, unable to mask the annoyance in his voice. Archers don't tell you they are going to attack. They just do, I told him. I thought this was training. You could have told me what the drill was, he argued, his tone turning from annoyance to frustration. You could have hit me in the head. You figured it out, I said. I didn't try to hide what I was doing. You read my movements, inferred what I was about to do, and reacted accordingly, as I knew you were smart enough to do. Fair point, mumbled the prince. It was a simple exercise and you performed well, I assured him. Now stop your mumbling. You had enough common sense to keep your shield up, even though from what you saw you could have thought I was only going to throw one stone. Assuming you know how many arrows are coming your way is the fastest way to get killed by archers. But I can't keep my shield up forever either, Jorn said. No, you can't. Either your arm will give out from all the arrows smashing into it, or one of them will be in you. You must think of something while arrows are peppering you. Look to your sides while keeping your shield up. See if you can find a way out. Or rally some men and attack the archer's position, I told him. That's it? Asked the young man. Yes, I said, then proceeded to instruct him on how to hold his shield, to defend against a cavalry lance, how to stand so the force of the impact wouldn't knock him down, and how to thrust a spear into a horse so it wouldn't get stuck. I drilled Yorn for hours. There was nothing to do about archers other than to keep your shield up and assault them when the opportunity presented itself. Cavalry was a different matter, though. Skill was needed, and it needed to be drilled in through countless hours of repetition. As I watched Yorn perform thrust after thrust, sweat pouring down his reddened face, as I listed the best points to stab on a horse and its rider, I hoped he could get enough practice before he needed to put the training to good use. As we returned to the city, Yorn asked me about my childhood, the wretched king, what Eshtar was like before he was born, the wars I fought in or observed, and what his father was like growing up. I answered the best that I could, but it wasn't enough. As Yorn asked his endless questions, I knew my brother didn't talk much about the past with the boy, and I couldn't blame him. The wretched kings and my actions made the past challenging to talk about for my brother. What was my brother supposed to tell his son about the good parts before our father became the wretched king? Recalling those memories would only stir up the bad ones. Some memories are better buried. Besides, how do you explain two good men turning bad? You don't, nor do you try, because while you think you might know why, you don't know for sure. Ronno might have guessed why father became the wretched king and I the terror of the continent, but he didn't know for sure. It would be easier for Ronno not to relive the pain of the past and then drive himself crazy to understand why the wretched king or I did what we did, and my brother wouldn't understand why I abdicated the throne. He never would, because he didn't see what I had seen. The harsh nature of this world and its brutality was something Ronno didn't witness because he wasn't a soldier, and it was something I worked hard to keep him from when we were younger. The last part I decided was something Yorn didn't need to know because, like Ronno, there were sections of the past I didn't want to relive either. But despite his insatiable appetite for learning about the past, Yorn was equally dedicated to his training. I suspected it was because he wanted to learn how to fight, but his father had prohibited it. Perhaps my brother was worried his son would end up like me. I kept my lessons to the spear because it was his weapon at the time, teaching him how to fight individually and as a part of a group. While I did this, Billen would drill the men, and they were improving, but still were no match for the average Defetian soldier. If we got in another direct fight and were outnumbered, they would be slaughtered or run. After the morning training was finished and we were back on the march, Yorn would begin his questioning. I can't tell whether this was because the boy was warming up to me or because he wanted to distract the men, who often overheard our conversations, from all the talk about vampires. If it was the latter, my nephew proved more perceptive than I thought he was. When we were a few days' march from Keholp, I asked Yorn why he was asking me all these questions, not Ronno. Father doesn't talk about the past much, my nephew told me, confirming my suspicions. Of course he doesn't, I said. He didn't like what your grandfather had become. None of us did. So he wasn't always the wretched king? Yorn asked. No, he wasn't, I said. Once, he believed in fighting for peace, not conquest. Remember, Eshtar was invaded under his grandfather's reign, and there was fighting for generations while we drove the Bendili from our lands. Eshtar was taken back, but the wars still waged on. He wanted to finish those wars and give the Eshtaran people peace. He also let the nobility have some say over the kingdom's affairs, which was unheard of in those days. What happened then? Asked Yorn. Your grandmother died and he fell into a deep depression, I told him. By then, we had already driven the Bendili out of our lands, invaded their countries, and won the war, but your grandfather wanted more. I don't think the wars were just for conquest, at least at first, because the first few wars were against the Bendili and their allies. Neither had come to the negotiating table after they were driven out of Eshtar, so more fighting was needed until they would agree to peace. The later wars were for conquest. Sounds like he was hurting from the loss of his wife, and used revenge as an excuse to bring pain to others, Yorn said. Perhaps, I said. Perhaps not. Was this about when he became a more ruthless ruler? Asked Jorn. I suppose so. He started to ignore the nobility and began making laws without their input. Years later, when the nobles became resistant to these changes, the accusations of treason started. I answered. What were you doing? He asked. Keeping my head down and waiting for your grandfather to deploy me to some front. We were at war with almost the whole continent at this time, I said. You didn't fight against him when he was executing nobles for treason? He asked accusatively. You assume all of them were innocent, I said. Your grandfather was able to make the first few accusations because he had evidence those nobles were conspiring with our enemies. After that, the evidence became scarcer, and the accusations became baseless, but no one dared speak out against the wretched king. Sounds like he took advantage of an opportunity to rid the kingdom of any nobles that disagreed with him, Jorn concluded. Precisely, I said as we marched on. What was father doing during all of this? He asked. The wretched king had him studying diplomacy and administration, I said. Sometimes he was out of the country visiting a foreign court. You mentioned that before when I asked why father wasn't trained to fight, he remembered. Yes, though I didn't tell you I studied both when I was younger, though I didn't take to it as well as your father, I admitted. That's not to say your uncle can't be diplomatic, Billen chimed in. He can when the situation calls for it. An interesting claim, considering he has killed an ambassador, Jorn said. We witnessed his diplomacy with the Defetian army around Tuldum, Billen claimed. That was persuasion, not diplomacy, I said. Diplomacy is gaining victory through words, not violence, Billen pointed out. You're forgetting I killed their general before I attempted persuasion. What's this sudden boasting about my diplomatic skills anyways? I asked Billen. I'm a military advisor, not a diplomatic one. Because you keep implying that King Rono is the only diplomatic one out of the two of you and I know better. I think it's a good time to tell Prince Jorn about our run-in with the Hashta Unki, Billen said. Hashta Unki? Who are they? Jorn asked, not well versed in the continent's criminal underworld. A group of assassins who trace their origins back centuries. They are the best in the business, I explained. They are among the few boogeymen besides Bauv that keep nobles and kings up at night. Once, a group of nobles banded together and hired them to kill your uncle, Billen explained. I thought it was the whole clan, I said. No, the contract was on just your head. Remember they told us when we caught up to them, the blacksmith recalled. Ah, yes, that's right. Fortor wasn't too happy about that, I remembered. No, he wasn't, Billen agreed. Who's Fortor? Jorn asked. A bandit who wasn't happy. His reputation wasn't great enough to have someone hire the continent's premier assassins to kill him, I explained. He sounds crazy, Jorn said. He was crazy, violent, arrogant, and short-tempered, Billen elaborated. Sounds like a liability, Jorn said. He would have been if he wasn't one of the best fighters in the clan, I explained. But why would nobles hire assassins to kill you? Jorn asked. I had large-scale extortion rackets undermining their ability to pay taxes, I answered. What happened when the Hashta Unke found you? He asked. Your uncle killed the first 3 that were sent, Billen answered for me. Which, before he did, it was unheard of for anyone to manage to kill one Hashta assassin. Killing assassins isn't diplomatic, noted Jorn. By this time, Bauv realized that the Hashta would not rest until he was dead, or until he made it too costly for them to continue the contract. When the 4th assassin was sent, your uncle laid a trap and captured him. Bauv told the assassin he would release him if he delivered a message to the Hashta leaders. There were only 2 then. The message was to meet him at a tavern in Der Salem, where they could discuss the contract, Billen said. Did they try to kill Uncle at the tavern? Jorn asked. They tried, I said. I had the clan trickle into the tavern throughout the day in case the Hashta had people watching the building. They were armed with small crossbows, so when the Hashta leaders tried to succeed where their acolytes failed, a few crossbow bolts flew over their heads. They realized they were outnumbered and were more than eager to enter negotiations, I said. Clever, Jorn said. Yes, it was, Bilen agreed. I asked what it would take for them to remove my contract, I said, getting back to the story. They said that they never take away a contract. I told them pursuing this contract would result in many of their assassins meeting an end. They told me that they could train more. I said, if they wanted to be that persistent, then I would treat the contract for what it was, war. They assured me the Hashta Unkai were capable of fighting a war. I told them we could start now and ordered my men to fill them with crossbow bolts. The two head assassins cut me off before I could finish, wanting to negotiate after all. Funny how leaders stop talking tough when it's their lives on the line and not someone else's, Bilen commented with distaste. Yes, it is, I agreed. The two Hashta leaders were open to the idea I could negotiate the contract on my head. I told the head assassins I understood that whoever placed the bounty on my head must have paid a lot of money, and I didn't want to see them lose that money. I proposed I pay for the contract in full, plus 50% more in exchange for the contract being removed. They asked if I wanted the names of the people who hired them. I told them I could find out on my own, and I understood that if they told me, it would be bad for business, and I didn't want them to suffer financially because of me. They accepted. How much did the nobles pay to have you killed? Asked Yorn. 10 talents of gold, I answered. And you ended up paying 15 talents of gold, Yorn said. Yes, I confirmed. You had 15 talents of gold, he said with awe. Why does that surprise you? I asked. I was the richest bandit on the continent, probably still am, though the banditry has been put on hold. I know, but you say 15 talents of gold, as if it were nothing, my nephew clarified. I would have been willing to pay anything because I knew that whoever paid for the contract would have enough wealth for me to take, I explained. What did you do to the nobleman who paid for the hit? He asked. He killed them, then robbed them, Bilen said. What else do you think he did? Were they all a part of one court? Jorn asked. They were scattered all across the continent, but that didn't stop me, I said. Their corpses were all found with their tongues cut out and replaced with a note with, "This is what happens when you try to kill the terror," written on it. When your uncle wants someone dead, he's a force of nature, Bilen told Yorn, something which Salrun will soon learn. Yes, he will, I said, the intensity in my voice as clear as a lion's roar. Everyone fell silent after I said that, and I was fine with it. Like the previous group, I learned their names and where they were from, and they began to look less terrified of me. But after Bilen's comment, the soldiers returned to being tense around me, albeit nowhere like before. I don't know what Bilen was thinking, starting off the conversation with my diplomatic skills and then ending it with how I am a force of nature when I want someone dead. I couldn't figure out why he did it. There had to be a reason because Bilen was never loose with his words. The blacksmith was trying to do something, though I was clueless about what it was. When night fell, I asked him about it. When I asked, my old friend smiled and said he was surprised. I didn't understand what he was doing, but I could figure it out. I insisted he tell me, but he refused, saying I would figure it out eventually. I knew I wouldn't get an answer from him, so I went to my tent and slept. The next day, after the morning's training, Yorn resumed questioning. We were about a day from the capital, and the time for him to ask me questions ended. Perhaps it was this scarcity, or perhaps he was inspired by Bilen's comments the other day. But whatever the reason, Yorn's questions were centered around me and the wars I fought in during his grandfather's reign. I asked him why he wanted to hear about the wars. I knew Ronno had given him a rigorous education when he was younger, not as rigorous as the one the wretched king gave Ronno and I, but still, Yorn was more educated than most other princes on the continent. I know what is taught, my nephew told me, but you were there, you experienced it. From what I understand, you are the only Eshtaran commander from that time period still alive. That's right, your father mentioned plague killed any experienced generals he had, I recalled. However, I did not mention that I killed all the other experienced generals after Ronno sent them to arrest. So, You are the only link I have to the wars, he said. I want to know if the histories are true. Fine, I said, but only pick one war for today, since there won't be time to talk about more than one in a day. In those days, we were at war with most of the continent. How your grandfather was able to fight that many wars still amazes me. Jorn thought about it, then asked me what the earliest war I could remember where I was a combatant, not just an observer, was. The War of the Triad, I said. The only war I fought in besides this one, which your grandfather didn't start. But the histories say that he started it, Jorn said. I let out a big laugh which shocked those around us. They had never heard the terror of the continent, the monster they heard commit atrocity after atrocity, laugh before. But I did, and I couldn't stop for a full minute. I started the war, I said, and gave another chuckle. Someone told you my father started the War of the Triad, I said and laughed again. Why is that so funny? Jorn asked. Because, I said, then let out another laugh. Your grandfather entered the war a full month after the conflict started. How could he possibly have started a war in which he wasn't an original combatant? What lunatic told you the wretched king started the War of the Triad? My tutors did, he informed me. Your father, at least, should know better. He was old enough to remember when the war started, I said, shaking my head. How old was he? Jorn asked. Rono was about 11 when the war started, I said. And how old were you? He asked. 14, I said. And your father sent you off to fight in a war? He asked, horrified. No, I was 16 when I first fought in a battle, I corrected, though he did take me on campaign starting when I was around 11, possibly 10. In those days, Eshtar was still fighting the Bendili and their allies. I was an observer for the first 2 years of the War of the Triad. What was it like? Jorn asked. I fell silent. Memories I thought were long buried rose to the surface of my mind, like a vengeful corpse rising from its grave. I saw combat for the first time, killed my first man. Weren't you taken on campaign before this, though? He asked me. I was, so I was used to the hardships of campaigning and the sounds of battle, I answered. But before the War of the Triad, your grandfather kept me well out of harm's way, thinking that I was not ready for combat. What changed? Asked Jorn. He thought I was old enough to at least be around the fighting, I told him. How long did you fight in the war? Jorn asked. I fought until the end. In total it was about 3 years, I said, though that's not counting the 2 years of observation. So, you were 19 when the war ended, Jorn did the math. Roughly, I said. And what did you do in the war besides fight? Did you command? He asked. Did your tutors mention me when they taught you about the war? I asked, not believing the boy's tutors could leave him this ignorant. They didn't mention you, he admitted. How long did they spend teaching you about the war? I asked. We covered it for a whole week, Jorn informed me. I let out another laugh. Your tutors told you the wretched king started the war, even though he couldn't have, and they didn't mention me, one of the key generals during the war. If I didn't know any better, I would say someone was trying to rewrite history, I said. So you did have a command? Jorn asked, though his tone made it feel halfway between a question and a statement. Have a command? By the war's end, the wretched king gave me command of half the Eshtaran army. I told him. I was second in rank only to the king, and before that I had control over an entire theatre of war. Which theatre? He asked. The difficult one, I said. Which was? He asked. The Swadanilik theatre. It was the first campaign I would win. I hope your father didn't pay too much for those tutors, since it's apparent that they didn't teach you anything meaningful about the war, I said. But you didn't start as a general, Jorn noted. No, like I said, I was an observer at first, but I became a general during the war. While your grandfather let me fight once I was 16, he didn't give me a command right away, and when he did, it wasn't commanding half of the army. The more I think about it, I fell into command, I said. What do you mean you fell into it? a confused Jorn asked. There was chaos during a battle, more so than the usual type. The guy in charge, along with his second in command, died. Everyone else was losing their heads, and I started giving orders, I clarified. What battle was this? He asked. The Battle of Odfrit, I said. It ended up being a rout, Jorn recalled. It was for those of us who weren't massacred. The enemy had engaged our forces in the front and managed to attack us in the rear, cutting off our line of retreat, I said. I can see how that would be chaotic, Jorn said. It was. You don't know the true meaning of anarchy until you witness the breakdown of a well-organized and disciplined fighting force, I told him. How did it become a rout and not a slaughter? The prince asked. The commander, his second and the rest of the highest-ranking officers were in the back when the enemy attacked in the rear. After a messenger told us that we were under attack from the back, there were no other messengers from the rear. The officers may have still been alive, but it didn't matter because everyone in the front assumed that they were dead. Without orders coming in from the rear and an enemy attacking from the front, things began to break down. People didn't know what to do. Not wanting to die, I started to give orders, I said. And they listened, Jorn said. Of course they listened. I was their prince, I told him. How did you get out of there? My nephew asked. By cutting a bloody path through their lines, I told him. I guess the Rushide had split their forces to attack us both in the front and the rear, and we were being attacked by one army, not two. I was right. It took some effort, but once we concentrated on the attack in the front, the Rushide broke, I recalled. Was this when you first killed a man? He asked. It was, I confirmed. He was a Rushide soldier, 5 years my senior, maybe. When I pulled my spear from his throat and watched the blood flow out of the wound, I didn't have time to process what had happened until the battle was over. The only two things on my mind were survival and breaking free from the enemy's trap with as many soldiers as I could manage. It wasn't until the next day, when we had put some distance between ourselves and the Rushide, that I could process what I had done. I became sick to my stomach, my hands began to tremble, and nightmares plagued me for a week. Jorn began to ask another question, but I told him that would be it for the rest of the day. He could continue questioning the next day until we got back to the capital, so long as the subject matter was about the War of the Triad. He agreed. For the last day of the march, then Jorn asked me questions of a mixed sort. Sometimes he would ask about my experience in the war. Sometimes he would ask about the war in a broader context, such as the strategic decisions made or the political implications of the war. And other times he was curious about his grandfather and the actions he made throughout the war. By the time we had reached Kiholp, I was confident I had undone most of the damage the boys' tutors did. Chapter 16. We passed through Kiholp's gates. We left the men at the barracks, parted ways with Billen, and Jorn and I returned to the palace. As we approached the stone palace, the 4 guards outside were standing alongside 2 Defetian royal guards. Jorn turned and gave me a look, silently asking me what we should do. I began to walk towards the palace entrance and waved for him to follow me. I ignored the Defetians, and Jorn followed my lead. Once inside the palace, we saw it was teeming with Defetian royal guards. I counted and found out the foreigners outnumbered the native guards at least 2 to 1. Concern smashed into me like a falling anvil. Why Ronno let them in is beyond my comprehension. Knowing my brother, diplomacy had something to do with it, but diplomacy sometimes overrides common sense, and this was a prime example. The Defetians could have quickly taken control of the palace if they wanted to, then the war would have been over. Again, Jorn looked at me. I walked towards the throne room and my nephew followed. We heard Ronno's and another man's voices as we approached the throne room. Both were calm and neither was yelling, but you could tell by both their strained tones the conversation's topic was a heavy one. I didn't recognize the stranger's voice, but I knew exactly who he was from what I overheard. Salrune, I beamed as I first laid eyes on the Defetian king. What a pleasant surprise. I sure hope you're not making threats or demands to my dear brother. If you are, I should inform you that it didn't turn out well for the last guy who did. He wound up a corpse." The Defetian king was not impressed nor amused. He wore an ordinary soldier's simple shirt and trousers, which were beaten and torn. He had the tanned skin of a native Defetian, along with light brown hair cut short to the scalp, in the Defetian army style. Two types of kings exist: those who send their soldiers off to war, and those who go to war alongside them. My father was the latter, and Salroon's clothes dubbed him the same. The Defetian king's brown eyes were sharp with intelligence and reflected the soul of a cunning, cold and calculating man. They were the eyes of a general well acquainted with war, one you did not want to have as your enemy. Looking at Salroon, I knew he didn't have his guards storm the palace because he knew, while he could take the palace and take the royal family hostage as a means to end the war, it wouldn't get him what he wanted. Salroon did not want to end the war. He knew his army could easily win. He wanted Huik and needed to deal with me to get it. I wouldn't care if Salroon held my brother and his family hostage. We all knew it, so he couldn't use them as leverage to force me to give up the sword. While I measured Salroon up, he was doing the same. I will never know what he thought about me. Salroon had spies, and it was impossible he didn't know I was Ronno's advisor, and broke the sieges at Gregoros and Tuldum, and was the one who killed 5 vampires. Having gotten ambushed by archers and attacked at night by cavalry, I knew Salroon had already deemed me a threat on the battlefield. At that moment, I suspected he was determining if I would be a threat in a duel. "Is that a threat, Bauv?" the Defetian king asked. "You know it was, so why waste your breath asking?" I asked. "I will speak with both of you later," Ronno told Yorn and me. "You are dismissed." Yorn turned around to walk out of the throne room, but stopped when he realized I wasn't. "You can dismiss your son, but you have no authority over me, brother. I am the eldest, and you surrendered any sovereignty over me when you declared me an outlaw," I told him. Ronno sighed, knowing I was right. My brother could have argued I was his military advisor and technically was a part of his court, so he had the authority to kick me out of his throne room. But in Eshtar, military advisors are viewed as contractors or mercenaries and can refuse a king's request to become an advisor without repercussion. As such, they weren't considered part of the king's court. "I do not mind Bov's presence," Salroon spoke up. "I'm sure we'll address Bov's actions concerning several dead members of my court anyway." "Most of whom you sent to kill me," I remarked. "But I believe we were discussing the possibility of opening peace talks before your brother arrived," Salroon continued. "We were," Ronno confirmed, "though I remain skeptical of your motivations and your intentions." "My intentions are peace and obtaining what rightfully belongs to me," declared Salroon. "The sword," I said, "which I bestowed upon Lord Gainic for his service to the kingdom, and considering he has no living kin, it is mine by rights," the Defetian king said. From what Ilkon told us, this was a lie. If the heretic's information was accurate, Gainic already had the sword centuries before Salroon ascended to the throne. "What, I give you the sword, and Eshtar is spared? You are in the process of conquering the continent, and expect us to believe you will uphold the peace once you have the sword?" I asked. "I have never broken a peace treaty," claimed Salroon. "You have yet to sign one," I pointed out. "I cannot order my brother to hand over the sword," Ronno interjected. "First, as he already pointed out, I don't hold any power over him. Second, even if I did have such authority over him, he would do as he wanted anyways." "I'm sure we could come to an agreement," Salroon said. "Perhaps, but I would need time to convene with my brother in private," Ronno told the Defetian king. "As you have already seen, he can be quite difficult to deal with." "I understand," Salroon said. "Then allow one of my servants to show you to a room so you can rest while Bauv and I talk. I'm sure you are tired from your travels," Ronno said, and summoned a servant. "You are a gracious host," Salrun told Ronno, then followed the servant whom Ronno summoned out of the throne room, flanked by his royal guards. I waited a few minutes before speaking, wanting to make sure that they were gone. "When did he arrive?" I asked. "An hour or two before you and Jorn returned," my brother answered. "How many Defetian guards are in the palace?" I asked. "Far more than mine," the king informed me. "By the look of him, Salrun's been fighting his wars. He could have already been in the country or was already on the way," I reasoned. "Could be either," Ronno agreed. "He could have already been here organizing the war and searching for the sword, or he was already on the way to try to convince me to give him the sword. Or to kill me," I said. "Possibly," Ronno agreed. "But what about the Defetian cavalry who attacked you coming back from Tuldum? Did you manage to find them?" "No sign of them," I answered. "I wonder what road Salrun took, because we didn't see him on the road." Interesting. I would have thought you would have seen him," Ronno said. "I don't know which gate he came in." "What are we going to do about Salrun?" I asked. "I'm going to try to negotiate peace," the king informed me. "Peace? There will be no peace until he conquers the continent," I said. "That is a risk I am willing to take," he said. "It's better odds than trying to fight the war when all Eshtar has is a small, inexperienced army. Salrun has been reasonable so far. Perhaps peace is possible." "He's been reasonable, brother, because he thought you could give him the sword. Now that he knows you can't give him what he wants, he won't be so reasonable," I argued. "I have to try Bove. Eshtar is not the fighting force it was under, father," countered Ronno. "Because you let it be," I said. "I wouldn't be placing blame, brother," he said, anger infecting his tone. "I did not abandon the kingdom for a life of crime." "You're right. I wasn't king," I said. "You have been king for the last 20 years. I wasn't the one who left Eshtar vulnerable. That was you. I was not the one who was unprepared for war when it was clear to everyone that Salrun wanted to conquer the entire continent. You can blame me, Ronno, for not sitting on the throne all you want. It doesn't change the fact that Eshtar is about to be conquered because you have been in charge all these years, not me. You can blame me for the pain and death my crimes have caused, but don't blame me for your poor choices, brother. It does not befit a king to do so." I didn't wait for him to respond. Instead, I began walking out of the room. Ronno asked where I was going, and I told him I wouldn't be sticking around when I knew I had an item Salrun was willing to kill for. "Are you finished as my advisor?" he asked. "No," I told him as I left the throne room. It's funny, now that I look back at our exchange. Ronno was a believer in the gods, and consequently vampires, while I was a vehement denier of the gods, and had reluctantly accepted the existence of vampires. To Ronno, Salrun surrounded himself with demonically created monsters, yet he thought he could negotiate with the Defetian king, knowing he was most likely a vampire. You would think that I would advocate for peace negotiations, yet the roles were the reverse. Maybe father was to blame for taking me off to war and sending Ronno to be trained as a diplomat. I wound up with a soldier's skepticism, while Ronno got the hope of a diplomat. It wouldn't be the first time our father influenced us beyond the grave. But I think it's because I knew what Salrun was, which caused me to be skeptical of his willingness to negotiate peace. The only difference between Salrun and myself was when Salrun cut somebody's throat, he would say it was for the betterment of Defet. If he wanted to take over a country for conquest's sake, he had to insist that Defet needed more land, or that the government was a dangerous enemy, and few would question the ensuing slaughter. When I got bloodied, I didn't have those excuses. I took something because I wanted it, and was a criminal for it. When you're a killer with a crown, people don't want to see you for what you are. He wouldn't have been called a despot if my father had stopped at expansive conquest and left the nobles alone instead of executing them. Instead, people would have called him a great king. I knew Ronno was being foolish, but he made it clear that he wouldn't listen to me. At that moment, I could have walked away. No, I should have walked away, considering how delusional my brother was being. I was Ronno's advisor, and he didn't even consider my suggestion, which was in his right. But it was during a situation where the danger could not be more apparent to see. I could have started my bandit clan again, and it would have been easy. I just needed to break the survivors of my clan out of prison and tell the right people I was looking for recruits. Then I would have been back in operation in no time. The wars going on would have provided an excellent opportunity to do some robbing. I don't know why I didn't. Instead, I found myself walking down the street to an all-too-familiar inn to talk to someone I thought could persuade my brother to see reason. I opened the door and found Glendeo behind the counter. "I take it you're coming from the palace," he said. "I am," I confirmed. "I never thought Ronno could be this stupid," he said, and I wasn't surprised the old man knew what was going on. A desperate man clinging onto hope is not stupid. Foolish, yes, but not stupid, I said. Though Glendeo was a cynical old soldier, calling Ronno stupid was not entirely accurate. Did my brother make a stupid decision to let Salrun enter the palace accompanied by so many guards? Yes, and it was ridiculous. But in Ronno's eyes, he was taking a calculated risk. One, if it paid off, would get Eshtar out of the precarious situation she found herself in. "He could have fooled me," Glendeo said. The bitterness in his voice was not mistakable. "Is Ilkon still here?" I asked. "He is. The last time I checked, he was still in his room." "Why?" Glendeo asked. "Because he is the only one who can persuade Ronno not to make peace," I answered truthfully. "Why do you care?" pressed the old man. "A man's got to look out for his younger brother," I said. "You expect me to believe that?" he asked. "No, but it's the only answer I got," I said. "I wasn't planning on coming here in the first place. I was going to skip town, then come back when I got news the Defetians left." Glendeo hummed. "Well, go and talk to Ilkon. I don't know why you think he can talk some reason into your brother, but I hope you can get him to do it. Gods know the king's not going to listen to you." "Hopefully, or else the crown may fall to me again," I said. "And we all know how much you don't want that," Glendeo commented as I walked towards Ilkon's room. Once at the heretic's room, I knocked. He asked who it was, and I told him it was me. Ilkon said to come in, so I opened the door and found him studying a scroll at his desk. He looked up and asked me the reason for my visit. "What are the odds that Salrun is a vampire?" I asked. The question took him aback somewhat, but after a few moments of deep thought, he said it was possible. When I told him I killed 2 more bloodless Defetians since my last visit, he then revised his answer and said relatively high. "Why do you ask?" he questioned. "Because Salrun showed up at the palace, and my brother, in the hopes of possibly securing peace, foolishly let him and his royal guards in," I explained. "That's concerning, but what does this have to do with me?" he asked. The inflection of his voice pointed to his confusion. "My brother is not listening to reason," I said, "but if someone credible could convince him of the possibility that Salrun's a vampire, my brother, devoted to the Protectorate as he is, would begin to listen to reason." "And you think that's me?" asked Ilkon. "Why would you think he'll listen to me? You killed a handful of vampires already, and the king isn't listening to you, so why would he listen to me?" He had a fair point. "Because you are a believer, and I am not," I told him. "Ronno knows I don't believe in the gods, and I was skeptical about the existence of vampires, so he won't believe I am sincere. If you do it, there is a good chance you can get him to realize how much danger he's putting himself, his family, and the kingdom in. You want me to persuade the king that Salrun is a vampire just because the Defetian king is associated with vampires? Would King Ronno even be persuaded without hard evidence?" asked the heretic. "I am sure you can do it," I reassured him. "I don't know," Ilkon said. "Look, all the alleged vampires I killed took orders from Salrun, right? Why wouldn't Salrun also be a vampire? Does your sect know of any instances where vampires followed and took orders from a mortal man?" I asked. "I can't think of any, and I have read the sacred texts and our histories many times over, he admitted. Then all you have to do is tell Rono that, I said. How are you going to get me to the king? Ilkon asked. If people figure out who I am, it won't look good for the king's pious image. I will get you a soldier's uniform, armor, and a weapon, and tell him that we have something to report, I told him. Isn't impersonating a soldier illegal? Asked Ilkon. You ask as if I care, I said. I don't want to hang for it, he said. The punishment is beheading, I corrected. I don't want that either, Ilkon said with a horrified expression. It's not illegal if I make you a soldier, I said. You can do that? He asked. I'm still a member of the royal family. I abdicated the throne, but my brother never stripped me of my titles. Though he should have when he named me an outlaw, he didn't. Maybe he thought he didn't need to, because I abdicated. Regardless of his reasoning, I'm still a prince of Ishtar, who can accept recruits into the Ishtaran army, I explained. It wouldn't be illegal then, Ilkon concluded, and I would have the power to dismiss you from the army after we return from the palace, I said. Okay, I'll do it, but how are you going to get me a uniform, a weapon and armor? He asked. I'll go to the barracks and ask to borrow a uniform. I have a friend who is a blacksmith, from whom I can get a breastplate and a weapon, I answered. Ilkon agreed, and I headed to the barracks to get him a uniform. As I walked into the barracks, I found Halarod, who had a look of surprise on his face that quickly faded into dread. He asked why I was there, and I told him I needed a uniform. Judging by his reaction, I think he thought I had two heads. Why do you need a uniform? Asked the lieutenant. You're an advisor, not a soldier. I didn't say it was for me, I told him. Then who is it for? He asked. A recruit, I answered truthfully, though I just need to borrow it for a couple of hours, because he's going to be discharged by the end of the day. That sounds suspicious, Halarod said. If I needed it for illegal activities, I have other ways of procuring a uniform, I admitted. My brother is making a serious mistake, and I need to get someone in the palace to help him see the error of his ways without drawing too much attention. That's why I need the uniform. I'm not sure if I believe you, Halarod said. Halarod, we both know that I have no qualms about stealing a uniform or killing a soldier to get one, I said. I didn't have to come here and ask you for one, but here I am. If you say no, that's fine. I will find another legal way to get a uniform, coming back with my nephew and ordering you to hand one over. Fine, Halarod said, as if he wasn't still terrified of me, and wouldn't fold if I got a bit rough with him. You can borrow my spare. Appreciated, Lieutenant. If all goes well, I will have it back by nightfall, I promised him. And if all doesn't go well? Halarod asked, worry visible in his eyes. Best not to dwell on those things, Lieutenant, I told him, after he handed me his spare uniform. I walked out and headed for Billin's shop. When I entered Billin's shop, his apprentice was at the counter. He called for Billin when he saw me come in. A few moments later, Billin walked down the hallway towards the front of the shop. Back so soon, he said. I need to borrow a breastplate, I said. For you? He asked. No, I said, but for someone about my height and weight. You know these things need to fit properly to work, right? He asked. Just estimate, it's urgent, I ordered, and I need a dagger, something a soldier would carry when walking around without any armor. I can do that for a price, he said. It's going to sit on a hip for an hour or two, not see combat, I argued. Then consider it a rental fee, he said. I don't have the time for this, I complained, placing a gold piece on the counter. Just get them. It's that urgent, he said. It is, so I would appreciate it if you hurried up, I told him. All right, he said, then reached down behind the counter and brought out a dagger of the same style and length regulated by the Ishtaran army, which he placed on the countertop. It was what I wanted to see. He then went down the hall and grabbed a standard breastplate. Thank you, I said, taking the dagger and breastplate from the counter. Whatever it is, good luck, Billin said. Considering Salroon wants weak, I would wager he has an army, or at least a sizable force nearby, to try to take the city in the hopes of cutting me off from escape, I said. How nearby? How much time do we have? Rono asked. It depends. It could be a week or a couple of days, I said, though that's assuming he is bringing an army. What are we going to do if that happens? Rono asked. I don't know what you are going to do, but I am going to kill Salrun, I told him. I will not have you murder a king when you are my advisor, exclaimed Rono. So murdering the ambassador was okay? We know Salrun is surrounded by at least a couple dozen royal guards and is most likely heading back to an army. I can assure you there will be no murder. We know the Defetian king is a fighter. He won't stand still when I draw my blade, so calm yourself, I lectured my younger brother. Could you track him? Jorn asked. Track Salrun? What for? He could be at Kelop's gates in a matter of days at the most, I told my nephew. Assuming he is not still in the city trying to perform sabotage, Ilkon said. I don't think he would still be in the city, Jorn said. Why is that? I asked. Because there is not much to sabotage besides supply warehouses or the barracks, the prince said. But they didn't seem to have the numbers for that. The only other thing that would keep them in the city is the chance to take the sword. The sword would be a good reason to stay in the city, I admitted, but we are not certain they have left the city. All we know is they left the palace. Then we need to find out, because if they are still in the city, Salrun will come for the sword, and we can't risk him getting his hands on Huake, Rono decided. Balv, take Jorn to each of the city gates and ask the guards if our visitors have left the city. And if we find out that they didn't, I asked, return to the palace and we will discuss our next steps. In the meantime, since the war is still going on, I will check to see if the rest of the army is close, he said, dismissing us. By this time the sun had set, and the pitch black of night had consumed the city, forcing us to take a torch while we exited the palace. The palace had always been well stocked with torches and lanterns. As a child, it seemed we had an infinite supply of both. You don't have to worry about fires when your palace is made of stone. As we stepped out of the palace, the warm glow of the torches dimly lit up the roads, enough that we could see the cobblestone they were made of, and about 15 or 20 feet in front of us. Considering that the Diafetians might still be in the city, I would have liked the torches to illuminate the dark streets more. Except for the occasional candle in the window or a group of city guards or soldiers passing us, everything in about a 20-foot radius was covered in impenetrable darkness, the perfect environment for an enemy to lay in wait. Jorn must have had the same thoughts as me, because whenever my nephew heard footsteps in the distance, he would turn his head like a deer, which heard a predator's footsteps towards the direction they originated in, and he would increase his grip on the torch. I knew better. There would be plenty of people out in Keholp at night. It was the capital of a country at war. Messengers would be sent to and from the palace, regardless of what hour it was, and a few soldiers would accompany the ordinary city guards who patrolled the streets at night to bolster the number of men on patrol. If Salrun or his guard were still in the city and looking to attack us, then they wouldn't hide on the edges of the street like a group of thugs waiting for a victim to mug. No, if they were still in the city, they would have likely laid a trap for us, not a simple ambush in the streets where a nearby patrol would join the fray. I wasn't concerned about a fight. I was concerned with being followed. Salrun could have left the city to recruit an army and left some of his guards here to watch our response. This would have given the Diafetian king insight into our next move, making repulsing an attack on the city more difficult. When we got to the first gate, the northern one, the guards were standing in their usual spots, watching for anyone who wanted to leave the city during the night, which was once typical for them, because there was always a steady flow of merchants and traders in and out of the city, no matter the hour. But the bustling trade that saw Keholp and other Ishtaran cities prosper diminished almost to the point of vanishment after the invasion, no doubt leaving the gate guards with boredom as a near constant companion, something that makes guard duty a dreadful experience. When we approached the gate, a glimmer appeared in the guard's eyes, which appears when a man who has been bored for hours receives a sense of purpose. Being assigned to guard duty while I was younger, I knew the jolt of excitement they were feeling all too well. The guards recognized Jorn, and all 6 gave their prince a short bow as he approached. They didn't recognize me, which was fine since I wanted them focused on Salrun, but if I thought Salrun had bribed them, or they were working with him, I would happily disclose my identity to motivate them to tell us the truth. I told Jorn, before we got within hearing range of the guards, that he would be asking the questions. "Why me?" he asked. "Because they don't look like they know who I am," I said, "which we want to keep secret if we can, until we may need to entice the truth out of them." "So, you think they are working with the Defetians?" Jorn concluded. "It is a possibility," I answered. "We'll see how they respond to your questions." The guards responded well to Jorn's questions. They admitted they knew Salrun and his guards were in the city, but they didn't enter through the north gate or exit through it. Jorn looked at me to see if I was satisfied with their answers, and I gave him a nod. We began the walk to the western gate, where the same events played out. Jorn asked about the Defetians, and the guards told us they didn't enter through their gate, nor did they leave through it. On our walk to the southern gate, the last gate we needed to visit, this pattern broke. The guards told us that Salrun and his men did enter through the city at the southern gate, but they had yet to see the Defetians again. Jorn turned and looked at me, worry on his face. I thanked the guards for their time and motioned for Jorn to follow me. Once we got out of earshot of the guards, my nephew told me his conclusion. Salrun and his bodyguards were still in the city. "Perhaps," I said. "What does it mean?" he asked. "They couldn't have gotten out of the city without being caught by a city guard or a soldier. What is possible and what you think is possible are 2 separate things," I informed him. "One of the first lessons your grandfather taught me about war was this. If you wish to do something without being harassed by the enemy, then do something he thinks is impossible. They may have gotten out of the city then, but how?" The young prince wondered as we walked back to the palace. "How do you think they could have escaped the city?" I asked. "Walking out of the gate or climbing over the walls," he said. "Then those might be your answers," I told him. "But the gate guards didn't say they saw Salrun and his guards exit the city, and the walls are too high to climb," he protested. "What guards knew what the group of Defetians looked like?" I asked. "Only the southern gate guards," Jorn answered, "which leaves 3 whole other gates where the guards haven't seen our distinguished visitors, which they could exit as one group or several groups, wearing clothes which didn't reveal their identities," I explained. "Sounds like you have first-hand experience in these matters," Jorn commented. "Of course I do. 90% of the time, if you don't raise suspicion, you can walk out of a city without being harassed by the guards. For instance, after I killed Lernu in Trevelios, we left the body there. I told your father we needed to get out of the city before the guards started to investigate, if they did bother to investigate. We didn't give the guards any reason to be suspicious towards us, and as we left, they didn't give us any problems," I said. "Father told me about that," Jorn said. "Anyways, what is our next move?" "We go back to the palace and wait," I said. "For what?" he asked. "For news that Salrun is on his way back with an army, or for whatever he did in the city. If he did do something to be discovered," I told him. "That's it? We wait. That isn't a proactive strategy," Jorn said. "Of course we will be collecting as much information as we can while we wait, but you're right. It's not a proactive strategy," I admitted. "But we can't attack an enemy when we don't know where he is. We can only sit and wait until Salrun reveals his hand." "What happens if Salrun returns with an army and besieges the city?" Jorn asked. "Then I'll need to get creative because we can't withstand a siege," I said. The walk back to the palace was uneventful, though Jorn was still seeing enemies in every shadow, and in each alleyway we passed, he would tense up, expecting an ambush. For me, it was a calm walk by torchlight through the city. Though my guard was up, it always was, but I didn't have the anticipation that Jorn had. Instead, I had caution paired with readiness. Could Salrun and his guards have emerged from the walls of darkness, which touched everything the light of our torches could not reach? Yes, they could have. But Jorn thought it was a certainty, even though, at this point, we didn't know if the Defetians were still in the city, which made him far jumpier than I was on the way back to the palace. When we reached the palace, we immediately went straight to the throne room, where Rono awaited us. "Has Salrun left the city?" he asked. "He could have. The Defetians came through the southern gate, and the guards there claimed that Salrun and his party hadn't returned to that gate," I informed him. "Then they could still be in the city," Rono said. "Or they went out a different gate than they came in," I said, "or several other possibilities, including scaling the walls, tunnels, bribes, and threats." "You don't trust the southern gate guards," stated my brother. "I don't trust any gate guard. Bribes and threats aside, they aren't known to be an observant bunch," I told him. "You would know how easy it is to sneak out of a city," he said. "I do, and it's simple, especially if people aren't looking for you," I said, stressing the last bit. "What should we do?" he asked. "He wants to wait," Jorn answered for me. "Wait," Rono said, and gave a questioning look. "It's the situation we're in, brother, reacting to Salrun's next move. He has more information on us than we have about him. We could spend resources gathering information to determine if Salrun has left the city, but we can't plan our next move until he reveals his next move, or we figure out what it is," I explained. "I see," Rono said. "That's not what I wanted to hear. What would Salrun do if he was still in the city?" "Try and get the sword or sabotage the war effort," I said. "Those are the two most likely things. You have to worry about one, and I have to worry about the other," Rono concluded. "Indeed," I said. "What's the likelihood that Salrun left the city and is on his way here with an army?" asked the king. "High, since we have no hard evidence Salrun is still in the city," I said. "I advise sending out some scouts, if those do exist in your army, to see if they can come across a Defetian force coming this way," I advise. "And if Salrun comes back with an army, what then?" my brother asked. "I get creative and see if I can get Salrun to fight me," I answered. "Which you will not," Rono sternly said. "The fate of the war depends on your survival." "Salrun can't kill me, and once he is dead the war will be over," I argued. "Until his successor takes over," countered Rono, "which would take weeks. The Defetian army's head would be severed, and while Salrun's successor is being crowned, his generals will be jockeying for power," I refuted. "By seeing which one of them can take the most Eshtaran territory," the king said. "Father," Jorn interrupted, "if Salrun does turn out to be a vampire, then he is too dangerous to be left alive. I don't think it is a coincidence that Uncle Bauv came across the Sword of the Gods just before you managed to capture him. Then a war broke out with a king who we suspect is a vampire." "Ilkon has already expressed the same opinion," Jorn's father informed him. "I am having him look into the possibility that Salrun is a vampire." "We already agreed that Salrun was a vampire," I said. "We agreed that it was probable, but I want to be certain. That's what Ilkon is searching for now. Certainty," Rono said. "If Salrun does attack, we may get that certainty sooner than we think," commented Jorn. "I'm sure he will attack," I said. "And what are we going to do? We can't resist a siege," the king said. "Remember, brother, early in the war, we talked about the one advantage we have, the sword. We know Salrun wants it. He has said that to our faces, which means we can control him," I said. "What do you mean, control him?" Jorn asked. "He will go to wherever the sword is," I said. "If we move the sword, then Salrun and the Defetians will follow." "You just said the ball was in Salrun's court," Rono pointed out. "It is," I said. "We can't do much until we know whether or not he is bringing an army to our front door. When we know his intentions, we can derail them by moving Huik, and then we can counterattack." "Where would we move the sword to? Salrun has most of the continent under his control," asked Rono. "The desolate lands," I said. "Bauv, you can't be serious," Rono said. "I am. It's a location outside Salrun's grip, and the perfect place to wear down an army, I said. An army? Jorn asked. If we can convince Salrun to send an army after me, I said. Brother, don't be ridiculous, insisted Ronno. A 3,000-strong, inexperienced army against who knows how many thousands of veteran Defetian soldiers. My plan isn't more ridiculous than the odds we're currently facing, I said. It is a feasible plan at least, Jorn interjected. Maybe as a backup plan, Ronno said. Brother, where's the army? Are all the 3,000 soldiers even in the city, I asked. They are, confirmed Ronno. It's just enough men to defend the capital in a siege, Jorn stated. You're right, I told my nephew. If we take them out of the city, then we will lose the city. Then what do we do? Ronno asked. My plan, that's what we do. I know you don't like it, but we need to see what Salrun has in store for us before we can do anything, since we can't fight an enemy we can't find, I told him. We will discuss this more in the morning, Ronno said, dismissing the both of us. I left the throne room and exited the palace. As I began the short walk back to Glendeo's inn, I wondered what I could do with 3,000 soldiers. As I walked into the inn, I asked if Ilkon was still there, and the innkeeper confirmed he was. Earlier, the heretic told Glendeo to expect many scrolls to be delivered to the inn and to notify him when they arrived. Taking this to mean Ilkon hadn't gotten a chance to investigate Salrun in earnest, I decided not to take the time to stop by his room. There wasn't a good reason to do so late at night when he had no information for me. Instead, I bade Glendeo a good night and headed towards my room. As I lay on my bed, I again considered leaving and assembling a new bandit clan, but only for a moment before I returned to the problem. I don't know why I didn't decide to abandon Ronno and leave him to solve the problems that were a consequence of his poor decisions. At first, I agreed to be his military advisor because I knew Salrun would keep sending men after me, and being around an army would offer some protection. But when Ronno told me the size of the Eshtaran army, I knew I could get more protection if I restarted my bandit clan, though I would have to do some recruiting than stay as a quasi-member of the Eshtaran military. Looking back, maybe I didn't decide to leave because it felt good working with my brother. Maybe it was because deep down inside I regretted abdicating, and I was seeking reconciliation by helping the kingdom in one of its darkest hours. Maybe I started to grow attached to my nephew and his endless questions. As an older brother, I may have felt I had to help my younger brother out of a tough spot. But at the time, all that wasn't at the forefront of my mind. I wanted Salrun dead, and helping my brother gave me the best chance of killing the Defetian king. When sleep finally came over me, so did the past. My dreams thrust me back into the War of the Triad, reliving the Battle of Odfret. I could feel the weight of my armor and the heft of my spear in my hand. Despite being an observer, Father had me in armor and armed in case I did need to fight. The ringing of metal, mixed with the moans of the dying, creates a harmonious tone one can only experience on a battlefield, casting a spell of surrealness over those who hear it. A messenger from the rear informed us the enemy had attacked us from behind. News we didn't want to hear when the enemy was already pushing our front lines back. I wasn't in charge. Father had paired me with a colonel to see what it was like to command a battle. I wasn't supposed to fight, and I wasn't supposed to give orders. I was supposed to be a watcher, not a combatant. Everything changed when an arrow barrage killed the colonel and his second-in-command, and then the messengers from the rear, where the general and his staff were, stopped coming. The enemy kept moving closer, pushing our front lines further and further back. 10 soldiers fell for every foot the enemy gained. Our lines started to wave, then broke. What was once the organized fighting of 2 neat phalanxes struggling against one another became small groups of the enemy, honing in and slaughtering isolated Eshtaran soldiers who weren't fast enough to pull back. The casualties mounted as the seconds passed. Eshtaran soldiers darted past me, and unless something were done, a full rout would ensue. The ones who weren't retreating and weren't being attacked were staring at me, looking for me to tell them what to do. They shouldn't have had. My father hadn't given me command over anyone yet, and the whole army knew it. But with the commanding officers dead, someone had to give orders. Why not the prince? The soldiers looked at me and saw the son of a warrior king. They didn't know this was the first time I witnessed a battle up close. They didn't know an unnerving fear was rushing through my veins like a stampede of stallions threatening to paralyze me, or my stomach had twisted into a Gordian knot. The men looked at me as if I were a military genius like my father. They didn't know that for 1,000 heartbeats, a small voice telling me to survive was the only semblance of tactical brilliance that formed in my head. I yelled for the men to regroup on me. My voice was shaky when I did. The panic hadn't yet subsided in me, and I believed none of them would obey. But those who weren't fighting approached me and began reconstructing our broken line. Our line grew as Eshtaran soldiers still trapped in the group melee vanquished their adversaries and fled to the relative protection of our newly formed line. I knew we couldn't beat them. The Rushide had more men, and with no messengers from the rear, I knew the rear was either dead or in retreat. I saw the enemy walk towards us and knew I had to act fast, or else our lines would break again, and we would be slaughtered. I didn't have enough men to flank the enemy, and after a few brief moments of thought, I came to a dreadful conclusion. We would have to break their line. I left the formation and made my way to the middle of the line. Taking my place at the phalanx's center, I ordered the soldiers to my left and right to slant the line to form an inverted V, with me as the top point. Then, I gave the order to move forward. As we approached the enemy, panic built up as fast as sweat poured down my face. I hoped we could puncture the middle of their line with our newly formed wedge, and it would break, giving us a chance to escape and march back to camp. Even if the enemy bent their line to match ours, I hoped we could still break out if we kept moving forward and kept up the pressure. Being at the front, the only protection I had was my shield. As I walked forward with heavy, determined steps, I realized I would be in stabbing range for 3 enemy spearmen until the 2 soldiers behind me got close enough to engage. My heart began to race, yet I continued my slow, intentional walk. A spear was thrust at me. As my eye caught the glimmer of its head, the fear of death pushed adrenaline through my veins. Acting on instincts drilled into me by Glendeo, I brought up my shield to defend myself before any recognition of danger formed in my mind as the spear hit my shield. With abnormal speed, I lowered my shield, raised my spear, and, with no target in mind, thrust my weapon forward. The sharpened spear tip ripped through the Rushide soldier's throat. Sprinkles of blood splashed out of his throat as he dropped dead to the ground. It was the first time I had ever killed anyone. I froze. My arms began to shake so much I couldn't control my shield or spear. I nearly dropped both. I saw an object out of the left corner of my eye, gleaming in the sunlight. With my mind failing to process the danger I was in, my body acted independently of my mind as I raised my shield and blocked the spear just in time. The force from the spear's impact transferred from the shield and moved through my arm. The jolt it caused was the reminder I needed of where I was and the danger I was in. By that time, the 2 men behind me had engaged the enemy. The Rushide didn't have the time to fill the hole in their line I caused. With the space still empty, I pressed forward, treading over the corpse of the man I had killed moments ago. I continued to move forward. Sometimes, my spear would strike the enemy soldier's shield. Sometimes, it would strike their flesh and they would fall to the ground, wounded or dead. It took an hour of hard fighting, but the Rushide were pushed back and their line broke. Not wanting to give them time to regroup, I ordered a retreat. Once we escaped, I led my men back to the main army camp. It was a 3-day march without food. We must have looked half dead when we arrived at camp. I didn't know if we lost anyone when we punctured the Rushide line, but none of us died on the way back to camp. When the camp sentries spotted us, they yelled for surgeons and rushed to us. A guard approached me, and I collapsed into his arms. If it weren't a dream, I would have woken up in the surgeon's tent with the fatigue and headache only 3 days without food can cause. Instead, I woke up in my bed in my room at Glendayo's Inn, with the bright light of day shining through the window. I've heard about people reliving memories in their dreams, but it was a first for me. I blamed Jorn and his questions. I got out of bed and went to find Ilkon. I needed to know if the heretic made any process of proving that Salrun was a vampire. I walked down the hall to Ilkon's room and knocked on his door. Ilkon said, "Come in," and I entered. The room's floor had become a sea of scrolls, and there were so many. Ilkon had a clear path from his desk to the door, and it branched off about a quarter of the way to the door towards his bed. Despite the number of scrolls on the ground, chaos did not reign. Each scroll was laid horizontally, with one end pointed to the end of the room where the desk was, while the other pointed to its entrance. The scrolls were pushed up against one another, so much I needed to squint to see if there was any space between them. Each scroll was tied with a coloured ribbon, either green, blue, or yellow. I couldn't begin to imagine how long it took to organise all of them. "I take your silence to mean you're impressed by my organisational skills," Ilkon said, not bothering to look up from the scroll he was reading. I had never seen a man surrounded by so many scrolls before. "I am," I said. "How goes the search?" "About as well as a hunt, where your hound is too busy sleeping to track your quarry," he said. "I can't find any indication that Salrun is a vampire." "Where have you been looking?" I asked, still frustrated that Rono had the heretic searching for proof when it was almost a certainty the Defetian king was a vampire. "The scrolls in red are from my order's archives. We compile notes on any suspected vampire. If the suspected vampire is tied to a government, we compile notes from various sources, not just through observation. The blue are copies of Defetan biographies on their kings. The green are copies from any author who was, or still is, close to Salrun and wrote about him, and the yellow are gifts from King Rono. They hold spy reports on Defet and its king," he explained. "I didn't know my brother was spying on Salrun," I said. "No one was, except him and the spies he sent," Ilkon said. "It sounds like you've got enough information to determine if Salrun is a vampire. What's the trouble then?" I asked. "My order watched Salrun from afar since we couldn't get close to the king. What prompted us to observe the Defetian king was a hunch from one of our most senior members, a man renowned for uncovering vampires. The initial investigation didn't find much, and we ceased observing Salrun, so those scrolls don't possess much useful information," Ilkon explained. "What about the others?" I asked. "The scrolls written by people who were, or still are, close to Salrun had to be published with Salrun's approval, and if any of the authors knew about Salrun being a vampire, then they wouldn't include it in their work. I have the biographies of the Defetian kings to see if there may have been other kings who could have been vampires, but again, they had to be approved by the king to be published. The spy reports from King Rono are perhaps the most useful due to their recency, but the spies were looking for information that didn't concern Salrun being a vampire," Ilkon listed. "Like whether he would invade Eshtar," I said. "Precisely, and it appears that the king's spies concluded he wouldn't," summarized Ilkon. "How unfortunate," I grimly said. "It's like the king carefully approached a horse only to be kicked in the face," the heretic observed. "Yes, it is," I agreed with a laugh. "But other than Salrun's plans for invasion, the spies didn't gather any useful information that would help me," Ilkon informed me. "Are you all right? You look exhausted." "I didn't sleep well," I told him. "Bad dreams?" asked the heretic. "The worst kind," I said. "Nightmares?" he asked. "No, the kind where you relive the past," I clarified. "What did you relive?" Ilkon asked. His tone and inflection revealed he was more interested than I thought. "Nothing important," I said. "Yet, I heard from Prince Jorn you had another dream on the road back to Keholp," he said. "Why do you care?" I asked. "Certain traditions say Huik is not merely a weapon forged by the gods, but acts as a medium for the Protectorate, so that they may communicate with their chosen," he explained. Yet another myth for me to ignore, I said. Like vampires? The heretic smugly asked. Your point is noted, though that does not mean your other point is correct, I said. Perhaps, much like how you killed a vampire without realizing it, the gods are sending you messages, he argued. If the gods sent me messages, their purpose would be clearer. Urging me to believe and repent, I gave an argument of my own. Perhaps, he said, as much I would like to argue this further, I have work to do. Come see me if you wish to talk about your dreams. No promises, I said, and turned to walk down the narrow pass between scrolls Ilkon had made. I walked down the hall to the inn's lobby and headed for the exit. Glendeo was behind the counter. Dreams, eh? The old man said loud enough so I could hear him. I was standing in front of the inn's door with my hand on the knob when he said it. I turned around towards him. Here I thought your hearing was going, I said, and you weren't spying on your guests anymore. I haven't been a spy since your brother took the throne, the innkeeper claimed, but that doesn't mean I don't overhear my guest. Which is the polite way of saying you eavesdrop, I accused. Same thing as spying, as far as I am concerned. Fine, I was eavesdropping. I want to make sure you won't do anything rash in my inn, he admitted. Now what's this about dreams? Why do you care, I asked. As I recall, you didn't want to give me a room in the first place. If those dreams are about past battles, it could mean your mental state isn't stable. I've known men to relive wars in their sleep and their minds snap. They can't distinguish past from present. Some are so bad they end up killing their loved ones while they dream of the war, the old soldier said. I've had two, I said, knowing Glendale wouldn't relent until I answered him. The one last night was what you described. I was reliving the Battle of Odfrit. The first one was different. It was on the trip back to Keyholt from Tuldum. I don't know what it was. What was the first one like? He asked, and I described my first dream to him in detail. I told him about everything, the darkness, the moon, the tombstones. As I detailed the dream, Glendeo had a puzzled look on his face. I wasn't sure if it was because he was trying to decipher the dream or thought the whole thing strange. When I was done with my descriptions, he still had the look on his face. What do you think they mean? He asked. I don't know about the first one, but I must have had the second on because I stirred up some old memories talking to Yorn about the War of the Triad, I said. When was that? Glendeo asked. About a day ago when we were returning to Keyholt. The boy wanted a history lesson, I said. That could explain the second dream but not the first one, he agreed. What did Ilkon think about the first dream? I didn't tell him any details, though he told me he was willing to discuss them again, I answered. Maybe you should because I can't make heads or tails of it, the old warrior suggested. Nor can anyone else. Perhaps I'll talk to him about it later, but right now I should get to the palace to see if we know if Salrun is still in the city, I said. I won't keep you then. Glendeo dismissed me. I exited the inn and began the short walk to the palace. I couldn't get my first dream out of my head on the way. What did the darkness mean? Why was it closing in on me? What did the moon represent? What were the gravestones at the end? It was obvious that the 5 dead suspected vampires were vampires, but that was the only thing that made sense. And why did I have the dream? I told Yorn about the Battle of Odfrit a few days before my second dream. Was Ilkon right? Did the gods provide me with the dreams because I possessed their sword? I wasn't ready to answer those questions. I didn't want to admit the gods existed and didn't want to experience what Glendeo described. I didn't have to worry about the gods possibly providing me with Wake because I had already arrived at the palace and switched my focus back to fighting the war. As I entered, I walked past the 2 guards stationed in front, and I could tell they were anxious. I guessed Rono didn't hear anything about Salrun, or at least didn't tell the guards what he knew. I went straight to the throne room and was surprised to find the throne empty except for Jorn. Where's your father? I asked. Follow me, he's upstairs, Jorn instructed. Jorn walked past me, and I followed him out of the throne room into the hallway. which had alternating silk banners depicting the Eshter and deer, or a symbol for a member of the Protectorate. No other decorations adorned the walls unless you count unlit lanterns. I followed Jorn to what I knew to be the southern side of the palace, where there was a flight of stairs. I had a suspicion as to where we were going. Still, I wasn't quite sure because I thought Rono would have renovated the upper floors of the palace to his specifications, which meant repurposing and redecorating rooms in a stone palace. I followed Jorn down another hall that was barren of decorative banners. I was surprised since its barren state implied Rono had kept the hallway like Father had. Then I realized Rono didn't change much in the first floor hallway. He just swapped Father's old banners for ones made from silk, and added a lot more. I followed Jorn down the hallway, passing so many doors it felt like we passed one every third step. Finally, after passing what must have been a couple of dozen doors, Jorn stopped in front of one and gave a knock. I heard Rono say, "Enter." Jorn opened the door, and we walked in. The room wasn't large, but it didn't need to be since there were never more than 5 people in it. In the center of the room was a table with maps covering it and scrolls, both rolled up and opened, which occupied the edges of the maps. The maps were made of foran, a rare material more durable than a scroll. Each map depicted Eshtar. One map was of Eshtar's geography, another was a political map showing the territories within the country, and the final one was another political map. However, it had numbers scrawled on it, along with a series of red lines and arrows. There were no chairs around the table. Rono was standing and leaning over the table with both hands on it. About 5 feet from the table was my father's old throne, a silent, wooden reminder of the past. Rono had told me he had moved the seat to another room. I didn't expect the other room to be the war room, but it made perfect sense. "I can't imagine how much dust must have been in here," I said, thinking about how little the room had changed since Father's reign. Even the table was the same. Sure, the maps and the notes on the maps changed, but they always did. "You don't give me enough credit," Rono said. "I've been in here more often than you would think. Considering that this is a war room and this is your first war, I doubt it," I told him. "True, but I have used this room before," he insisted. "To hide from annoying diplomats," I guessed. "To track your movements," the king revealed. "A personal war then," I said. "You could say that," my brother agreed. "Speaking about movements," I said, "any word on Salroon's movements?" "No," he informed me, "and it concerns me." "Chances are he's coming back with an army to besiege the city," I said. "He could very well be," Rono agreed. "What are we going to do? We can't hold out in a siege," Jorn chimed in. "We can't. So, I need to see if I can come to a diplomatic solution," Rono said. "Brother, don't be a fool. If Salroon wanted a diplomatic solution to the war, he wouldn't have left the palace," I argued. "He's right," Jorn told his father. "It's all I can do," Rono claimed. "If it does come down to a siege, then we know it will end in defeat for us." "He won't settle for anything except for the sword," I said. "That is assuming he's not planning to backstab you after he has it." "What other choice do I have?" the king asked. "The option I recommended. If Salroon shows up with an army, I lead him and his army on a chase," I said. "Preferably to a place where attrition will wither away his army, and the desolate plains are the best grounds for that." "I can't allow that," Rono said. "You don't trust me, do you?" I asked. "You trust me to be your advisor, to train your son and command him in war, and to break 2 sieges, but you don't trust me enough to let me travel freely without having a rough idea of my movements." "It's not that," Rono began. "Now's not the time to stop being honest with me, brother. We both know you can't hurt my feelings," I urged him. "For the time being, I do trust you both, though not completely." "I would be a fool to do so," Rono said. "But I don't trust your plan. It leaves too much to chance." "I understand the plan is risky, but it is far better than a siege," I said. "And if you die and Salroon gets the sword, not only will he come back here and level the city, but the sword of the gods will fall into the hands of a monster. he said. The sword's already in the hands of a monster, I told him. An actual monster, Bauve, my brother clarified. You called me a monster before, I reminded him. The day you stuck me in that cell, screamed it at the top of your lungs. Don't you remember that? If you don't, surely you'll remember the time you called me a monster after I killed father. I'm talking about the stuff of nightmares, Rono argued. I am the terror of the continent, killer of kings. I have monopolized the nightmares of emperors, peasants, and everyone in between. I am a monster, I said. Gods forbid you take a blow to your ego, my brother exclaimed. When I say monster, I am talking about a demon-created abomination. John, who looked very unsettled as Rono and I had our heated exchange, decided it was a good idea to steer the conversation back on track. So, he said, what if we faked it? Faked what? Rono asked. The chase. What if we faked it? John asked again. Then we risk Salrun finding out that he is on a wild goose chase, then turning around to lay siege to the city, Rono argued. But what if we used the sword as a lure? We could use it to get Salrun and his army to follow us, then lead the Defetians to a place where we can trap them, suggested the youngest member of our group. It could work if we pick our ground right, but we risk his troops breaking our lines. We would need to even out the odds even more, I said. By doing what? Asked the king. Attacking the enemy's supply lines, poisoning their wells, night raids, I informed him. That's not honorable, Rono told me. There's no honor in war, only death, I said. A pleasant thought, Yorn said. But it comes from a grizzled veteran, Rono pointed out. It would be unwise to ignore it. I am shocked to hear you say that, I said. I have never seen a battlefield, though I believe that will be changing soon, and you have seen plenty, perhaps too many, he said. But is Salrun coming with an army? Jorn asked, once again changing the topic. No doubt he was uncomfortable with the conversation's current tone. We don't know, admitted Rono. Then what are we going to do? The prince asked. I sent out scouts to see if an army is marching our way to besiege the city, the king answered. Do you even have scouts? Not one of the soldiers you sent with us to Gregoros and Tuldum was a scout, I asked. There are scouts in the Astaran army, Bove, my brother reassured me. That's how I knew where the enemy was besieging. Are there some in the capital? I asked. Of course. I may be inexperienced in war, but I am not stupid, he said. Then why haven't you sent them out sooner? Questioned Yorn. Because your uncle was right. Salrun could have still been in the city. I only have a few scouts here. I didn't want to waste them trying to find an army that may not have been there initially, the king explained. Have you sent out the scouts or not? I asked. I just sent a messenger with orders about 10 minutes before both of you arrived, the king informed us. Good, I said, but you should reconsider Jorn's suggestion. And ignore the fact the Defetians have the better trained army while I do, Rono asked. We just need to survive long enough for me to kill Salrun, not murder brother, since the Defetian king will join his men in battle. The rest of the army should rout once I kill him in battle, and Salrun's death may give you the chance to find a diplomatic solution to the war, I explained. Sounds too simple, Rono said. The best plans are, I told him. Wouldn't Salrun's successor hunt you down after you kill him? Asked my nephew. If I murdered him, then yes, but this will be on the field of battle, supposed honorable combat. I would be responsible for his death, but it would reflect poorly on Salrun's successor if he took vengeance when Salrun was killed in battle, I explained. The kingdom of Defet will be in a crisis after their king dies. Salrun's successor will have to worry about all the wars his predecessor started and controlling an army sprawled across the continent. Much like I had to do when you killed father, Rono interjected. But you could pursue vengeance. Salrun's successor won't be able to, I said. I like to think I was pursuing justice, Rono argued, which isn't much different from vengeance, I said. I beg to disagree, the king stated. Then you are being disingenuous with yourself, I insisted. We can argue this later, Rono said. It would be best if we moved on and discussed picking a battlefield if a Defetian army does come. Fine, I agreed. Where do you think we should fight the Defetians? Rono asked me. Ideally, I would want a place close to the city so we could have somewhere to retreat, I said. But there's no terrain by the city which will give us that advantage. Plain surrounds us, and I doubt we could make it to the forest with Defetian cavalry chasing us. So, we have to go further out and risk losing the entire army, Rono said, reading my mind. Unfortunately, I said. How far away from the city are you thinking? He asked. I don't know, I admitted. It would depend on what direction the Defetians approached from. And we need the scouting reports to tell us that, Yorn realized. We do, but I would guess that since Salrun came into the city via the south gate, the army would be coming from the south, I said. If they come from the south, where would you suggest we fight them? Asked Rono. Near Lake Vilta, if they are that far. They may be that far, considering we didn't stumble on a Defetian army while searching around the city for the cavalry, I said. And we'll need to find a spot to get the Defetian army's rear to the lake. How would we do that? Yorn asked. We could get lucky and catch them marching past the lake at the right angle, I told him. You can't rely on luck, Rono said. You're starting to sound like father, I told him. How do we get their backs to the lake? Rono asked. We persuade them to make camp by the lake, I said. And how do we do that? Yorn asked. By making sure there's no other clean water source around them, I said. We are not poisoning wells, the king said. We don't have to poison them for a long time, brother. We just need to make the Defetians believe they can't drink the water, I said. That doesn't make any sense, Jorn said. There's a chemical that lasts only a few days in water. If we use this poison on any wells near the lake, then the Defetians won't know which wells are poisoned, and they will make camp by the nearest source of fresh water, I explained. Is this chemical deadly? Rono asked. Not at all. It induces vomiting and fatigue, I answered. Doesn't sound poisonous, Jorn said. In high doses it can kill a man, I informed him. And if it is the substance that I am thinking about, it is illegal, Rono said. Sir Petum is not illegal, I said. Yes, it is, the king informed me. Since when? I asked. About 2 years ago, Rono told me. It's not even that deadly. You have to give 20 times the normal dosage for it to kill a man. Surgeons have used it for centuries, I protested. It killed a nobleman's son, Rono said. Probably because some quack gave him too much, I said. Which is hardly an excuse to ban the substance. Fortunately, father did not make it illegal for surgeons to possess it, so we should be able to obtain some, Jorn said. Good. And maybe we can include something more potent, I suggested. Brother, we are not risking villagers' lives, Rono insisted. They can evacuate their villages. They will already do so when they see Salrun's army coming. What's the harm of adding something more potent into the wells to slow down the Defetians? I asked. Because when the war is over, the villages can't use those wells without getting sick, argued the king. You can rebuild, I said. We won't use Pt2 or any other toxic chemical, Rono said with a tone of finality. I was about to argue when we heard a knock at the door. It was a messenger. He quickly entered, bowed to his king, handed Rono a scroll, and whispered something in his ear. An inquisitive look crossed my brother's face, and the messenger bowed again and left the room. Rono undid the scroll and began to read. Surprise popped onto his face. What is it? I asked. It's a message from Salrun, he answered. What does it say? Jorn asked. It says he will duel Bove for the sword, Rono told us. Any peace offers mentioned? I asked. No, but Salrun is proposing you two duel for the sword. If he wins, he takes Wake and withdraws his armies from Eshtar, Rono informed us. And if he loses the duel? I asked. There's no mention of what happens if he loses, the king said. Where's the duel? When is it? Is it to the death? I asked. Salrun says to meet him outside the city's south gate at dawn tomorrow, and the duel is to the death, my brother answered. Looks like he was still in the city, or at least nearby, Jorn commented. Then I will be there, I said. This could be a trap, Jorn pointed out. It most certainly is, Rono said, and I don't like the idea of you, Bove. willingly walking into a trap. I'll be the only one at risk, I said. No, the whole kingdom would be at risk since you are the only one capable of fighting this war, Rono pushed back. It's better than waiting for Salrun to besiege the city, I argued. Not if we lose the war, Rono said, raising his voice. If you die, the war is over and Defet conquers Eshtar. I think he is right, father, Jorn interrupted us. If he can kill Salrun, the war will end. And if Salrun kills him, a vampire will have the sword of the gods, Rono countered. Is that better than letting the war continue and have Keholp burn? Jorn asked. If Bove dies, then we will lose control of the one weapon that makes killing vampires easier, and we don't know how many there are or what they are planning, argued the king. Lord Gannick was a vampire, and the world didn't end because he had Hwake, I reasoned. Rono turned to face me, his eyes glowing with seriousness. Can you win? What type of a question is that, brother? I asked. Of course I can win. And if it's a trap? Rono pressed. Then I will need to get myself out of it, I said. And I don't think I have to remind you that getting out of traps is a specialty of mine. Rono dropped his gaze to the table, and silence filled the room. The king's eyes were darting back and forth from the different maps, only stopping briefly to land on key numbers or locations, then shot across the map to other important information. When this erratic behavior ended, Rono tilted his head and stared at the wall across the room. Silence filled the stone room as the Eshtaran king stood still and weighed his options. He had the emotionless expression of a man operated by the cold, efficient gears of reason and logic. Whole minutes passed as Rono decided what was best for the kingdom. I knew he had a point. If I died, no one else could fight the war. I didn't care since I knew I could beat Salrun, and my concern wasn't for the kingdom. No, my only concern was killing the Defetian king in a way that wouldn't cause his successor to seek retribution. Rono, though, had to think about the kingdom when making a major decision. In this case, it was a decision no one could have predicted he would need to make. Who could have predicted that the wretched king's youngest son would determine Eshtar's fate with one decision? Only a true prophet could predict that the decision would involve the son who abandoned the kingdom, dueling a foreign king to the death. I will allow it, Rono said, breaking the silence, though I do not like the idea of you walking into a trap. I've walked into plenty before, and it helps when you know you're walking into one, I assured him. Then it's decided. All we have to do is wait for dawn, declared the king. I'll be at the inn if you need me, and I'll see if Glendeo knows anything about how Salrun fights, I said. Why would he know that? Rono asked. Because he's a nosy innkeeper, that's why, I told him. Father, if it's okay with you, I would like to go with him, Jorn said. Why? His father asked. The boy wants another history lesson, I predicted, and Jorn gave an affirmative shrug. Very well then, but don't ask your uncle too many questions. I won't have you tiring him out before the duel, Rono said, dismissing us. We left the room, and I told Jorn he couldn't start asking questions until we got to the inn. I didn't want to be battered with questions about the past while I was walking through my childhood home. The emotions attached to memories are far harder to keep at bay when your physical surroundings don't trigger memories. Much to my enjoyment, we walked down the stone hallways of the palace without my nephew asking a single question about his grandfather, his father when he was young, or myself when I was growing up. The silence held as we exited the palace and began the short walk down the street to Glendeo's inn. After we entered, greeted Glendeo, and sat at a table in the lobby, Jorn began asking his questions. Why do you want to kill Salrun? My nephew started with an unexpected question. Do you remember what Bilin and I told you about the Hushtar Unkai? I answered with a question of my own. A group of nobles paid them to kill you. You killed several of the assassins they sent and brokered a peace, he recalled. You did what? Glendeo asked in astonishment. You heard him, and it was years ago, I said. ignoring the old man. "Why do you think I did that?" "You didn't want to die," my nephew answered. "Of course not. But I did it because they needed to learn no one tries to kill me and gets away with it," I explained. "I only needed to kill a few of their assassins, then persuade the leaders to give up the contract, not the names of the noblemen, because the Hashta Unkai's reputation depended on them not disclosing the names of their clients. So, you ended the Hashta Unkai contract to kill you so you could kill the people who hired them to kill you," Jorn reasoned. "Precisely," I said. "And Salrun was willing to kill you and father when he sent Lernu to receive the sword, so you want him dead for it," my nephew further reasoned. "Right on the money," I confirmed. "That's the only reason you were willing to put aside your differences with father and agree to become his military advisor?" he asked. "Pretty much," I told him. "You are going to kill Salrun and be done with the kingdom?" he asked. "Of course he is," Glendeo said, injecting into the conversation. "Bov doesn't want to be a part of the kingdom. If he did, your father would not be on the throne." "There's your answer," I told Jorn. "What about your dream?" Jorn asked. "It's irrelevant," I said. "I have yet to hear about this dream," Ilkon said, walking into the lobby, "though I suspect we are talking about different dreams." "You had more than one?" Jorn asked. "I had one about the Battle of Odfred, the battle you asked me about on the road. I relived it in my dreams," I explained. "But that doesn't tell me anything about the first one," Ilkon protested. "No, it doesn't," I agreed. "You should tell him. He may be able to make sense of it," Jorn said. And so I did. I recalled everything from my first dream to them, from standing in the field surrounded by the murky darkness to the end, where the darkness dissipated, and how I was left looking at the gravestones at the end of it all. "What do you think?" I asked. "I think you have killed a lot of vampires," Glendeo said. "We already knew that," Ilkon said. "What do you think, Ilkon?" Jorn asked. "I think it wasn't a coincidence your uncle came across the sword of the gods," the heretic said. "That's what Billen told him," Jorn agreed. "If the gods chose a murderer as a champion, then they chose poorly," I said. "They chose perfectly," Ilkon argued. "How so?" I asked. "Why would the Protectorate appoint a murderer as their chosen? It goes against everything they are supposed to stand for." "To kill vampires," the heretic reasoned. "Ridiculous," I claimed. "He has a point," Glendeo said. "Of course he does," I admitted, "but it doesn't make it less ridiculous." Ilkon ignored my insult and said he couldn't decode all of the dreams for me, insisting the gods never send straightforward messages, which I thought was suspiciously convenient for the priesthood. How wrong I was. Ilkon deciphered the darkness as the presence of vampires and connected the moon to Huik, since the sword was said to have been forged from a sliver of the moon. But the heretic couldn't make sense of anything else in the dream, other than suggesting the vampires were alluding to something more significant than the war. "What could be bigger than a war for a kingdom?" Jorn wondered. "It doesn't matter," I said. "At dawn it will be all over when I drive my blade into Salrun's chest. Now, if you excuse me, I need to get some sleep." Standing up from the table, I went to my room to sleep and got a dreamless night's rest. Chapter 17. I got up about an hour before dawn, attached Huig to my hip, and began my journey to the southern gate. I had duelled plenty of times, often when one member of my bandit clan challenged me for its leadership. Those always ended with the challenger's eyeless head mounted on a stick in the center of camp. I would always order the challenger's eyes to be removed before the head was mounted on a stake. I liked the symbolism. They were blind to the fact they couldn't beat me, and I was the better leader of the clan. It never happened often, but someone would always forget about the last guy who challenged me, and then end up suffering the same fate. Though it wasn't an everyday occurrence, it happened enough times that my dueling skills weren't permitted to get too rusty. I knew Salrun was far more capable than the wannabes in my clan, but I wasn't too worried. Glendeo's training saved me time and time again, and I knew it wouldn't let me down. I was anxious as I walked down the city streets with a torch, steadily working toward the southern gate. It wasn't the anxiety that stemmed from being unconfident. I was sure I would walk away from the duel victorious while Salrun would be a corpse. No, what I was anxious about was finally getting a chance to kill Salrun. The Defetian king had given his underlings authorization to kill me, and I wanted to feel the hilt of my sword slam into his chest after the blade pierced through. I didn't care about Eshtar, and I didn't care about Defet if Salrun died. I wanted blood. The duel could end the war, but that was irrelevant to me. I wanted the whole continent to be reminded of what happens when someone tries to kill me. When I got to the south gate, I found a crowd waiting for me. Rono, Yorn, Billen, Glendeo, and Ilkon were all loitering around, holding torches and awaiting my arrival. I figured out why Rono and Yorn were there, but wondered why Billen, Glendeo, and Ilkon showed up. I thought we both agreed this was going to be a trap, I said to my brother as I walked up to the five of them. It most certainly will be a trap, Rono stated, but we all wanted to see the duel. I suspect the old man's here to see if his training has lasted all these years, I said. I am, Glendeo confirmed. I don't suppose you all have a plan for when Salrun springs his trap? I asked. We do not, Billen answered. Well, I wasn't expecting you to, I said. So, what are we going to do when Salrun moves? Jorn asked. We will do what is best for the kingdom, Rono said. So you'll surrender, I said. We will do what is best for the kingdom, my brother repeated. I looked straight at my brother, right into his eyes. Don't give up so easily, I told him. Father, for all his faults, knew it was a king's job to fight no matter the odds, especially if he is the king of Eshtar. Is Salrun here? Not yet, Billen said, so we waited. As we waited for the guards on the wall to announce that Salrun was approaching, the tensity in the air rivaled the thickness of the 5-foot city walls we were standing by. Jorn, the youngest and most restless of our group, made a few half-hearted attempts at starting a conversation, but none of us were willing to take the bait. Between these intermittent attempts at breaking down the walls of silence, Glendeo would complain about his feet or back. After some time, the sun rose high enough from the horizon, illuminating our surroundings so we no longer needed torches. Soon after dawn's break, we heard the guards on the walls shout they spotted Salrun. Rono ordered them to open the gate, and within moments we heard the creaking of wood and the movement of chains as the guards operated the wheel, which lifted the iron gate off the ground. I was impressed it took them less than a minute to lift the gate. With the gate up, we walked out of the city. I could see Salrun walking along the road with 5 members of his royal guard, walking behind him, each carrying a spear and a shield with a sword attached to the hip. They were about 10 minutes out, and as they continued walking toward the city, I was scanning the horizon, looking for additional Diafetians. There were none, and I wondered what Salrun's trap was. There was no sign of a trap, though, which in hindsight should have concerned me, but I was too focused on killing Salrun to be paranoid. As Salrun got closer and closer to the southern gate, I could see that he did not wear the regalia of a king, but the durable and plain clothes of a soldier. Yet, the Defetian king had an aura of majesty around him. The way Salrun walked had the grace and air of a king and the tone of an army on the march. Each foot was put down and lifted back up with the discipline and mechanical motion of a man who had been a soldier for most of his life. The Defetian king's walk was a portal to the past, since father had an identical walk, but I didn't allow myself to dwell on the similarity. What would be the point? Father and Salrun were warrior kings, and I suspect I would have walked the same if I had kept the throne. Deciding that Salrun was close enough, I walked outside the gate and onto the road. Rono, Yorn, Billen, and Glendeo moved behind me. I don't know what they were planning on doing if I lost. Rono and Ilkon were useless in the fight. Yorn was a little more than useless, and Glendeo was years past his prime. Billen was the only one out of the group who could last in a fight. Maybe that's why Ronno brought him. Glendeo, Ilkon and Jorn probably came to see the duel. Identical to Salrun and his guards, the four of them walked behind me. Judging by the message that Salrun wanted to duel outside the southern gate, I didn't walk far. It was a good spot for a duel with even ground, and the sun wouldn't be in our eyes, but being a good location for a duel didn't mean a trap couldn't be sprung. Salrun had entered through the south gate when he arrived in Kiholp, which allowed him to lay a trap if he already had the duel in mind, which I expected was what he had done. When Salrun came to the palace and offered Ronno peace for the sword, the Defetian knew it was a long shot when I wasn't factored in, and an impossibility when I was, but it cost Salrun so little to ask, and if successful, he would get what he desired. It may have been a long shot, but it was sensible, but Salrun knew Ronno wouldn't agree to peace if it meant Salrun got Hwake, so he needed a backup plan, the duel. Once Salrun came across the land outside the southern gate, he knew he had a location for a future duel and laid some trap. That's what I thought. Minutes later I was face to face with the man I wanted dead more than anything else in the world. He looked straight at me with the raised gate behind me. The raised gate gave Salrun a glimpse of the city. The gate's frame acted like a picture frame surrounding the piece of the city just behind it. I stood back towards the city walls, looking out at the meandering road and the opening of flat land, which stood at the feet of a sprawling forest. Salrun stood there, his guards about 10 feet back from him, standing tall with his hands by his sides and a stoic look on his face. "I will give you one last chance to hand over the sword," the Defetian king said. "We should discuss the terms of the duel," I said. Salrun smiled. "I propose a fight to the death. If I win, I take the sword. If you win, I make peace with Eshtar, and your successor, or any member of your court or your family or army, cannot seek vengeance for your death," I proposed. "I will agree to that," Salrun said. "But you are confident that you'll win, Bov. Do you want to make a proposal that involves you losing?" "I won't lose," I assured him. "Then I accept the terms," Salrun said. "As do I agreed. We approached each other, and Salrun drew his standard Defetian army sword, roughly the same length as Hwake. As Salrun pulled back into a high guard, I drew Hwake from its scabbard and took up a low guard. Salrun moved closer. His guard remained steady as he did, then swung his sword at my ribs. I brought Hwake up within a heartbeat and heard metal cling on metal. I feinted at his chest, then flicked my strike toward the king's head, but Salrun didn't take my bait and raised his sword to block my attack. Our swords met, and I stepped out of his attacking range, dropping back into a low guard. "You have my respect, Bov. Lord Gainic was one of the best swordsmen on the continent," Salrun said. I responded with an offensive. I struck low and high, thrusted, and cut. Each attack was faster than the winds of a hurricane, fueled by the desire to see Salrun dead. Yet Salrun blocked each attack with the delicacy and effectiveness of a master. Failing to land a single blow on the Defetian, I pulled back, this time to a high guard right before Salrun began his attack. The Defetian attacked slowly at first, slow enough that I had more than enough time to counter them. Usually, I wouldn't have paid any mind to such attacks, but as I raised my sword to block each attack, I caught several glimpses of Salrun's eyes. They were cold and calculating. He was using simple and slow attacks to control the timing of the duel, so he could study how I moved with little risk. It was in that instance I began to respect Salrun. After the king finished his last attack, I pulled back, once again getting out of his range, but this time choosing to come up into a high guard. "You're good, Salrun," I admitted, "but I will kill you." "We will see about that," the king answered as if he were responding to a boasting child. Before the words were out of his mouth, Salrun was closing the gap, and within moments he thrust his sword low, striking at my leg underneath Hwake. But this time it had the speed of an attack, meant to hit its target. I dropped Hwake down to meet the king's blade. Less than a second later, I felt the blades connect. I tried to knock Salroon's sword to the side, then followed up with an upward thrust to his stomach. But I didn't manage to knock Salroon's blade far enough. The Defetian whipped his sword back to block my attack. The force of our blades slamming into one another sent shockwaves down my arm. Moving with speed, I pulled back to a middle guard as Salroon transitioned from a block to a counter. The king raised his sword over his head, then whipped it down with the intent of splitting my head wide open. Rapidly, I raised my sword over my head to block, and the Defetian's sword slammed into mine. Straining my arm, I strengthened my defense by pushing my sword against his. My arm began to shake. Sensing that he could break through my block, Salroon began to push down harder with his sword. Suddenly, the pushing stopped as Salroon's sword separated from Huake. Someone less skilled would have pressed an attack once they felt the tension release. Not me. Well-honed instincts kept me from attacking, telling me to be on guard because my adversary had not completed his attack. When Salroon arched his sword down, and to his right hoping to strike at my ribs, I swung Huake around to block. Our weapons clashed, and we withdrew from each other's striking range, returning to guard as we did. "I'm almost regretting that we agreed to duel to the death," Salroon said. "The continent has so few great warriors nowadays." "You aren't going to win," I said. "I will win, Bove. I wouldn't have suggested a duel if I didn't know I would win," the king said, smiling, then muttered some words under his breath, words I couldn't understand. For a moment, Salroon's eyes flashed red. I could feel Huake grow cold in my hand. I didn't have time to process the change as Salroon rushed towards me. Ignoring my sword freezing in my hand, I held my guard, ready to defend against Salroon's attack. The Defetian king moved significantly faster than he was moving before, and reached me well before I thought he would. Now close enough, Salroon began a series of fast strikes with inhuman speed. I knew Salroon was a vampire, but no other vampire I had fought moved that quickly. Salroon's attacks all blurred together. Instincts drilled into me by Glendeo and honed during war saved me as my body performed the proper blocks before my mind could register what Salroon's attack was. I expected Salroon to exhaust himself and pull back. Instead, the Defetian pressed his attack, moving even faster than before. I struggled to defend against the king's onslaught. Each time I felt his sword clash with Huake, my sword arm weakened, and my fingers, numb from holding an almost freezing sword, threatened to drop the blade. As I defended, I noticed mist forming around us, though minutes ago I could make out Salroon and his guards walking on the road from a far distance. My sword arm burned as I kept up with Salroon's offensive. The mist began to thicken. The king's assault did not stop, and I could feel exhaustion sweeping over me, and sweat was pouring down my face. I began to feel a pulling sensation, as if some distant destination was calling to me. I could hear Glendeo shout something to me, but his voice sounded faint and distant. My guard collapsed, and I felt Salroon's blade pierce my right thigh. Pain shot throughout my leg as I fell to the ground. The mist thickened so much that it threatened to block out the sun. Beyond the pain, I felt a tug towards somewhere, but I didn't know where. Despite lying on the ground, I still gripped Huake, ready to fight until death. Salroon approached, not noticing the mist had formed a wall around us. "I told you this was a fight you couldn't win, Bauv," Salroon said as he walked towards me. The mist thickened even more, becoming as dense as a mountain. The pain in my leg subsided, and I felt like I was moving despite still being on the ground. Finally, Salroon took notice of the mist around us. "Impossible," Salroon said, almost in awe. I began to lose consciousness. "You chose him," the king shouted, "the man who committed patricide and regicide in one act, the terror of the continent. You chose him, of all people." "I have," a deep, ancient voice answered. The blackness of unconsciousness threatened to overtake me completely. "You can't," protested the vampire. "I can," the voice repeated in the same tone. I lost consciousness. Chapter 18. When I awoke, I didn't know where I was. I wasn't out in front of the southern gate, I knew that much. I couldn't feel the pain in my leg anymore, and when I looked down at it, there was no wound. Huik was no longer in my hand. Instead, the sword was resting in its scabbard. I was in a small room with a high ceiling. Its walls were a dim grey, except for the two large doors in front of me. They looked like solid gold, though they were most likely gilded. I looked around the room for clues to where I was, and there were none. The golden doors were huge, but they were absent of decorations and handles. The hinges provided the only clue that they were doors and not walls. "You're not dead," a man behind me said. His monotone voice had an uneasy steadiness to it. I turned to face a man dressed in a black shirt and pants, who was not there before. He was pale as a corpse. The blackness of his clothes was accented with an aura of finality. "Of course I'm not dead. Where am I?" I asked. "Ah, that's the question, isn't it?" the stranger said. "Where are you, Bove, terror of the continent?" "You know who I am? Then you know it would be wise for you to give me an answer," I said. "Ah, but I can't. If you want answers, you'll have to walk through those doors," the man informed me. "And why can't you tell me where I am?" I asked, annoyance clear in my voice. "Because you're not dead," answered the stranger. "Fine," I said, the annoyance in my voice turning into frustration. "How do I open the doors? There are no handles." "Draw wake by the doors and they'll open for you," the stranger answered. "That doesn't make any sense," I said. "It makes perfect sense to me," the pale man replied. For a moment I debated whether I should kill him, but decided against it, because he was the only one who could tell me where I was. "You couldn't even if you tried," the man said with a smile, though his eyes only had the subtlest glimmer of life. "Do what?" I asked. "Kill me," he answered. "Many men have said the same thing before I ended their life," I told him. "Men," the stranger said, then let out a soft chuckle. "Just draw the sword by the doors, Bauv. It's an easy thing to do. Do you want to know where you are and how you got here? The answers are beyond those doors." I wanted to kill the man for his smugness. As my blood began to boil and my hand reached for Huik, I studied the man. Beyond the mask of his pale skin lay an assuredness that was as strong and sturdy as stone. The man truly believed I couldn't kill him. "Just open the doors," the stranger said, reading my mind. "They're probably getting impatient, and when they get impatient, one of them blames me." I wondered who he was talking about. Was he referring to his superiors? How many of them were there? Whoever they were expecting me, but why did they put me in this room, not the room beyond the golden doors? As I thought about the answers to these questions, my frustration with the stranger subsided, and I began to remember my duel with Salroon. I remembered the mist, feeling like I was moving away, and Salroon seemingly yelling to no one before I lost consciousness. But I didn't remember anyone there but Salroon, so how did I end up where I was? "Just get on with it," urged the pale man, impatience managing to seep through his voice without breaking his monotone. Needing answers, I walked towards the two golden doors, taking slow steps at first, with my hand on Huik in case the pale-skinned man decided to attack me. He didn't. Instead, he stood there with his arms crossed, his expression suggesting he was a busy man and I was wasting his time. Considering he had wasted my time with his shallow answers, I was okay with wasting his. When I stood before the doors, I noticed they weren't just absent decoration, but were perfectly smooth, as if someone had taken a roller to remove any bumps in the metal. I had never seen anything like it before. It was so simple, but its perfection demanded the onlooker stare at it in awe. As I stood there wondering how someone could have done this, my hand vibrated, still wrapped around my sword's handle. Alarmed, I pulled my hand away, and Huik began to shake in its scabbard. I looked down at the sword, and it shook harder and faster. Soon, the weapon shook so much that the blade threatened to shake out of its scabbard. I shot my hand back down to stabilize the sword. When my hand wrapped around Huake's handle, the shaking stopped. I froze, my mind trying to process what had happened. I turned around to see if the pale man in black had anything to do with it, but there was no one else in the room. I wondered how the man had gotten into the room, since there was no way into the room save for the golden doors. I ignored the stranger vanishing because I didn't have an explanation for it. And in the end, it wasn't that important. What was important was that I no longer had to deal with the man and his refusal to answer my questions. I drew Huake. The massive doors swung open away from me as if a giant had pushed them open. I walked into a room with white marble flooring, and what I found before me caused me to think I was hallucinating. I stood in a semicircle of 9 thrones, each occupied by a figure. To my left sat a bearded man with muscular arms, wearing a blacksmith's apron with a hammer on his lap. To the smith's left was a man wearing a sailor's clothes. Nets decorated his throne, and its armrests were carved into the shape of dolphins. Next to the sailor sat a mature woman who had the soft, loving look of a mother. Sitting next to the mother was a young, beautiful woman with long, flowing hair who wore a dress that fitted her figure well. To her left, and in the middle of the semicircle, sat an imposing man wearing a gold crown, decorated in its center with the scales of justice. To the king's left was another muscular man, but unlike the smith, he had the figure of a soldier accompanied by a scar running down the right side of his face. A spear rested against the right side of his throne, and a shield was on the left. Besides the soldier, another woman wore a long dress covered in artistic designs. She sat there, twirling a paintbrush, as if she had something on her mind she wanted to paint, but had to be at her throne instead. Adjacent to the artist sat an older man dressed in a scholar's long, heavy brown robes. The legs of his throne were carved to be hourglasses, and the man sat there reading a scroll. Finally, to my far right, and occupying the other end of the semicircle, sat a man wearing the simple grey shirt and pants of a healer, with herbs growing on the sides of his throne. Dread washed over me as I knew where I was, the hall of the Protectorate. This meant I wasn't just standing before the 9 gods to be judged. It meant I was dead. "You're not dead, Bov," the king in the middle spoke, who was Numveron, the god of righteousness, justice, and order, the king of the gods and leader of the Protectorate. "I thought I told Tolunfi to tell you that. He's seen enough war to know he's not dead," the soldier, Pafix, the god of war, said. "That's true," agreed the scholar, Vuznerik, the god of wisdom. "We are not here to talk about the past, but rather the future," Numveron reminded them. "Well, you should just get on with it and tell the man. He looks like he's lost at sea right now." The sailor, Kalrekos, god of the seas and patron to sailors, chimed in. "What do you think he's doing?" asked Junil, the goddess of motherhood. "He's just standing there." "It wouldn't be a proper meeting without it taking 10 minutes to say why we are here," complained the smith, who was Eruno, god of craftsmen. "That's what makes these things exciting," the young woman Hekes, the goddess of beauty, argued. "And incredibly inefficient," a voice to my far right said. "It belonged to the healer, Zaritgru, the god who wards off disease." "I find there's a nice flow to our meetings," the artist chimed in, and I turned my head to look at her, Fergera, the goddess of the arts. Numveron cleared his throat, a clear indication for the gods to put their commentaries to an end. "Do you know why you are here, Bove?" the leader of the Protectorate asked. I couldn't speak. How could I? The Protectorate, the very thing I spent most of my adult life denying, mocking, and arguing against its existence, was sitting right before my eyes. My whole worldview shattered like a clay pot dropped from a great height. Religion, the thing I had cast aside and condemned as valueless, I now had to contend with. The crimes I had committed throughout the past 2 decades, all the thefts, blackmailing, pillaging, arson, torture, kidnappings and murders, all of which I had committed believing there would be no divine repercussion because gods who weren't real can't punish, I saw now in a new perspective. My entire life since I killed the wretched king was flipped upside down. I stood there frozen as my mind ran rugged, desperately trying to process everything. I heard the gods converse amongst themselves, but I couldn't hear what they said. I barely registered that they were there at all. The next thing I knew, I saw Zaretgru before me and felt the god's gentle hand on my head. The thoughts flooding my mind dissipated. Zaretgru walked back to his throne as if he had done nothing and sat back down. "Thank you, Zaretgru," Numvaron said. "Now, do you know why you are here, Bove?" "Wake," I said. "Yes, but there's more to it than that," said the king of the gods. "Vampires," I said. "Not just the vampires, but their master, the demon Alamar, the god of justice specified." For the second time that day I stood still. I had already accepted the existence of vampires. It's hard to deny something exists when you keep killing it, though it was a struggle to admit it openly. Nor could I continue to deny the existence of the gods since I was standing before them, but my mind struggled to accept the reality that if the gods and vampires exist, then so would the demons said to have created vampires. The logic was simple, yet I stood there. This time, my mind wasn't working as hard as it was moments before because I never gave demons too much thought. I didn't enter as deep of shock as I did earlier. When I heard one of the gods suggest Zaretgru heal me again, I came to, shaking my head in denial. Not only were the gods real, but so were demons. I couldn't dismiss it all as a hallucination caused by me slowly bleeding out from the wound Salrun gave me. But I couldn't, not when I felt Zaretgru's hand on my head earlier. "I told you it would be too much for him," Zaretgru told Numvaron. "He's not still in shock, is he?" Numvaron asked. "No, he's come out of it," the healer assured the king. "Then why isn't he talking?" asked Kalrekos. "Probably because we haven't given him a chance to," said Zaretgru, and the rest of the gods fell silent, then turned their attention towards me. I knew I had to say something, or else they would think Zaretgru was wrong, and I was still in shock. "You want me to fight a demon?" I asked, disbelief filling my voice. "Not directly, of course, that would be suicidal," Numvaron said. "We need you to stop Salrun and his vampiric lot by killing them, thus severing their ties to Alamar and weakening the demon's influence in your realm." "So this is a proxy war. The vampires are Alamar's proxies, and I would be yours," I said. "Precisely," Numvaron confirmed. "No," I said. "I want Salrun dead, but I won't fight against a demon. I don't care for your war. Find someone else." "Son," this time it was Pafix who spoke, "we didn't choose you. If Numvaron had his way, then this would be a judgment, and you would be unanimously damned for your crimes. The reason you're still alive and aren't being sent to an afterlife full of suffering is because the sword chose you, not us." "That's ridiculous," I scoffed. "What is ridiculous is that the weapon we all created, albeit Aruno forged it, chose you, the terror of the continent, to wield it after you liberated it from Lord Gainik," Numvaron said. "You see, the sword was built to be an instrument of our will, but after I forged it, we realized it was not going to the person we selected to be our champion," Aruno explained. "We can charge the sword to seek someone out to be our chosen, but we cannot tell the sword whom to choose." "Then how did a vampire come to possess it?" I asked, anticipating another nonsensical answer. "We don't know," admitted Vusnerik. "Our guess is Lord Gainik killed the previous owner, and the sword did not deem anyone else fit to wield it." I laughed at the absurdity of it all. The Protectorate created a weapon to kill vampires, but didn't know how a vampire came across it. It was as if I was living in a comedy one of the playwrights had written, and they said the sword got to choose the person to be the god's champion. If the gods losing track of their divine weapon wasn't humorous, then the gods not being able to pick their own champion certainly was. If this were revealed to me earlier in life, then I would never have believed in the gods in the first place. I told you he wouldn't take it seriously, Junil said to Numveron. Her tone rang with annoyance. Can you blame him? We just told him a sword chose him, asked Ferreira. He's a soldier at heart. Of course, he doesn't believe a sword could be sentient, argued Pafix. Enough, Numveron shouted, his voice ringing across the room and echoing off the pristine marble floors. As the sound waves washed over me, I felt as if I were in a storm. My body jolted as if I just heard an unexpected thunderclap as the god's voice hit me with the force of a hurricane's wind. I stopped laughing. Silence had conquered the room. The other 8 gods stood still, eyes locked on Numveron. Not one of them dared to move. The king of the gods sat there, his right arm resting on his throne, his left elbow placed on top of the left armrest, and the rest pointed up where his hand supported his downward tilting head. The expression on the god's face was one of frustration and exhaustion. Before he became the wretched king, Father had often worn the same expression during his monthly meetings with his advisors. Each meeting began with the advisors making one suggestion to Father. Some suggestions dealt with foreign policy, others domestic, which inevitably were tied in with the nobility, and others would be minor, such as palace decorations, when court should be held, and who should organize a festival. At least once during each meeting, a look of frustration and exhaustion would appear on Father's face. As I remembered how Father looked during those meetings, the king of the gods looked all too human. Believe what you will, Bauv. I doubt if you will believe what is happening to you right now. But the sword has chosen you as the best person to kill vampires. We don't know why, but it has. Regardless of whether you believe Huake has chosen you, you are already on a path where you are trying to kill Salrun, who will no doubt send more of his vampiric henchmen after you since we pulled you from the duel, at Huake's urging, mind you. I was happy leaving you to die. It doesn't matter what you believe. Circumstance has already put you on the course we want, Numveron explained, then looked at me expecting me to respond. I want Salrun dead. I don't care about all this talk of vampires and a demon. If anyone gets in my way, I will kill them. If that means I have to fight a horde of vampires along the way, then so be it. If my actions somehow benefit you, then good for you, but it's irrelevant to me, I said. This selfishness and arrogance cost you the duel with Salrun. You didn't care about Eshtar or helping your brother, nor did you care about the threat vampires posed to the continent. All you cared about was killing Salrun because he authorized one of his minions to kill you if you didn't give up the sword, observed the king of the gods. Vengeance has gotten me farther than belief in any of you has, I said. Can we send him back now? Asked Junil. He's more of a hindrance than an aid. We can, though I'm considering stripping him of the sword, Numveron answered. You can't, and you know it, Eruno interjected. The sword has chosen, and there is no going back. I know you don't like who the blade has chosen, but it has yet to be wrong. I fear this may become its first error, Numveron told the god of smiths. If it is, then we can't do anything about it. The die is cast, Eruno told him. Eruno's right. There's nothing for us to do except trust that the sword has picked the right man for the job. Pafix backed up Eruno. I was only speaking what was on my mind. I know both of you are right, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, their leader said. Can we conclude then? Hekes asked. We can, Numveron said, then waved his hand, and everything went black. Chapter 19. I woke up in my bed at Glendeo's inn. Immediately I looked down at my thigh to see if the wound was healed. There wasn't even a scar, the very thing I didn't want to see. Huake was lying in its scabbard right next to me. I grabbed the sword, attached it to my hip, got out of bed and opened the door. I didn't want to think about what just happened. Either the whole thing was a hallucination, or the gods were real, and I just got evidence to show they were useless. If the Protectorate was real and concerned about vampires threatening the continent, why didn't they act? The Protectorate wasn't protecting. Instead, they were passing that responsibility off to someone else. No, something else, not even a person. who then turns over the responsibility to someone else. Did I believe a sword chose me as the god's champion? No, of course not. I killed Lord Gainic, hid the sword, then took Rono to the corpse, and then to the sword a short time later. There was no way the sword chose me. Walking down the hallway to the lobby, I had one thing on my mind: how to kill Salrune. I didn't know what the Defetian king did in the duel, but whatever he did wouldn't work again. Outright murder was an option, but my pride was wounded. I wanted another chance at facing Salrune one-on-one. The Defetian had cheated somehow. I was sure of it, but I had to think of my reputation. Even losing a duel where the opponent cheated looks bad. I found Glendeo sweeping the lobby, but it wasn't the normal type of sweeping where he scrutinized each section of the floor to ensure it met his near-impossible standards of cleanliness. No, as the old warrior dragged his broom across the floor, he would stop for a moment as if reflecting, then proceed with his half-hearted attempt at cleaning, permitting the broom to wander wherever it wished. Several times he would go to sweep a spot, then realize he had already cleaned that spot and pulled the broom back. The normally astute innkeeper failed to register my footsteps as I approached. I had never seen the old man like this, gloomy and despairing. "Did my brother lose the war?" I asked as I walked into the lobby. The old man stopped his meandering sweeping and stood still for a moment. He stood there, frozen with his hands glued to the broom's handle, looking straight towards the empty lobby. I never knew Glendeo to be a man easily surprised. When I was younger, I witnessed him not even flinch when people came rushing through the door of the inn, heralding some bad news, or the time when a patron was thrown through a door of a room, or when the building next to the inn broke out in flames when he was training me in the courtyard. In each case, the innkeeper stopped what he was doing and turned his head as if someone had called his name to see what was going on. Nor did he ever act surprised when father would have him over for dinner at the palace, and he informed his old friend about an unexpected political betrayal or that a country declared war on Eshtar. Glendeo would slowly nod as if to say, "This is how the world works after all." I only saw the old warrior mad when I killed the wretched king. I had never seen a man so mad in my life, and I doubt I ever will again. I waited a few moments, but the old man wasn't turning around. "I thought you wanted me dead," I said, figuring that was what all the fuss was about. The broom dropped. Once the wooden handle connected with the floor, I heard a small thud. Glendeo started to turn around. The innkeeper was so slow a tortoise could have moved with more speed. Finally, the old man completed his rotation and faced me. His expression was one of shock, and he stared, not believing his own eyes. "Your brother thought you were dead," Glendeo said. "That's understandable," I said, "but that implies you didn't." I didn't know what to think. "We all saw Salrune stab you in the thigh, then you both were consumed by mist." We heard Salrune screaming something, though none of us could make out what he was saying. Then the mist dissipated and you had vanished. Salrune didn't say anything, though he looked like he wanted to kill someone. He barked at his guards to follow him and then headed back down the same road they had arrived on. "Interesting," I said. I had suspected that Salrune would have insisted he won the duel and he managed to kill me. But the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. Salrune wanted the sword, which was the purpose of the duel, so if he claimed to have killed me and didn't have Huik, it wouldn't have made sense for him to claim he killed me without being able to show he had Huik. It wouldn't have gained him anything, and he would have to explain the mist, something he wasn't responsible for, and what he was shouting. However, I wondered why the Defetian king withdrew. Was he assembling an army to besiege the capital, or did he leave to begin to hunt me down? Salrune's words before I was transported replayed in my mind. Clearly, Salrune was yelling about me being chosen, so he knew that the gods had whisked me off somewhere. But what was he doing in response? "What happened?" Glendeo asked. "I don't know exactly." I gave an honest answer. "You don't know?" the old man asked. "Mist suddenly formed around us and then something crazy happened. That's all I know, I told him. What's the crazy part? Glendeo asked. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, I said. I don't think I would, he said. But regardless, your brother thinks you're dead, so if you're going to tell anyone about what happened, you could do it when you're at the palace. I thought he wanted me dead too, I said. He does. Same as me, the old man admitted. But I think King Ronno wants you dead. He has to make you pay for killing your father and the other crimes you have committed. Your brother Ronno, now that's a different story. I don't think he wants to see you dead. You're his older brother after all, and no man wants to see his brother dead, regardless of what he has done. And what about you? I asked. You know my opinion, the old warrior said. I thought I did, but you were gloomy when I walked into the room, I said. The old veteran gave a dismissive grunt. Knowing all the conversation I would get from the old man, I walked out of the inn and headed towards the palace. I began the short walk down the street when I saw Yorn walking towards the inn. My nephew froze as if to check his mind wasn't playing any tricks on him. It's me, I said as I walked towards him. We thought you were dead, the young prince exclaimed. Well, everyone except for Billen. I should have figured. Billen knows not to count me out unless I'm cold and dead, I commented. To be fair, Glendeo wasn't sure at first if you were dead or not, Jorn said. He was debating it for a few days. A few days, I exclaimed. How long has it been since the duel? A little over a week. 9 days, I think, answered Yorn. What about the war? I asked. The Defatians haven't marched near a city as far as we can tell, the prince informed me. What about Salrun? I asked. Haven't heard from him since the duel. When that strange mist disappeared, he gathered his men and walked straight back the way they came, Yorn said. What has your father been doing? I asked. Not much. He thought you were dead and didn't take it well, Yorn told me. That's because he knows he doesn't have anyone else to fight the war for him. Eshtar is doomed without me, I said. How can you say that? He asked. Say what? I asked. Father took your death hard because of the effect it would have on the war and the kingdom, my nephew said. You're his brother. I put a hand on his shoulder. Kid, I said, your father will never forgive me for what I've done, and he shouldn't. When he had me in that cell, we both knew he was going to execute me, and I've killed so many people I deserve to hang more than once. Your father doesn't care for me, but he's always cared about Eshtar, even when he was younger. It's what makes him such a good king. I felt I could abdicate partially because I've never cared for the kingdom as much as he does. If your father was unsettled by the thought of me dead, it was because he needed me to help the kingdom. That's it. With that said, I told him I should go see his father. Yorn told me Ronno was in the war room. I thanked him and told him to stop by the inn and ask Glendeo if Ilkon was still there. Then I headed to Billen's shop to tell the smith he was right and that I was still alive. After giving me a nod, my nephew started to walk in one direction and me in the other. I never paid attention to what was between the palace and the inn before. When I was younger, I was always in a hurry to get to the inn for training because Glendeo would have me run 5 laps around the courtyard for each minute I was late. The walk from the palace to the inn was short, but I had tunnel vision each morning. I ignored everything along my path that could distract me and make me late. But as I travelled, what I cast aside before now jumped out in front of me as if demanding retribution for the years I had passed them by without notice. There were houses, compact 2-story buildings made of brick with terracotta titles making up the roofs. Father had decreed all buildings within a certain radius of the palace had to be built out of brick and have terracotta roofing. The reasoning was the same as the palace being made of stone, to make the buildings fireproof in case a besieging army tried to set fire to the city. Father ended up starting a trend since, by the time I was a teenager, almost all the homes in Kiholp were made from brick and topped with terracotta roofing. The first floor of some houses acted as stops, and wooden signs painted with the shop's name were hung on the house's outside walls. When I passed by, people were entering and exiting, though not many. War doesn't stop commerce, but decreases it and transfers what it does not destroy to kings and their armies, always with increased prices. I didn't pass any inns, though. Father had made sure there were no inns closer to the palace than Glendeo's, to ensure that visiting diplomats who weren't invited to or didn't want to stay at the palace would make the logical choice and stay at the closest inn. Either way, whether they were at the palace or Glendeo's inn, Father would have someone watching them. What I saw and would never have seen when I was younger were boarded-up houses. Their owners must have done the math and realized that Eshtar did not stand much of a chance against Diefet. They packed up, boarded, and left the city, seeking refuge elsewhere. Father had given out land close to the palace to reward his veterans like he did with Glendeo, so I wasn't surprised to see the boarded-up houses where, in a minority, those men wouldn't dare leave the country they fought for, but everyone else would. The more I thought about it, the more I realized the boarded-up houses were what should have been. Glendeo was old, and most of the men Father gave land to around the palace should have been dead. Large swaths of the city should have been boarded up as their inhabitants fled from the war. Everyone knew the Defetian army was far more formidable than the Eshtaran army, despite not knowing how severally the latter was outnumbered. While Eshtar had not seen war in a generation, maybe even two, Dietfet, for the last decade, was in the process of conquering the continent. Everyone knew that Defet was likely to win, yet plenty of people stayed in their homes and kept their shops open. I figured it was because they must not have had anywhere else to go. They were ships trapped at sea during a storm because there was no safe harbor to make port. I was wrong. Something far more powerful was at work than men making harsh survival calculations. After the war, I found out people didn't evacuate because they trusted their king to end the war. When I reached the palace, I recognized 2 of the 4 guards at the door. The first one on my left was shocked as I approached the door, and his expression melted into disappointment. The other guard across from him smiled and had victory in his eye, disappointment accompanied by a look of triumph, the sure sign of a bet's conclusion. I reasoned the wager was about whether I was dead, though I don't know how much time needed to pass before I was considered dead. I ignored them both as I entered and headed straight to the war room. What to tell Rono? I didn't have an answer, but I would need one soon, and I wondered what would happen if I told Rono the truth. Would he believe me, or would he insist that I was lying? The fact the gods were real and I had spoken to them was irrelevant. I had dismissed the possibility of hallucinating because neither Glendeo nor Yorn mentioned anyone taking me back to the inn after the duel. If I hadn't been teleported somewhere else, Salrune would have killed me. Salrune left without saying anything about the duel, as if he knew it needed to be finished later. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I had to tell Rono the truth, whether he believed me or not. But if he believed me, I would have to admit to my brother I was no longer an atheist. I would admit to Rono the gods were real, but I hated them. And I did hate them. The Protectorate wasn't doing anything about the vampire menace. Their definition of doing something was having the sword they made choose someone to deal with the problem for them. And they did nothing to stop my father from becoming the wretched king, or me from becoming the terror of the continent, let alone punish us for our crimes. My only opinion about the gods as I walked to the war room was that they were useless. If I had given the matter more thought, I would have admitted they weren't entirely useless because they intervened during the duel and saved my life. When I stood in front of the door to the war room, I was confident my new beliefs would be as divisive as my old atheism. The door was wooden, and I hadn't noticed that the last time I was there. While Father was alive, some were made from wood, but doors to important rooms, like the war room, were made of stone to prevent eavesdropping, since wood does not block sound as well as stone. Rono must have replaced all the stone doors. When he was younger, he would always complain that the stone doors were too heavy to open, though father had hired master masons to build them, and they did so in a way that the doors would glide open with such smoothness a child could open them with ease. But my brother always said the stone doors were too heavy, and I suspect it was because he had a hard time, for whatever reason, opening them. My thoughts ended as my hand reached for the doorknob, and I opened the door to the war room. Rono was standing in front of the table, still covered in maps. One of his courtiers stood beside him, looking down at the maps. My brother's face was painted with a grim look. Not even bothering to turn to the man beside him, Rono mumbled something. The man stood there and gave a weak nod, humouring his king. I thought I recognized the man, but I was unsure where I did. Either way, he must have been someone my brother relied on, or Rono would not have let him in the war room in the first place, let alone permit him to see information important for the war. When I thought of it, I didn't know why Rono was in there in the first place. Based on what Jorn and Glendeo told me, Salrun hadn't done anything since the duel. Rono must have been trying to plan a way to defend Kiholp against a Defetian siege. If you are doing what I think you are doing, just stop. There's no point. The Defetians have far more men than we do, and they can make siege engines to scale the walls or break them down. There's little you can do to defend against a siege besides stocking up on supplies, I said. You're alive, my brother said, with a look of disbelief. I have to say, I'm disappointed in you. I ran into Jorn coming here, and the boy said only Billen thought I was still alive. I had expected you and Glendeo to have more faith in me. Particularly the old man, since he trained me, I told him. How? He asked. How in the gods' names did you escape? That's a tale to tell when I have you all in the same room, because none of you will believe it when I tell it, I said. Rono stared at me, trying to determine whether I was telling the truth. My brother still didn't trust me, a testament to his good judgment. I never expected Rono to trust me, because he made me his military advisor. After a few moments of scrutinizing me, Rono decided that I was being truthful, and told me we would get everyone together in the war room so I could tell them all what had happened. Glendeo's Inn would be best, I recommended. No need for the old man to climb all those steps to get up here. Right, he isn't as mobile as he used to be, Rono said, and gave a slow nod to indicate he knew I suggested the inn, so that we could include Ilkon in the conversation. Jorn told me that Salrun hasn't made any moves since the duel, I said. After you vanished, Salrun gathered his men and they left the same way they came, Rono informed me. There have been no reports on any Defetian army, not even of one marching. How long has it been like this? I asked. Since the duel, answered the king. Are your scouts all dead? I asked. No, they have been reporting in, the man beside my brother said. Bauv, this is Padarok, my courtier. Do you remember him? You met when I told you I assigned him to investigate the spy matter, Rono asked. I do remember him, I said, recalling the look of terror he gave me when we were outside the throne room. I then wondered what he was doing there, since he was a suspected spy. Rono likely wanted to keep a suspected spy close to him, though I don't know what my brother was doing, letting a suspected spy help plan the city's defense. He's been helping me plan how to withstand a siege, Rono added. What about the spy problem? I asked. It's complicated, Padarok said. I managed to identify a few suspected spies within the court, the Chancellor included, but we still can't prove any of them to be spies. But you think they are, I said. There are hints that they are, but there is nothing solid for me to order their arrest, the king elaborated. There's a war going on. You don't need an excuse to lock them up if you suspect them of being spies, I argued. You would be right, brother, but we have so little against them. It would look like I was locking them up without evidence, explained Rono. Then why do you suspect them of being spies when you have little evidence that they are? I asked, confused. They have broken their normal routines in ways that make it appear they are in secret communication with someone, Padarok said. Then get your hands on one of these secret communications and you can arrest them without starting a riot, I said. That's what Padarok is working on now, Rono confirmed. We might not have time to deal with them if Salrun shows up at the gates with an army, I commented. No, we won't, my brother agreed. What do you think Salrun is doing? I think he's looking for me because he still wants the sword, I said. If there are any spies, they'll tell him I am here. Then who knows what he's going to do? Though I think the best bet would be for him to march on Kiholp if his spies tell him I am still in the city. And you'll still be in the city? The king asked. I don't know, I admitted, but I need to tell you and the others about what happened. After I do, I will decide if I am staying. Fair enough, Rono said. You should go see Billen. He'll want to know he was right. Jorn should be at his shop telling him that right now. I told him to go tell Billen I was alive after I ran into him coming out of the inn, I said. I should have known you would go see Glendeo before you came here, my brother said with disappointment. I didn't want to tell him I woke up at the inn. That would cause him to ask too many questions, the type I didn't want to answer around Padarok, not when there was a chance he was the spy. When we are at the inn, I will tell all of you the full story, I told him. Then let's get to the inn, Rono said. Let's go then, I said, exiting the room. As I left, I could hear Rono give a set of instructions to Padarok before he followed me, and I concluded Rono didn't think he was the spy. It could have been that Rono was giving Padarok orders because he suspected Padarok was the spy and didn't want to tip him off. If that was the case, Rono did a great job of it, since Rono looked like a king talking to one of his most trusted advisors. I strolled down the hallway, allowing my brother to catch up with me, which he did, walking up beside me. As we walked, we didn't talk. Rono knew that I wouldn't tell him anything without Yorn, Billen, Glendeo, and Ilkan present. There was no point in describing what had happened more than once, when I could tell them what had happened as a group. Once I told my story, inevitably, the conversation would turn to whether I still believed the gods were not real. I didn't want to get into that with Rono because I didn't even know if he or any of them would believe me. The person's opinion I wanted the most was Ilkon's. However, I decided what had happened was real. But if Ilkon told me there wasn't any tradition of Hwake choosing champions for the gods, then it would mean I could have been hallucinating all along, though there would still be unanswered questions. Why did Salrun withdraw after the duel? How did my wound heal? Why didn't Salrun kill me? How didn't Glendeo know I was in the inn when I woke up? Who had brought me back to the inn in the first place? There was a time in my life when I would have wanted it all to be an illusion. But as I walked through the palace alongside Rono, I realized I didn't want to prove it was an illusion because of the unanswered questions. I felt that the answers to those questions, if there were any, would tell me the world was a far stranger than I had ever thought. Before I knew it, we were heading for Glendeo's inn. I hoped we didn't have to go tracking Yorn and Billen down, since I wanted to get this over as soon as possible. If Salrun's spies managed to get word to the Defetian king that I was still in the city, he would make his move, and we wouldn't have time to react if Rono and I were searching for Yorn and Billen. My worries disappeared when we entered the inn and saw Yorn and Billen in the lobby, talking to Glendeo. The only person who we needed to find was the heretic. All three of them turned towards us as we entered. I knew you weren't dead, Billen said as we got closer. Why? I asked. The lack of a body gave it away, my old friend said, and after he said it, I wondered why people had thought I was dead in the first place. I turned around the room and looked at the other four. How come he's the only one to put that together? I was on the fence, Glendeo told me, which just makes it worse, I said. Who's on the fence about someone being dead when a body has not been found? It's either there's a body and he's dead, or there's no body, and he's probably still alive. There's no room for middle ground. We saw you get stabbed in the thigh, the old man protested. You know that's not necessarily fatal. You've been stabbed in the thigh 4 times, I reminded him. The old vet let out a grunt. But you disappeared in a cloud of mist, Yorn said, attempting to come to Glendeo's aid. Why would that kill me? I asked. Salrun could have teleported you to somewhere you would instantly die, like in the middle of a volcano, my nephew argued. I turned and faced my brother. See what those philosophy tutors do. They teach people to argue absurd things. If you paid attention to the tutors father gave us, you would know he is making a logical argument, though it's a poor one given his assumptions, Rono explained. I think I was the only tutor, if you could call me that, your brother ever paid attention to, Glendeo said. That's not the point. The point is, out of 4 of you, the only one who concluded I wasn't dead was Billen, I said, then turned towards Rono again. What's your excuse for thinking I was dead? I didn't know where my brother was and didn't see him alive, answered Rono, which is just as logical as assuming you're alive because there's no dead body. Fair point, I admitted. Glendeo, is Ilkon still here? He is, answered the innkeeper. Is anyone else? I asked. No, business has been slow with the war, Glendeo said. Good, then let's get Ilkon in here, I said. I yelled for the heretic to join us. A few minutes later, he walked down the hallway into the lobby. And here I thought you were dead, the heretic said. Why did you think he was dead? Jorn asked. Because Glendeo thought he was dead, Ilkon said. He was on the fence about it, Billen said, triggering another grunt from the old soldier. How can you be on the fence about someone being dead when there's no body? Wouldn't that mean they're alive? Ilkon asked. Enough, Glendeo cried, then turned towards me. Are you going to tell us what happened? Or are we going to stand here all day debating which of us was the most foolish? The room fell silent, and I told them what had happened. Everything from the mist surrounding Salrun and me during the duel, to feeling like I was being carried away somewhere, to Salrun shouting about me being chosen. While I did, everyone in the room looked puzzled, as they attempted to connect the dots and figure out what happened before I continued. Everyone, except for Ilkon, the heretic, had a knowing smile on his face. He knew what I would say next from the little information I had given them. I moved on to tell them about how I woke up in an empty room with my thigh healed, the pale man who had appeared from nowhere, and using Huake to open the massive golden doors. At this point, I could tell Rono knew what I would say next. My pious brother no doubt recognized the pale man in black as the god of death, and the golden doors as the doors to judgment. But Yorn, Billen, and Glendeo still looked as if they were trying to make sense of it all. Their expressions soon turned to shock when I described what lay beyond the golden doors, all 9 gods of the Protectorate sitting on their thrones, arranged in a semicircle. I could remember the gods' opening remarks, but I didn't remember much. I gave them the revelation the gods did not choose me and wanted to condemn me, but the sword did, to fight against vampires and their demonic master. Then I ended it with me, once again, getting surrounded by mist and waking up in my room in the inn. When I finished, the room erupted into a fury of conversation. In the tempest of words I could hear an "I told you" from Billen, referencing when he told me the gods could use me to kill. Glendeo was talking to Yorn, claiming that I must have hallucinated all of it because a sword choosing someone on behalf of the gods was the most absurd thing he had ever heard. Ilkon and Rono both had decided I was telling the truth, and were discussing the demon Alamar and how large the vampire threat was. The chatter continued for several minutes while I stood there, waiting for the conversations to die down. There was little point in cutting their discussions off short, when doing so would stop them from fully forming opinions, the very thing I wanted to hear from Ilkon. After a few minutes the voices subsided, and silence took over the room. I don't buy it. You want me to think that the sword of the gods chose you, the terror of the continent, to be the Protectorate's champion? Are you sure Salrun didn't hit you in your head? Glendeo asked. It's not hard to believe that the sword would choose him. After all, who's better at killing than Bove? Billen argued. But it could have chosen someone with a more honourable background, not the man who murdered his father and then became the continent's most infamous bandit. For the God's sake, how many people has Bauv killed? How many people has he exploited? How many has he tortured? How many settlements has he razed to the ground or butchered outright? Asked the old soldier. Remember who you are speaking to, old man. Out of everyone in this room, I don't need to be reminded of Bauve's crimes because I was there for many of them, but I think that's why the sword chose Bauve. He doesn't care if he kills and will kill anyone, nobility and monarchs included. To fulfill the Protectorate's desire to kill vampires, one needs to be comfortable with killing people attached to governments. Nearly all, if not all, of the vampires Bauve has killed were members of the Defetian court, a part of the Defetian army, or in Ambassador Zimku's case, an official of Defet's government. We can't forget that Salrun is a king, and the gods want him dead. An honourable man would have no concerns about killing a vampire, but striking down a king, something which has been taboo since ancient times, would give him hesitation. Chances are, you're not going to find a warrior with honour willing to commit regicide. It's better to get someone who already has committed regicide, on more than one occasion, I remind you, to face Salrun, Billen explained. But choosing an atheist? How do you explain that? Jorn asked. It doesn't matter. Bauve is or was an atheist. We don't know if he still is, since he hasn't given us his opinion on his experience. But the gods didn't choose him. The sword chose him. Bauve may have spent years denying the existence of the gods, but he's never denied that swords exist, argued Billen. Huik is a sword, not a god. It doesn't care if Bauve is an atheist. When did you get so good at arguing? I asked Billen. After I left the clan, I tried being a theologian before settling on blacksmithing. It's one of the reasons King Rono granted me a pardon, my old friend answered. I turned to my brother. I should have known you gave him the pardon and not some lower official. Fortunately, he didn't like theology as much as he thought he would, and opened his smithy. Since the war began, he and his apprentice have proved invaluable at supplying weapons and armour, Rono said. Anything to support the kingdom, my king, Billen said. Enough about justifying what I told you all. I asked Ilkun to join us to see if it's real, I said, then turned to the heretic. Is it? I suspect you already know the answer, Ilkun said with a small smile. But I would need you to clarify what you mean by if, considering the amount of information you just told us. The sword choosing people and not the gods, is that real? I asked. Yes, though the temple has decried it as heresy, Ilkun answered, though I must admit my order did too at one point. I will need to write a report to ensure we do not change our opinions again. That's what I thought you would say, I muttered. Does this mean you're a believer now, Bauve? Rono asked. It does, but it doesn't mean I hold a favourable opinion of the gods. They couldn't be bothered to pick their champion themselves. Instead, they let a sword do it, I said. They didn't stop the wretched king, and they sure haven't stopped me from committing atrocity after atrocity. And after I die, they'll have the audacity to judge me for it. Yes, brother, the gods are real. I'll openly admit it since I can't deny it any longer, but I will also hate them openly. The room fell silent. Ilkun dropped his eyes to the floor, and Glendeo shifted his stance. Jorn stood there, glancing around the room to avoid eye contact. Although Rono was the most fervent in his faith, he nodded as if he expected me to take this stance. I wasn't surprised. Out of them all, my brother knew me the best. He couldn't have been shocked when I said I hated the gods. Looking back, I think I didn't say anything new. It might have been a revelation to those in the room with me, but as I reflect on my life, I realize I didn't jump straight into atheism. I hated the gods for what happened to my mother, but I still believed in them. It wasn't until I went to war, witnessed its horrors, and watched my father become the wretched king that I began to think the Protectorate was just a story men told themselves to give them hope, shielding them from the wickedness of this world. Silence took over the room again, for what felt like hours, but it was only a few minutes. Glendeo drove it out when he suggested we all go about our business. He reminded us there was a war that Rono needed to fight, Billen had a shop to return to, Ilkon had a report to write, and he had an inn to run. Everyone nodded, and the 4 men went their separate ways. No one bothered to talk to me except the king. My brother told me Jorn still had more questions to ask me, and he would appreciate it if I told the young prince more about the wars I fought in. Rono also mentioned it might teach the boy about strategy and tactics. Despite the request about Jorn, I knew my brother was asking because he thought I needed some rest after what I had been through. I didn't need rest, and my wound was healed, so there was nothing to rest. I sensed my brother was trying to keep me preoccupied, while he figured out a way to keep me protected from anyone Salrun sent for the sword. Rono didn't dare suggest I needed protection, though. He knew I would scoff at the idea, let alone admit I needed protection. My reputation as the terror of the continent wasn't enough to have any vampires shaking in their boots, but my reputation as a fighter should have been enough protection. And it was impossible for Salrun not to have heard about how I dealt with the Hushta Unki. I wondered how many vampires Salrun could afford to send to try and kill me. Indeed, there weren't as many vampires as Hushta assassins. I reasoned the number was low since I killed almost half a dozen of them. If hundreds of vampires were running around the continent, then people wouldn't believe they were a myth, and priests like Ilkon wouldn't be labeled as heretics. No, Salrun wouldn't try an assassination attempt. I'd already killed too many vampires, though I knew there was no purpose in trying to convince my brother of that. The room cleared out, and I was left alone with Jorn in the lobby. Not wanting to stand any longer, I motioned him to follow me, and then sat at the nearest table. The lobby felt bigger than it was, because there were only 4 small tables in the room. They were close to the front desk, flanked by a hallway on either side. When I was young, I asked Glendeo why he didn't have more tables in the lobby, and the innkeeper said he didn't want anyone loitering around for long. Being young, I accepted the answer, though when I was older I realized there were too few tables because the old soldier wanted a clear line of sight to the doorway in case trouble came knocking. And of course, to keep track of the foreign diplomats, Father wanted to be watched. "What do you want to know?" I asked Jorn as we sat down. "I want to know more about the War of the Triad," my nephew answered. "What about it?" I asked. "What happened after the Battle of Odfret?" he asked. "Did grandfather give you a command?" "No, he didn't give me a command," I said. "Then what happened?" the young prince asked. I stopped a moment as memories long buried made their way to the front of my mind, along with the pain of who was their companion. I began the story. "All of us who had survived the battle trekked for 3 days to the camp where your grandfather commanded our forces, 3 days without food and little water. When the camp's sentries spotted us, each of us was 10 pounds thinner, and there were a couple of us whose cheeks were beginning to sink in or whose skin was tightening around the ribs. I don't know how many of us there were, perhaps a couple dozen. We didn't lose anyone to thirst or hunger along the way, though I thought many of them wouldn't make it. When we arrived, we were rushed to the medical tents, where the surgeons treated us with small amounts of food and water. Fearing that some of us were on the verge of death, the surgeons prohibited us from sleeping, and assigned 3 aides to keep us awake by any means. In fairness, they were right to fear losing some of us, but that didn't mean I didn't want to muster the energy and find a knife to stab the aide who would poke or shake me whenever he thought I was falling asleep. Since our conditions were that bad, the medics kept us in the medical tent for a few days, but your grandfather needed to know what happened at Odfet, so on the 2nd day he came into the tent for a visit. When he entered the tent, I heard him ask the surgeon in charge of us to take him to the highest-ranking soldier. The surgeon complied, but when they approached my bed, which was a low table the length of a man with a thick blanket covering its top to add some comfort, Father thanked the surgeon for taking him to his son, then reiterated that he wanted the highest-ranking soldier, not the prince who was an observer of the battle. The surgeon informed his king there were no officers, and I was the one the men followed when they came into camp. Your grandfather thanked the surgeon again, and after the surgeon walked off, rebuked me for not following his orders without giving me a chance to explain what had happened. Father went on for 10 minutes explaining how I was not ready to lead. Finally, he calmed down. He wasn't always like that. When your father and I were younger, your grandfather could control his temper and was never mad if someone didn't follow his orders if the outcome was acceptable. Those days were long gone though, and I was dealing with the wretched king, even though your grandfather didn't have that name yet. When his beratement ended, and I got the chance to tell him about what happened at the battle, I had to endure a rapid and thorough line of questioning from your grandfather. I answered all the questions that I could, but there were a few questions, like what happened to a specific officer, that I couldn't answer. There were so many questions that I was driven to exhaustion, so much so the surgeon in charge had to tell Father to cease. Your grandfather did so, but not without an argument. Though the surgeon got his way, one did not tell the wretched king what he could not do. The same surgeon was executed months later for trumped-up charges of medical malpractice, but Father got away with it. People told themselves that it was the war getting to him, that under normal circumstances he would have just barred the surgeon from the medical tents, which was the standard way of dealing with these things. There was little talk in the camp of the charges being fraudulent, since officers and enlisted men alike never considered that their righteous king would charge an innocent man with a crime as an excuse to execute him. I knew better, as did every other survivor from the Battle of Odfret. We knew it was murder via execution. It was the first one, and there were more as the war continued. After the war, the unjustified executions made their way from the front lines to Eshtar and its nobility. The name, the Wretched King, was coined. "Did you speak out?" Yorn asked. "About the execution?" "Yes, I approached Father about it. The surgeon did nothing wrong. He told his king to stop endangering his patient. That's it," I said. "How did that go?" my nephew asked. "He chewed my head off. At this point in the war, he had given me command. It was nothing difficult. I commanded a support force for General Furderak. As punishment for protesting and insubordination, I was relieved of my command, and was given command of a force in the Swadanilik Mountains fighting the Jildus," I informed him. "Why was it a punishment?" he asked. "Because the Jildus were a guerrilla force, not a proper army. We all would have avoided the Swadaniliks altogether, but the Jildus were a member of the Triad and, in my opinion, their strongest warriors. Keep in mind I fought both the Eshley and the Rushide," I said. "Most historians disagree with you," my nephew informed me. "The common view is the Eshley were the most formidable." On paper, yes, the Eshley had renowned infantry and were masters of logistics and supplies. I remember one battle where they supplied their archers with a steady stream of arrows until the battle was finished. The battle went on for a full day. I still don't know how they did it, though the formidable reputation of their infantry was shattered during the war. There were countless times when the slightest dent in their line was enough to break it, but the Jildus, they wouldn't stop the assault until you were good and blooded if you weren't already dead. And you never knew when they would appear, but they would appear screaming at the top of their lungs as they descended the mountainside, popped out from behind boulders your scouts said were searched, or in rare cases climbed up from a cliff to attack your rear. When they screamed, it was terrifying and paralyzed the most hardened soldiers, I said, yet again debunking the nonsense of scholars. "Sounds like a certain bandit lord I've heard of," Yorn observed. "Who do you think I learned from?" I asked. "You're probably the first to make that connection, and I wouldn't be surprised, considering what your tutors have taught you about the war. The Jilius taught me how to hide, to wait for the prime time to strike, and the value of being feared on the battlefield, though the wretched king taught me the value of having people fear your presence. Can you tell me some specifics? Maybe a battle you fought against them? And how did you defeat them? The prince asked. I'll tell you about the whole campaign, I said, and began a tale full of pain, death, and the hard truths. Only war can teach a man. Chapter 20. While commanding General Ferdarac's supporting force, I made few important decisions, except when I had to bail him out of trouble. Ferdarac outranked me, so though I oversaw a separate force, it was an extension of Ferdarac's force. It wasn't until I arrived to take over the force in the Swadonilics that I had a true independent command. I told you I was sent there as punishment, and that became clear when the man who was to become my second in command informed me the previous 5 commanders were all killed by the Jildus. But I don't think punishment was the sole reason the wretched king sent me. While commanding Ferdarac's support force, I pulled the general from a few tight spots. Your grandfather wanted to see if I could do the same in the Swadonilics because the Jildus were winning. Supply lines were being cut. Whole platoons of men were being slaughtered to a man, and, as I said, the last 5 commanders in charge were killed. Morale was also non-existent. When I first inspected the small army, the men's clothes were tattered and torn, their weapons and armor poorly kept, and defeat shined in their eyes brighter than any star. It was no surprise to learn that desertion was through the roof, and we had yet to win a single engagement in months. It was the worst state I've ever seen an army in, regardless of size. The will to fight wasn't there, which shouldn't have been the case. Eshtar entered the war to defend our neighbor and tributary state, Quendol, a young country at the time, and didn't survive the war, even though it was on the winning side. We had the moral high ground. We were helping a neighboring country defend itself from the aggression of the Triad. You wouldn't have been able to tell this with the indifferent tone of officers, the downward gaze of the foot soldiers, and the slouch of defeat which plagued both, and there was a dreadful lack of urgency. Whenever I gave an order, the men would carry it out as if it didn't matter because nothing mattered since they thought we were all good as dead. A part of me wanted to start hanging people, just so that the men would fear me instead of the Jildus. Queel, who became my second in command, advised against it. He pointed out that executions could drive what little morale we had into non-existence, increase desertions, and lead to mutiny. Queel was a good man, willing to perform his duties but always tempered with compassion and sympathy. It was because of Queel there was some sense of caring within the small army, and without him, there would have been far more desertions than there were. By taking Queel's suggestions, I was able to turn around morale and stem the flow of desertion. They were all common sense changes that past commanders should have changed if they had half a brain. More extended scouting missions, not senselessly marching through the mountains without a tangible objective, and improving camp defenses when we were in the mountains. When I enacted these changes, morale doubled across the 4,000-strong army. 4,000 may appear to be a big number for operating in the mountains, where armies are constricted, but the Swadonilics are the most unique mountains on the continents. They aren't the largest in terms of altitude, but the mountain range is unique for the flat sections on each mountain, as if parts of the mountains were formed by stacking plateaus on top of each other. Throughout the mountains, boulders of all shapes and trees, which got smaller and smaller as you ascended the mountains, filled these flat sections. This provided hiding spots for the Jildu to set up ambushes. The campaign was fought in the mountains, but the Jildu civilian population didn't live there. Instead, they made their homes on the base of the mountains, where there was fertile land for crops and flat land where cities and towns could be built. Early in the war, we had captured the towns and the cities. From what I understand, it was an easy conquest, and the Jilduan army didn't put up much of a fight. Instead, they raided our supply lines and attacked our lines of communication, essentially isolating us from the rest of the Ashtaran army and forcing us to follow them into the mountains, where they could easily pick us off. Whenever we got reinforcements, you would think they would be for fighting in the mountains, but they were sent to the cities and towns to reinforce the garrisons there. Someone up the chain of command, perhaps your grandfather, decided that the cities and towns were more strategically important than the Pt2 fighters and were worried about the Pt2s taking them back. Whoever they were, they made the mistake of confusing territorial gains with victory. I understood that we needed to crush the Pt2 fighters to achieve victory, not hold their cities and towns. Holding cities and towns had strategic value, but it was offset by the cost of having some of our forces search for the enemy in the Swadonilics and be bled dry in the process. Before I took command, the army used the occupied towns and cities as bases, leaving a small force to counter raids. Then, the rest of the army was split up and assigned different parts to hunt down the Pt2 in different sections of the mountains. The problem was that the Pt2 switched from the hunted to the hunters. Too many times, whole squads were ambushed, surrounded, and killed by a man. A soldier can deal with the clash of two armies. There's clarity in it even when witnessing this world's barbarity. When the armies camp across from each other and lines are formed, even the most inexperienced foot soldier knows what will take place. It's impossible not to know. But when hunting a dangerous foe in the mountains, one who has proven he can attack from anywhere and scale the sheer mountain cliffs to do so, clarity is replaced with paranoia. You begin to see enemies behind every boulder and hiding in every tree. It's the type of paranoia that leaves a soldier on constant alert, since he knows that a dropped guard means certain death while chipping away at his sanity as the ever-present tension threatens to break his mind before the paranoia completes its slow execution. I didn't comprehend the mental toll of such a fight at first, and not having a better plan, I decided to keep sending out patrols for the first few weeks of my command. It was a mistake. In those weeks, the Pt2 killed up to half of every patrol we sent out. The men who survived staggered back, starving and wounded. I accompanied a few patrols the second and third weeks after I took command. The enemy was spotted twice before they began their attack. We would hike through a section of the mountains to get to a spot where scouting reports had indicated an enemy presence. You never knew when you were safe from a Pt2 attack. The moment you walked through a city gate, your guard was raised, and your eyes began to see enemies in every hiding spot your mind could fathom. On my first patrol, no one dared talk, not wanting to alert the enemy to our location. When I asked them about previous engagements, the officers began scanning their surroundings with greater speed, as if the Pt2 were some breed of dog that could hone in on the sound of our voices. Reaching the section of the mountains mentioned in the scouting report took days of marching. When we reached it, we had hiked a section not too high up on the mountain, and the spot was closer to its base than its peak. No one saw any sign of the Pt2. We were still marching when the first Pt2 an arrow pierced the throat of the soldier, marching in front of me. As he dropped to the ground, giving off a blood-filled choking sound as he did. Drops of his warm blood fell on my face. I gave the order for the men to form ranks. No one heard me. I was drowned out by dozens of savaged war cries that were collectively louder than a thunderclap. My men froze, becoming sitting ducks for the enemy's arrows. At that moment, when I saw soldier after soldier fall to the enemy's arrows, I understood why patrols were coming back with up to 70% losses or were wiped out completely. Over the death-inspiring screams, I continued to shout to my men to form up and raise their shields. Some heard me, and I heard the ring of shields as arrows slammed into them, and my soldiers snapped back into reality. Most didn't, though. Along with the ringing of shields, I heard cries of pain and the last noises of dying men, which my mind had a hard time registering as human, as the Pt2 and arrows pierced the flesh of my men. I'm sure several arrows were stopped by armor, but in battle, you ignore such details unless your armor saved your life. As a commander, all you see are men that can still fight. You ignore the scratches on their armor or the blood on their weapon. All you see is an able-bodied soldier. The initial arrow barrage didn't leave too many men standing, but the enemy didn't end there. The Pt2 are ferocious fighters who revel in close combat. With more war cries, our ambushers charged forward with their infamous handheld war axes and short swords designed for hacking apart limbs. It would have been suicidal if I had managed to get most of my men into a defensive formation, but there was no chance that I could. The sight of the screaming, charging enemy paralyzed my men. Even the ones who managed to raise their shields and block the arrows were standing there with terror dominating their eyes. The rest of that day is a blur, filled with the barbaric battle cries of the Jildu and the sanguine screams of men getting their limbs chopped off. The Jildu warriors came for me. They always sent a group to attack the officer in charge if they could find him. I had a standard arming sword and began to parry axe and short sword alike in a flurry of movements as I was surrounded and attacked by 5 Jildu. The first one came in with an axe swing for my head. Rapidly, I raised my sword to meet his weapon. My blade caught his weapon's shaft just below its blade. Smoothly, I detached my weapon from his and rotated my wrist almost completely around. My blade bit deep into his flesh, and the Jildu dropped his axe. 2 of his comrades, armed with short swords, rushed me to prevent me from delivering a killing blow. One lunged and thrust at my chest. He was fast but sloppy. I don't know what he was aiming for, my stomach or chest. I parried his thrust with minimal effort, deflecting his sword to my right side, and since his attack was reckless, his left shoulder followed his sword. Seizing the opportunity, I sent my sword ramming through his gut. In one motion, I drew my blade from the dying Jildu's gut and pivoted just in time to defend against the third's attack. The other warrior raised his sword, arching it down at my head. The instincts Glendeo instilled in me saved my life, as my body raised my sword in defense without a thought crossing my mind. A clang rang out as our weapons collided. The impact staggered my enemy back. Quickly, he got his footing and raised his guard. The Jildu whose arm I wounded was nowhere to be seen. That left me, his friend, and 2 others hanging back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. I didn't give them one. Approaching the Jildu who attacked me, I began an assault of my own. In a series of strikes, I put my enemy on the defensive. Knowing his 2 friends would take my assault as an opportunity to attack me while my focus was elsewhere, I sped up my attacks. My opponent couldn't keep up, and when I found a hole in his guard, I finished him off with a slash to the throat, and he fell to the ground dead. I spun around to face the other 2. Despite having killed 2 of their comrades and wounded another, they were not intimated. One wielded an axe and the other a sword. If their swords weren't so short, it would have made sense for the one with a sword to approach me, attacking while keeping his distance, then pressing an attack when he thought his partner could get close to me without being noticed. But I had the longer sword, so both needed to get in close to strike. They knew this, and acting as one, they approached me from the sides, hoping I couldn't defend against 2 attackers simultaneously. They were wrong. The one on my left reached me first. He was the one with the sword and the taller of the 2, so he was moments ahead of his partner. He struck low at my legs. It was a sincere attack, though he was shocked when I blocked it, stepped forward, and pivoted my body. My sword arm swung from pointing towards his partner, elbowed him in his stomach, and blocked his partner's axe nearly the exact moment my elbow connected with his stomach. I attacked the one with the axe. Shocked by my speed in blocking his attack, his guard was sloppy. I easily broke it and ended the fight with my sword, ramming through his chest. As he dropped dead to the ground, I turned back around to deal with the other one. He held his sword up on guard. His face was calm, but his constrictive grip on his sword told another story. Striking faster than when I fought the other 4, I pressed the Jildu's guard hard. In a matter of seconds it broke. His life ended as I ran him through with my sword. With my 5th attacker dead, the Jildu pulled back and vanished as fast as they appeared. However, my prowess was not the reason for the Jildu's withdrawal. A third of my patrol was dead on the ground. The Jildu had done their jobs, so they had left. I would learn that the Jildu culture values a dead enemy more than a wounded one. We all stood there with our weapons at the ready, waiting in case the enemy returned for another strike. They didn't. and after waiting for what felt like hours, I ordered a march back to the city. We weren't hindered on the way back, and the other patrols I accompanied in the following weeks weren't attacked. But the anxiety of waiting for a Jildu attack filled the soldiers when on patrol. I respected the Jildu as fighters that they feared them. It should have been the other way around. We were the ones who captured their cities and towns. They were the ones who fled to the mountains to hide. On paper they would be scared, but the mighty soldiers of Eshtar, arguably the best on the continent in those days, were the ones who were scared. That first patrol convinced me sending patrols to hunt the enemy was futile. Victory would come when the Jildu laid down their arms, and at the rate they were killing us, that wasn't going to happen any time soon. When I returned to the city, I brought the highest-ranking officers into my war room to discuss a new strategy. Queel suggested we lure the Jildu out into a proper battle, though no one had any ideas on how to do that. Another officer, Frenston, suggested we cease all patrols and continue to occupy the cities and towns. It was a sensible plan. We were marching out to the Jildu to fight, and with his plan the Jilu would come to us. The flaw was that if we held up in the cities and towns, the Jildu would continue raiding unless we could successfully defend against their raids, and then we would be back patrolling the mountains. Then there was the plan proposed by Hiltole, who grew up with my father and served in the army when Eshtar was reclaimed. Hiltole suggested we torch all the cities and towns and then withdraw entirely, leaving the Jildu soldiers to come down from the mountains to rebuild, taking them out of the war. There were several other ideas, but those were the three main ones. I wanted to study the enemy more before I enacted a new strategy. I decided to decrease the number of patrols, but I would go on most of them to study the enemy by fighting them. The Jildu must have realized this because the enemy did not attack each patrol I accompanied. I don't know if they knew who I was, but few officers in the Eshtaran army could have defeated 5 men in an ambush as I had. Perhaps it was the paranoia, but more than once on the patrols, I could feel dozens of pairs of eyes watching me. The Jildu were watching us and could have attacked if they wished to. They didn't, though, robbing me of the chance to study them and forcing me to settle for second-hand information from battle reports and questioning survivors. I didn't learn much. Most of the information was useless. But I did find out the Jildu targeted officers if they could find them. It was interesting to learn, considering their main goal was to kill as many of us as they could, and men often retreat when they see their commanders killed. As I read more reports, I realized that Jildu never used up all their arrows. When they managed to kill the officers in charge of the patrol, causing a retreat, they would fire the remainder of their arrows at the fleeing survivors, something I would have experienced firsthand if the Jildu weren't the ones who retreated on the first patrol I accompanied. The Jildu's bloodlust, marital prowess, and hit-and-run tactics combined to make the most challenging campaign I've ever fought. Queel was a big reason we emerged victorious. If he wasn't my second, I couldn't turn around the campaign. He was a good strategist and tactician, not an expert in logistics, but Queel was a master of something most commanders lack: diplomacy. Most commanders and officers are good at discipline. When an enlisted man does something wrong, he's reprimanded, or when a mid-level officer messes up a plan, he's removed from command. Many don't know how to reason, negotiate, listen with sincerity to grievances and seek resolutions. Queel could because he cared about people. When there was trouble in the ranks, the soldiers would always settle down after Queel talked to them. I can't think of a man who fought harder for the men around him, or would jump faster into danger to save a wounded or surrounded comrade than Queel. In my life, I've only known a few good men, and Queel was one of them. Queel advocated luring the Jildu into an open battle, though no one knew how. That changed when we got word from our spies that the Jildu forces were gathering to vote on who would become their new general. Their old general was dead a stroke of good luck, considering we didn't kill him, and I couldn't tell you what did. Some said it was old age, others illness, while a few people claimed he was killed by one of the many beasts in the mountains. It was the opportunity we were looking for. His death meant we didn't have to lure the Jildus into a fight, since all the Jilduan warriors would be assembling to vote on a new general, as was their tradition. Thanks to my spies, I knew where they were gathering and when. Fortune herself had given us a golden opportunity to get the battle we wanted, or at the very least, get the jump on the Jildu for a change. The plan was to get to the location shortly after the Jildu, then attack when they least suspected. It didn't work. Someone must have tipped off the Jildu, because by the time we had arrived at the part of the mountain where the meeting was taking place, they had already chosen a new general and were waiting for our arrival, though we didn't know it. We expected a thriving camp filled with enemy soldiers, but what we found was an abandoned one with ash forming dozens of circles on the ground, where roaring flames once provided the Jildu with islands of warmth in the sea, which was the frigid air of the Swaddanilix. The scouts found the empty camp first after I sent them out to estimate the enemy's numbers and observe the camp's defenses. I wanted to know if we could attack the Jildu in their camp, or if we needed to wait when they were on the move, and if that was the case, what possible routes they could take. When the scouts reported the camp was abandoned and there was no sign of the Jildu, I should have known something was wrong. But after weeks of frustration dealing with an enemy of phantoms who appeared from thin air, killing half of our patrols and then vanishing, I didn't think something was wrong. All I saw was a missed opportunity, one that could have defeated the Jildu and ended the campaign. When some officer, a colonel I think, pointed out it was getting late and proposed we take over the abandoned Jildu camp instead of making our own, I thought it was a great idea. I wanted to hunt down the Jildu, and I couldn't think of a better place to begin than their old camp, so I ordered my men to make camp. The camp was in a flat spot, had a few boulders on its edge, and had fewer trees than the average, but enough to hide the camp from prying eyes, but few enough to provide enough open space to pitch tents. What I should have been thinking was there were enough trees to prevent us from forming ranks. The Jildu attacked that night. They had moved in complete silence as they surrounded our camp. Then, as loud as roaring lions, they broke the silence with their war cry and rushed out from their hiding spots. The sentries were the first to fall, hacked apart by axes and swords as the Jildu tsunami rushed over them. Having heard the war cry, my men rushed from bed, grabbed their weapons and exited their tents, ready to fight for their lives. Unarmored, they were exposed and scores fell to the arrows. The Jildu, sensing weakness, unleashed barrage after barrage. Queel didn't hesitate. Within moments of the first arrows hitting, he was organizing men to pull the wounded to safety, while also looking for a defensible position to hold, hoping to rally the men and push the Jildu back. I was looking right at him, thankful I had brought him along, when an arrow pierced his skull. I screamed as his corpse dropped to the ground. Queel was the best of us. The brutality of war had not wiped away his compassion. I never served alongside an officer who cared more about the army he was in and the men in it than Queel. It's why the man was so good at logistics. He couldn't stand seeing his men ill-supplied, nor have I served with anyone who cared so much about the enemy's civilians. When a problem was stirring with the Jilduan civilians in occupied towns or cities, all I had to do was send Queel to talk to them. Things didn't settle down because he had a silver tongue and could persuade the locals that their problems weren't important. Queel cared about them. Many nights I hosted him in my tent, arguing over the issues the Jilduan civilians had raised. Queel argued as hard for them as he did for our men. In part, it was because he knew if the issues weren't resolved, then we would have bigger problems on our hands, but mainly because he was a humanitarian at heart. You could tell by the passion in his voice he couldn't stand to see people being treated poorly, though he was not soft. When Queel knew he had to send his men into battle, the man never hesitated, knowing a soldier's job wasn't to stay safe in the barracks. He fought hard, but when it was time to make peace, he would be the most reasonable person in the negotiations. He did not want to hurt the surrendering party more than necessary to ensure a lasting peace, whether it was one man surrendering or a group. On the rare occasion that we defeated the enemy, any Jildu who surrendered always sought Queel out because he gave the fairest terms. If he had been born 1500 years earlier, we would have called him the last of the Inamors, the great and honorable people who forged a near-eternal empire. By the time Queel's body hit the ground, I was in a rage. During my morning training sessions, Glendeo would lecture me about how a warrior needed to have a clear head and master his emotions, not let them master him. A warrior consumed by emotion is reckless, one who doesn't see he is walking into a trap. Those same lessons were stressed by my father when I accompanied him on campaign. At that moment, I was the opposite of their ideal warrior. Rage filled me. My attacks were quicker than lightning and had the strength of a charging bull. No single Jildu could match me. I fought 3 enemies, one-on-one. They all fell within seconds. Fury filling my veins, I sought more enemies to sate my thirst for blood and vengeance. I sought out groups of Jildu, locating them with the focused vision of a hawk. Once I spotted them, I ran toward them with the speed of a cheetah. I threw myself at them, becoming a flurry of attacks and parries, my body acting with the fluidity of a river while having the power of the roaring waves of the sea. Group after group of Jildu fell to my blade. My mind didn't register my body's movements. Rage was my mind's sole occupant, fury my body's guide. Axes and swords failed to hit me as I whipped my sword around for parries, delivering quick killing blows, all while dodging attacks from 3 or more enemies. I remember the look of fear on the Jildu's eyes, and how there was one less pair of terrified eyes with each strike I gave. What anyone else was doing in the battle was beyond me. I jumped from Jildu group to Jildu group, killing them all with near supernatural speed. I remember dropping a group of Jildu when someone began shouting my name. I saw one of my officers standing a few feet away from me. He told me the enemy was gone. I asked him how, and he told me to look around. I did. Around me laid scores of dead Jildu. My sword was dripping with blood, and my clothes were soaked in it, so much so that they stuck to my skin. The rage left me, but the need for vengeance still burned, though it would have to wait to be quenched. I ordered the officer to see the wounded, while I gathered the men to make our position more defendable. In the morning, we would march back to the city. There wasn't time to fortify the camp since we needed to do whatever we did by torchlight, since it was night time. We had fires going throughout the night. That's what provided us with enough light to fight off the Jildu, but setting up defenses was a different matter. You needed a good amount of light to see what you were doing. Torches are good to illuminate a path ahead of you, but the shadows they cast make it hard to know if the trench you dug was as deep as you wanted it, or if the makeshift wall of logs tied together had any holes in it. We needed something that would stop the Jildu from launching another attack, and we needed it fast. As I was thinking what to do, the officer's words popped into my head. The Jildu broke because I killed so many of them. They feared me. I drew my sword and approached the nearest Jildu corpse. Holding down the head with my free hand, I began to chop the neck with my sword until I had beheaded the dead man. Once the head was in my hand, I threw it down to the side, laid my sword down on the ground so as not to get blood all over the inside of my sheath, and then picked up a firm stick that was beside me. I removed my knife and sharpened the stick's ends into fine points. When the blunt stick's ends became sharpened spearheads, I thrust one end into the ground, picked up the head, and slammed it on the other. A few soldiers gave me a horrified look, but most of them realized what I was doing and joined in. Soon, a wall of Jilduan heads was erected on the perimeter of our camp, providing us with security for the rest of the night. As we marched back to the city, I knew we couldn't lure the Jildu into a battle. They were the most slippery and elusive foes I had ever faced. As we descended the mountainside, I debated which other plans would work. When we arrived back at our headquarters, I knew Hiltole's strategy was the only one. We needed to take the Jildu out of the war, but we couldn't do it by cutting their supplies or defeating their armies. What we needed to do was preoccupy them with something else. I ordered the civilians in every town and city we held to evacuate within a month, informing them I was going to burn each city and town to the ground. A few packed up the day I gave the order, but most didn't. It wasn't until the second week, when my men were openly carrying wood and pitch throughout the towns and cities, that more of the Jilduan civilians started to believe me, and more of them began packing up and abandoning their homes. By the last week of the month, I had people surveying the cities and towns, looking for the best spots to start the conflagration. I felt relieved when someone told me that the last civilian holdouts were beginning to pack up their belongings. Back then, I didn't want to kill civilians. It was war, but that didn't mean you got to kill non-combatants. It would have been murder, something I was uncomfortable with in those days. On the last day of the month, I gave orders to the incendiary brigade, and all 5 towns and 2 cities became alight. My small army waited at a junction on the roads connecting the 2 cities to meet the brigade members. They joined back up with us when the thick black smoke reached the clouds. As I ordered the men to march, I knew the Jildu were taken out of the war, and the campaign had been won. Chapter 21. I thought you would have torched the cities and towns, regardless of the civilians, Jorn said after I ended my story. At the time, I didn't know how cruel the world was, I told him. Or you knew cruelty was a choice, my nephew rebutted. Perhaps, I admitted, but enough pondering on the past. We should get to the palace and meet with your father. If we spend all our time discussing past wars, we won't have time to fight the current one. I stood up from the table, and Jorn did the same. By the time we reached the war room, the sun was setting. I didn't realize how much time I spent telling Jorn about the war. Men ramble when sharing significant memories, especially when coated in pain and loss. I didn't prove to be the exception I usually was. Maybe it's because I hadn't thought about the Jildu and the Swadanilik Mountains for a while. Maybe it was because I wanted to think about something other than the hopeless war I was fighting. Maybe it was because I grew accustomed to having my nephew around and answering the boy's endless questions about the past. Looking back, I think it was all those reasons. We found my brother in the war room, hunched over the table with the maps on it. Father would do the same while we were on the campaign, forever studying maps of geography and reading what felt like a never-ending supply of scouting reports. But there was always an air of control about him when he did. When you looked at him hunched over a table, the aura of a great general surrounded him. No such air adorned my brother. Rono was calm, an impressive feat considering the circumstances, but his eyes were not carefully studying the maps or dissecting the scouting reports as our father did. Rono's eyes frantically darted around the table's contents, desperately trying to find a way to preserve his kingdom and his city. Despite this, I couldn't help but think this gave him a noble look, since I knew he did not wish to preserve his place on the throne. If he did, he could have surrendered to Salrun, under the condition he kept his throne. But my brother wanted to preserve Eshtar's sovereignty, knowing that his people would likely suffer under Diafetian rule. When we entered, I could hear him praying to Numveron and Paphix to end the war. Great King of gods, with your guidance, I have brought peace and prosperity to this kingdom, undoing the damage of my father and using both to build a great temple in your honor. If I have done anything to please you, I ask you to bring a swift end to this war in Eshtar's favor. The Diafetians have attacked us, though we've done nothing to them. Master of war, terrifying Paphix, if Numveron, your king, declines my plead, and the righteous course is to be conquered, then I ask you to instill bravery in my soldiers' hearts. I ask that the martial honor of Eshtar will not be blemished, he finished. Ronna looked up. I had hoped with Salrun fighting so many other wars, we wouldn't be in as tough of a situation as we currently are, he admitted. For all we know, the Defetians are on the retreat everywhere else, Yorn pointed out. That wasn't your uncle's opinion before the war began, and he has been proven right for the most part, the king informed his son. How many have capitulated, I asked. The Kintranbins, the Nutharikans, and the Gofrundins have. The Renvalis hold on. There is a rumour they have rebuilt the ships they lost, and the Hudarians are too prideful to surrender, Ronno informed us. Has Salrun moved into Luiferia? I asked. From what I've heard, the Defetian war machine has stopped at the border, just as you predicted, he said. It's not as bad as I thought, I said. Salrun could pull troops from the west to deal with us, but I don't think he will. He's got more than enough men to deal with us and capture the sword, and he risks a revolt in the west if he does redirect troops here. Looks like our situation hasn't changed much, noted Jorn. It has not. But if the Hudarians surrender, we may see an influx of Defetian troops. They're the last major land power Salrun has to deal with, and the fate of Renvoli will be decided on the seas, I said. Do we know if the Defetians are on the march to besiege Kiholp? Jorn asked. There have been no reports of a Defetian army marching towards the capital, his father informed us. What is Salrun up to? The prince wondered. Just because there have been no reports of an incoming army doesn't mean there isn't one on the way, I pointed out. Or it means Salrun is going to try and take the sword by having you killed, then try and take the capital, Ronno said. I think that's more likely, Jorn gave his opinion. Why? I asked, curious how my nephew was thinking about our current predicament. You don't just have Huik, something Slarun's been trying to get his hands on. You're the only hope for Eshtar. If anyone can win this war, it's you. If Salrun kills you, then he kills two birds with one stone, Jorn explained. It's worth Salrun trying, and if you kill a handful of men but still die, then that's better than Salrun possibly losing hundreds assaulting the walls. I smiled. An excellent point. But what if Salrun is doing something else, the king asked. Like what? I asked. Well, we're forgetting the gods told you Salrun was a servant of Alamar. What if the demon has instructed his vampire minion to do something else? My brother proposed. Brother, if we win the war and kill Salrun, then we won't have to worry about this talk of demons, I argued. Talk! Exclaimed the king. You met with the gods and still think this is all talk. The Protectorate has confirmed that our enemy is a vampire and is in service to a demon. I thought you would believe what your eyes have seen and your ears have heard, if nothing else. I've already admitted to the existence of the gods, but those worthless divinities you so fervently worship told me to kill Salrun and the vampires that follow him. Numvaron himself even specified he didn't want me to fight the demon, I argued. For all we know, Alamar is making all of Salrun's decisions for him, countered Ronno. Which doesn't matter. All that means is they have the same objectives, I said. What if they don't, and Alamar has Salrun doing something else, something we can't predict? He asked. Why do you care? If Salrun wants to conquer Eshtar because his master told him to, then it doesn't change the fact we have to fight Salrun and the Defetians, I argued. Our problems are bigger than defending the kingdom, Ronno insisted. Bigger than the kingdom? Brother, have you become emperor of the continent while I wasn't looking? I asked. Alamar is controlling Salrun, and Salrun is in the process of conquering the continent. Whatever the demon is planning, the conquest of the continent is only the beginning, he argued. Brother, you made me your military advisor to help you fight against the Defetians, not to worry about the welfare of the whole continent. You are king of Eshtar, and every other country on the continent should not concern you unless they can threaten or aid your kingdom, I argued. One of us must care. It's not going to be you, he quipped. The world is a cruel place, brother. If you want to survive, you worry about yourself and your own, I told him. I remember our mother teaching us something different when we were younger, he commented. She also taught us the Protectorate was made up of caring, benevolent and just gods. Her fate alone proves otherwise, I said. And your choices prove the world's cruelty stems from man's choices, Rono countered. That may be true, yet the gods did not step in and right all the wrongs I've made. They never tried to stop me. Aren't they supposed to be protectors? Shouldn't they have stopped me after I burned Eifeldom to the ground or made the ancient streets of Elmdee run with blood? I asked. I don't think this is a helpful conversation, Yorn said before his father could respond to me. What we should be arguing about is what we will do. He's right. We need to figure out what to do, agreed the king. There's not much we can do other than prepare for a siege, I said. What if Salrun sends someone to kill you and take the sword? Rono asked. Then I kill them, I said. Perhaps you should go into hiding, the king proposed. That's funny, brother, I said, and a foolish suggestion considering you have no one else to fight this war for you. Then what's the plan? Jorn asked. Find the Defetian army, I said. Then do what? Rono asked. Suddenly the door swung open and a messenger entered. He promptly bowed to his king before handing him a rolled-up scroll. Once Rono opened it and gave it a quick skim, he thanked the messenger and dismissed him. What is it? I asked. The Defetians are besieging Tuldum and Gregoros again, along with Swendufen in the south and Apondon in the east, Rono told us. Salrun's trying to cut us off so we can't get help. If he takes all four, we won't have any means of resupplying our army. We'll have to rely on whatever stores we currently have, since all of the roads that lead out of the country funnel into those four locations. We were worried about Salrun besieging the capital, but now he's trying to besiege the entire kingdom, I said. We don't have the resources to break all four sieges, Rono said. If Salrun can't cut us off completely from trading with other kingdoms for supplies, he can greatly limit our options. It also means that if Uncle Bove tries to escape with the sword, he controls all roads going out of the country, Jorn pointed out. That's never stopped me before, I said. But you're right, and it's certainly part of Salrun's reasoning. I should have focused more on national defense instead of sacrificing it for trade, Rono grumbled. Don't be too hard on yourself. The kingdom was broken when you took the throne. You needed to build up the treasury, or else there would have been a revolution, I said. He's got a point, father, Yorn agreed. I see your point, but what are we supposed to do? Gods know how many men Salrun has besieging each location. And who's to say that once we march to lift one siege, the Defetians won't attack the capital? I might as well surrender, the king said, and a plan began to form in my mind. That may be a better idea than you think, I said. What in the gods' names are you talking about? He asked. Surrender. Tell Salrun I thought the war was hopeless and took off with the sword. He'll hunt me down. He's got no choice, but it will be too late. I'll already have disappeared, allowing me to find Salrun and fight and kill him, I said. It's too risky, the king told me. It's either this or have your capital forcefully taken or starved into submission. It's your choice, brother, I said. How would you get to Salrun? Jorn questioned before his father could respond to me. I have my ways, I assured him. Enough, Rono said. I will not support you going to Salrun, even if it is to duel him again and risk him getting Wake. Look at all the maps and the scouting reports, see if there is another way to win, and see if you can teach Yorn anything while you do so. I need to check on our spy problem. Keep what we have talked about between the three of us. Rono left the room, and Yorn and I became the ones who were hunched over the table, studying maps and scrutinizing scouting reports. On the political map of Eshtar, I placed small, red wooden rings around the dots, representing that Tuldum, Gregoros, Swendufen, and Apondon were being besieged. Yorn nodded, saying that he understood what I was doing. The scouting reports were in better order than I expected. The scouts had estimated about 3,000 men at each location, meaning the Defetians had a 4-to-1 advantage. There wasn't much I could typically do with 3,000 men against 12,000, but fortunately for us, the enemy was not concentrated. But there was the problem that Rono brought up. If we went to lift one siege, Then that left Keyhope exposed. We didn't have enough men to defend the capital and break a siege simultaneously. Then, the problem was how long the defenders could hold out. They could hold out for a while if the Defetians tried to starve, but it would be considerably shorter if the enemy assaulted the walls. Tuldum was the most concerning. Although the garrison lacked men, the scouts reported that a ditch was built around the walls to deter escalations. Gregoros had been resupplied, while Swenduden and Appenden had the strongest walls out of the four. But it doesn't matter how strong your walls are if you don't have enough men to man them. It was possible that both could fall with one determined assault by the enemy. I explained this all to Yorn, and then asked what he thought. As far as I can tell, you're right, though I don't know much about strategy. But I think we have more to worry about than the sieges, he said. What else would we have to worry about? I asked, wondering what Yorn had seen in the reports. Whoever Salrun put in charge of the sieges might be vampires. Every Defetian official or commander we encounter turns out to be a vampire. Why wouldn't it be the same now? The prince reasoned. A good observation, I said. If Jorn was correct, then Rono would no doubt want to deal with the vampire threat, which would make our situation more difficult than it should be. And we didn't know how many vampires there were. Was there one vampire, or did a vampire lead each besieging force? We wouldn't know until they revealed themselves. I concluded there must have been 4 vampires, one for each siege. Salrun was attacking where he was attacking to control the roads out of Eshtar, so I wouldn't be able to make off with Wake. Having a vampire at each siege would help ensure I would be stopped if I was trying to get out of the country. My brother opposed killing Salrun outside of battle, but he would insist that the 4 vampires be dealt with. Rono wouldn't take an opportunity to achieve victory because it wasn't honourable, yet he would risk defeat for honour's sake. There lay my problem. I would be sent to deal with the vampires, but I knew Rono wouldn't allow me to sneak into their camps in the dead of night and slit their throats. I could have left then, frustrated by my brother's restrictions, and gone to kill Salrun, but I didn't want to. It had been years since I had been on campaign, and longer still since I had a real challenge in war. Salrun I would kill without hesitation, but he was a worthy opponent, and I respected him as a warrior and a general. It was a long time since I had respected one of my enemies. At the end of my military career, just before I killed the wretched king, I was unmatched in battle, and there wasn't a better general on the continent, excluding the wretched king. But by then, he had entrusted me with command of the entire Eshtaran army, and was retired from military life. When I abdicated and became the terror of the continent, no one could catch, kill, or outwit me. Time and time, when pursuers thought they had my clan trapped, I would always find a way out. Standing there hunched over the table, I realized I'd been unknowingly craving a challenge. I smiled. Then, I thought about how I was going to get out of the situation I was in. Or, more appropriately, how to get Eshtar out of its mess. It would be foolish to try to march to break the sieges. We didn't have the numbers to do that and defend the capital. And despite Rono's moral objections, I didn't have the time to go around killing the siege's commanders. I would kill 1 or 2, and then by that time the others would have succeeded in their sieges. I needed a way to get the Defetians to lift all 4 sieges without a fight. For an eternity, I stared at the maps and reread the reports thousands of times, looking for a way to lift all 4 sieges in a single stroke. But lifting the sieges would not be enough. I needed a way to end the war. The only plan I could see was the one I proposed. Have Rono surrender, tell the Defetians I took off with the sword, and have them look for me while I found Salrun and killed him. It was the only hope Rono had, and it got me what I wanted. As I thought about it more, I refined the plan and it became even more viable. But some things needed to be done before I began. Information needed to be gathered from the heretic. I needed to convince a certain blacksmith to go against his king's wishes. I needed a plausible lie to tell my brother. and I needed to convince an old warrior to persuade my brother to sue for peace. It wasn't hard to decide to go against my brother's wishes. He might have been king, but that meant nothing to me. The 4 sieges couldn't be broken by battle. We didn't have enough men, and I suspected the Diafetians had taken steps to reinforce their supply line to prevent another Tuldum. We needed to give the enemy an offer he couldn't refuse, and I wagered Salrun wanted the sword more than he wanted Eshtar. He could easily do the latter, but the former was trickery. I could vanish. It could be years before anyone tracked me down. Salrun knew this, and his commanders knew it too. If one of the commanders managed to retrieve the sword of the gods, their king would surely reward them for such a feat. If I was right, and there were 4 commanders, there would be a race for the sword. It was our only option, but it was also a good plan. Though my brother was restricted by his morality, I was not. However, killing Salrun wouldn't be immoral, because he was the king who invaded Eshtar without cause and sent Leonu to take Huake, even if it meant killing Rono and me. And of course Salrun was a vampire, a demonic-spawned monster, making killing him beyond justifiable. But my brother was not willing to do what was necessary. Looking back, I don't blame him. Rono knew diplomacy and politics, the latter a dirty game for sure, but both pale in comparison to the vile face of war. Salrun was the head of the enemy army, not some civilian. But I suggested we end the war and the threat to the kingdom by killing the enemy king. Killing the vampiric Defetian king was one of the most moral plans I could propose. But I knew there was no way of convincing Rono. We inherited our father's stubbornness. I need to study the maps and the reports more, I told Yorn, as I looked up from the table. I'll be a while longer. Why don't you see if you can help your father with anything? I'm sure he's pretty stressed right now. If he says he doesn't need help, then get some rest. I feel we won't be getting much in the coming days. Jorn nodded and left the room. I stuck around, still reviewing the maps and reports. I didn't lie, since I still needed to look at both. I was trying to figure out the best place to lead the Defetians on a chase. My concentration was interrupted when I heard Jorn's voice, along with another one in the halls, then footsteps approaching the war room and the door open. As I looked up from the table, Heidler walked into the war room. She wore a plain dress, though she held herself in a regal manner. The look on her face left no doubt she despised me. Based on our last conversation, I thought you wouldn't want to speak to me, I said. And I thought you would abandon my husband at the first opportunity, she said. Looks like we were both wrong, I said, gazing back at the table. You're going to kill Salrun, she stated, and I knew she knew I was going to go against Rono's wishes. Considering he's been trying to kill me, I sure hope so, I said. She sighed. I've talked to Jorn and Rono. I know you're going to ignore my husband's wishes, track down Salrun, get him to fight you, then kill him, she told me. It is a possibility, albeit less probable considering the Queen believes it will happen, I said. I want you to do it, Hidella said. I must have misheard you, I told her as I looked up. I thought you said you wanted me to pursue a plan, which your husband told me not to. Whether I like it or not, and as much as it pains me to admit it, you're the best hope for Eshtar, since we have no other capable commanders, she said. My military reputation alone doesn't explain why you trust me. You think I don't care about my brother or the kingdom. So why trust me? I asked. I don't trust you to save the kingdom, Bove, she said. I trust you to do what you want. Kill Salrun. His death will end this war. Belief out of necessity is the worst kind, I said. As it is the strongest, the Queen assured me. Though I am not sure you can do the job considering the results of the duel, admitted Heidler. I know who I can talk to about winning, I said. Then talk to them and don't lose this time, ordered the Queen. Salrun believes the sword you carry is the sword of the gods. You don't? I asked. I don't think the Protectorate would judge you as worthy of wielding their weapon, she said. They didn't. The sword picked me, I informed her. Now that's just foolish, Hidella said. That's what I thought, I mumbled. You really do believe that's Wake, stated the Queen. Yes, I do, and I know the Protectorate is real, though they're useless, I answered truthfully. Bauv, the terror of the continent, admitting the gods exist. We must be living in the end times, Hidella commented, then shook her head and left the war room. Chapter 22. I walked into Ilkon's room, and was relieved to see the heretic turn his sea of scrolls into well-organized stacks, which crawled up the walls of his room, rather than consuming the floor. Ilkon was there, reading a scroll on his desk. When he heard me approach, he looked up from his reading and greeted me. "What do you need?" he asked. "I need to know what Salrun did during our duel," I answered. "I would think you would know better than I." "You're the weapons master, not me," he said. Salrun muttered something under his breath, just before he started attacking at a speed that should have been impossible. "I need to know what he did," I clarified. "Judging by your description, it can't be blood magic," Ilkon deduced. "Blood magic?" I asked. "The type of magic vampires can use after drinking blood," the heretic clarified. "Some people believe vampires need blood to sustain themselves, but that's a myth. They can eat food and drink water just like us. They need blood to activate their magic." "None of the vampires I've fought did anything like that," I said. "Probably because they drink blood in secret. They don't want to expose themselves. During the vampiric wars it was far more common, and magic is non-existent nowadays, partially thanks to the Protectorate Temple condemning it as demonic," the priest explained. "There's no such thing as magic," I asserted. "You thought the gods weren't real until you were granted an audience with them," Ilkon countered. "Chances are, when you encounter some magic, you'll change your mind." "We'll see about that," I said. "But if it wasn't blood magic, what was it?" "A prayer to Alimar," Ilkon informed me. "A prayer?" I asked, skepticism in my voice. "Alimar is the creator of vampires and is their god. Vampires can pray to him to gain short bursts of powers," the heretic explained. "Then there's nothing I can do to prevent it," I concluded. "Not that I am aware of, no," Ilkon said, "barring, of course, an act of the Protectorate." "Then there's nothing I can do to counter it," I repeated. "Unless you get on better terms with them," he said. I let out a laugh which filled the room. "Or not," Ilkon said. "Well, thanks for the laugh," I said as I turned to walk out of the room. Ilkon may not have had a solution outside of religion, but the solution to my problem dawned on me while I walked over to the door. "They may surprise you, Bov," I heard Ilkon's voice behind me as I opened the door. "A dull blade is more useful than the gods," I said as I left the room and went to find Glendeo. The old man was in the lobby. For once he wasn't sweeping. Instead, Glendeo sat at one of the tables with a rolled open scroll, a quill, and a small jar of ink. Several stacks of silver were off to the side, and I took out some pieces to add to it. "You already paid for your room for several more nights," the old soldier told me. "What do you want?" "A favor," I said. "Ask someone else," he said. "You don't know what I'm going to ask yet," I protested. "Get someone else to do it. I owe you nothing," the old man said. "The favor is specific to you," I told him. "Still not interested. Letting you stay at my inn is a favor," Glendeo argued. "Then I should take my silver back," I said. "What do you want, Bauv?" he asked. "I want you to convince my brother to sue for peace," I said. "Why would I do that? And why would he listen to me?" asked the innkeeper. "He'll listen because you're the most experienced veteran in the city and were one of Father's most trusted advisors," I explained. "I wasn't his advisor," Glendeo argued. "Not an official one, but you were. How often did you and Father walk around the palace talking about politics or the current war he was fighting? I remember those days, and so does Rono. That's why he'll listen to you," I said. "And why would I convince the king to pursue peace?" he asked. "Because you know we can't win this war," I answered. "So you'll have Rono surrender the kingdom, ending the war and freeing up resources and manpower for Salrun to chase you. Then you'll vanish and try to kill him." The old warrior deduced my plan. "Once Salrun is dead, Rono has grounds to object to whatever treaty he signed." "Precisely," I confirmed. I don't know, Bauv, he muttered. It's either this or see the kingdom strangled for weeks, because Salrun wants to ensure the sword doesn't leave the country, I said. Since when do you care about the kingdom? He asked. I don't. I care about killing Salrun, which is the best thing for me and the kingdom, I said. I would say yes, but I can't. Salrun bested you in the duel, and I don't like murder either, Glendeo said. No, I intend to fight him, I assured the old man, but this time I won't let him use the same advantage. The old man went silent for a moment. Fine, I'll do it. Good, and don't tell anyone I put you up to it, I ordered. Of course, he said, as I got up from the table and began the walk to Billin's shop. I reached Billin's shop about noontime. He was behind the counter for once and not out back at the forge. Billin must have given the boy a break or was having him work the forge, which Billin would inspect later to see how well he could smith without Billin's supervision. What's the plan? The blacksmith asked as I entered his shop. Straight to the point then, I said. I'll tell you the plan, but first, you need to know my brother hasn't approved it. As if the king needed more reasons to hang you, Billin said. Tell me anyway. The plan is, Ronno surrenders, the war ends, and the Defetians chase me to get the sword, though I managed to slip away and kill him. I gave the short version. How will you get to Salrun when he will send entire armies after you? Billin asked. They'll be chasing me for a bit, but then I'll disappear without them realizing it, and they'll be chasing you, I explained. How do you suppose you do that? He asked. I gather some men and have the Defetians chase us down. We'll keep enough distance between us that they won't even notice that I've disappeared and you've taken command, I explained. I'll do it, he said. I thought you would need more convincing, I said. The war is pretty much lost, Billin said. I don't think even you could figure out a way to win it through conventional means. Then it's settled. Don't tell anyone about this, I told him. At that moment the door opened and Yorn walked in. The young prince gasped for air, and sweat poured down his face, making it obvious that he had run to the blacksmith shop. Father needs you, he gasped. Are we under attack? I asked. No, the spy has been discovered, Yorn informed us between breaths. Spy? Billin asked. There was one in the palace, I explained. Ronno and I believe the spy is why Ilonek was waiting on the road for us. You should leave, Billin said. Yes, I should, I agreed, then turned to Yorn. Take your time getting back to the palace. Your father and I can handle this. I ran back to the palace and fared far better than Yorn. In addition to running around the back of the inn each morning, twice a month, Glendeo would have me run around the city for hours. Combined with years of marching in the army and running as an outlaw, my stamina level was terrific. Not wanting to give the palace guards the wrong impression, I slowed down when I got to Glendeo's inn. One of the guards outside the palace nodded to me as I entered and told me I could find Ronno in the throne room. When I entered, I found my normally calm and collected younger brother pacing back and forth across the room. He was practically glowing with distress. I heard you caught the spy, I said as I approached. We have, he said. How? I asked. When you told me Padarok was visiting a Defetian trader in the mornings, I ordered him to follow. Nothing came up. Padarok wasn't seen visiting the trader on his morning walks, so I called my men off. My suspicions were removed until a squad of patrolling city guards noticed someone entering Ambassador Zimku's residence about 2 hours ago. After you killed Zimku and the emergence of our spy problem, I ordered the residence searched. Nothing was found, but I ordered the residence to be locked up and banned entry. When the city guards entered the house, they found Padarok uncovering a false wall and retrieving a scroll. The scroll had information Zimku was collecting about the military defenses of the city. Why did you send Jorn to find me if you caught Padarok red-handed? I asked. Padarok claims he is innocent, and he was searching the premise on a hunch, informed the king. Of course he does, he's a spy. Not everyone is as honest as I am when they confess to committing crimes, brother, I said. I know he is, but I don't know if the Defetian trader he supposedly has been visiting is involved in this, he said, and you're afraid the Defetian will get away if you don't get Paddock to confirm he's been passing on information to the merchant, who then passed it on to the Defetian army, I concluded. Yes, he affirmed. Let me down there and I will get Paddock talking, I said. Torture is illegal, Bauv, my brother said. Since when? I asked. Since I became king, he said. I'll scare him then. The man's terrified of me anyway. I won't have to lay a finger on him, I assured Ronno. Yet somehow he will end up dead, my brother said. Then what do you want me to do? I asked. I want you to track down this Defetian merchant, he said. He'll run when he sees me since everyone in the city knows I'm working with you, I argued. He has a point. Father, Jorn said as he walked into the room, looking more exhausted than when he walked into Billen's shop. I do, I agreed. I told you to rest at Billen's. I took a 5-minute rest, he assured me between breaths. Then what would you advise? Ronno asked his son. Go down with Uncle Bauv to see Paddock and make sure he doesn't kill him, answered the prince. Ronno thought about it for a moment. All right, let's go, Bauv. We descended the stone steps leading into the dungeon a few minutes later. Nothing adorned the walls, creating a barren feel I had grown accustomed to during my imprisonment. Paddock was in my old cell, sitting with his back against the wall across from the bed. He stood up as he heard us coming down the stairs. Ronno and I walked over to the cell. Paddock did not speak. Do you have anything to say? My brother asked. I do not, he said. You know why you are in here? The king asked. I do, he said. And you still insist that you are innocent? Ronno asked. Yes, I do, Paddock answered. I have documents from Ambassador Zimku's residence detailing the city's defences, documents you were found with while you were in the house, which I placed a ban on entering, my brother said. Paddock fell silent. After Ronno told him that, there was nothing he could do or say to get himself out of the cell. I also know that while on your morning walks, you pay a Defetian merchant a visit, Ronno said. I suspect he is the one that passes your information to Defet. Paddock didn't admit his guilt, but his face was sullen and his eyes had a slight downward gaze. It looks like I don't have to do anything, I told Ronno, and my brother nodded. Paddock's gaze shot up as fear coursed through his veins, pumped by a heart beating at a rate that could prove dangerous. I knew I couldn't lay a hand on him, but he didn't know that. If Paddock believed I could torture him and had the intention to, then he would be more forthcoming with information. I learned as a bandit, the threat of violence will get higher rates of compliance than actual violence. It appears so, my brother said. Just a couple of weeks back, I thought I was going to be the guy who would get executed, I said, placing a slight emphasis on executed. A shocking turn of events indeed, my brother agreed with a grim look on his face. Why did you do it? I asked. Paddock didn't answer. What was it, money, or did a Defetian give you a mean look? I asked. The prisoner remained silent. Answer me, I screamed, drew my sword, and approached the cell. Paddock jumped up like a sacred elk. Bauv, Ronno shouted. Put the sword away. I turned around to face the king. He didn't answer me, I said as I sheathed Wake. My father owed a debt to Merjohik, Paddock finally said. Who's that? I interrogated. The Defetian merchant I see every morning, said the courtier. Why did your father owe him a debt? Asked Ronno. Merjohik saved his life a long time ago, but father never had the chance to repay him, explained Paddock. The debt fell to you, concluded Ronno. Paddock nodded his head. You agreed to pass on information to him to pay it off, I reasoned. Correct, he said. How does Merjohik get information to Diafet? Asked the king. Through his caravan network, or at least that's what he tells me, informed Paddock. Who does he send the information to? Asked Ronno. I don't know, admitted Paddock. Where is he? The king asked. Probably gone by now since I've been arrested, Paddock guessed. Where would he go? Ronno pressed. Out of the country if he's smart, I answered for Paddock. We're done here, decided Ronno. He turned away from the cell and proceeded to the stairs. I followed him. Let's go for a walk, he said when I reached the top. He led me outside the palace and took a right turn. We walked along the side of the palace until we got to the courtyard. Much like the rest of the palace, it was made from stone. It had 2 deer at its entrance, each carved from a solid large rock. As a child, I thought they looked so real they would startle and flee if I came too close. The courtyard was a perfect square with 4 walls, one of which was a side of the palace. In the middle was a circle mosaic of 4 deer in the forest. Rose bushes and hedges sat along the perimeter, the only flora on an otherwise barren landscape. 4 simple stone benches were along the mosaic, each corresponding to a cardinal direction. There would have been less if Father had gotten his way. Everything that gave the place life, the rose bushes, the statues and the mosaic, was my mother's doings. My father wanted the place as Spartan as the rest of the palace, but my mother was adamant she wouldn't live in such a harsh place without a refuge. I don't know what she did. Father was the most stubborn man I have ever known, but somehow she got him to add the statues, mosaic and rose bushes. Mother would tell Ronno and me stories about the gods in the courtyard when we were younger. As she talked, we would forget our backs were sore from the lack of support, and our butts were numb from sitting on stone. When Ronno went to sit down, he chose the same bench. He leaned forward a little and put his hands on his face, covering his eyes. I didn't know if he was crying or processing the betrayal of Paddock. I gave him a few minutes before I spoke. "What are we going to do about Merjohik?" I asked. My brother removed his hands from his face, stood up, and approached me. "I don't know, Bove," he said, shrugging. "He's probably already gone anyway," I told him. "Then why ask?" he questioned. "You looked miserable moping on that bench. Miserable kings are bad for morale," I said. Ronno shook his head. "Are you capable of empathy?" he asked. "You didn't make me your advisor to be empathetic," I reminded him. "No, I didn't," he said. "But did you ever have any?" "What's with the questions? Less than a month ago you would have said no. So why are you asking?" I questioned. "Did you love Mother?" he asked. "What kind of question is that?" I asked, my voice elevated. "A legitimate one, considering you killed our father," Ronno whipped. "You know I loved her," I snapped. "How am I supposed to know that when after you killed Father, you became the most notorious criminal on the continent?" he asked. "Don't be ridiculous, brother," I said. "Ridiculous? You've killed more people than the plaque," he yelled the last bit. Rage began to stir inside me, but I kept it in check. "You know I cried for a week when she died. What are you trying to get at?" I asked. He turned around, walked back over to the same bench, and sat down again. I walked over and sat down right beside him. Ronno looked off towards the rosebush and spoke with a quiet voice. "I realized today Paddock was the second man to occupy that cell, whom I trusted and who betrayed me," he spoke, his voice almost a whisper. "This is the second time a trusted court member has betrayed you. Must be tough," I told him. He turned his gaze away from the rosebush and towards me. "I'm talking about you," he said. Once he said it, I knew what he meant. Growing up, Ronno placed immense trust in me. When I killed the wretched king, I betrayed not just my father, but also my brother. "Why did you do it? And don't say necessity like you told Yorn," he asked. "I killed Father because he showed me power stems not from caravans or armies, but from fear. I had to be the most feared man on the continent, something I couldn't achieve while he was still alive," I explained. "Power. That's why you did it. You never cared for power when we were young," he called my bluff. "I remember you as compassionate, selfless and dutiful to our parents and the kingdom. What changed, brother?" I fell silent and let a few moments pass before I spoke. "I have never known a woman more loving than our mother, and a king more just than our father. But look at what happened. Mother died of the plague after helping to care for its victims, and Father, a righteous man, descended into wickedness. The most caring woman on the continent died too soon, and the wretched king reigned too long. Where were the great gods of the Protectorate, the ones Mother told us would intervene and set the world right when she took her last breaths? Where were they when Father started fighting wars for the fun of it and torturing prisoners for pleasure? Where were the gods when I witnessed atrocity after atrocity in war? I asked. It wasn't about power, he concluded, his voice now a whisper. Once again he stared off, focusing his gaze on the rosebush. Silence fell around us with the speed of a sudden gust of wind. My brother's eyes remained distant and unconnected to this world. He sat there tossing around what I said in his head, trying to think of a response that would neutralize my nihilistic view. It was the first time in my life he didn't have a counter-argument. Looking at my brother sitting there speechless, I thought I had won. I didn't talk either, but I just sat there savoring the elusive victory I had sought for most of my life until I heard the sweat voice of a child, and like the waning tide, the celebration of my triumph was carried out to sea. "Daddy." A little girl's voice broke the silence. We both turned around to see a 4-year-old girl with curly blonde hair that ran down to her neck and wearing a blue dress that matched her eyes, standing 5 steps from the bench. Neither of us had heard her approach. "Cansaderi, aren't you supposed to be studying with the tutor?" her father asked. "I finished early," my niece said. "Cansaderi," pressed my brother. "I did." She whined and stomped her foot. "Perhaps I should be asking what finishing early means," her father thought aloud, then looked at her with a stare that would crack most grown men. It was the same uncompromising stare our father gave us when he knew we were hiding something. To Cansaderi's credit, she lasted much longer than Rono and I did when we were her age. Father typically had us spilling our guts within 20 seconds. My niece held on for at least 30. "Fine, I snuck out," she confessed. I heard dirt being scraped in the hedges near us. Rono didn't indicate that he had heard anything. "Why did you do that?" he asked. The tutor was going on and on about the war, how the kingdom's doomed, and wasn't teaching me anything. I thought I could be doing something else and snuck out, the little girl explained. I laughed, and Rono turned to me. "Is something funny, brother?" he asked. "Yes, she has so much common sense at her age." "You're doing something right as a parent," I grinned. "Don't encourage her, Bove," he ordered. "You're my uncle," Cansaderi said with excitement and a small jump, then turned to her father and crossed her arms. "How come Yorn got to meet him and I didn't?" she asked. "Because I didn't want you to," Rono said. "Why?" she persisted. "Because I'm a dangerous man," I answered for him. She turned away from Rono and towards me. "Father says we don't give up on family," she informed me. "I think your father gave up on me a long time ago," I told her. Again, she turned to Rono, crossed her arms again, and gave her father a look similar to the one he had given her a few minutes earlier. She was silent, yet her look demanded an explanation from her father. He lacked one. I chuckled. "I think she wants an answer, brother," I said. "As do I," Yorn said, as he walked towards us, and I heard dirt being moved again in the hedges, followed by a soft but assertive hush. No one else seemed to hear it. Rono and Cansaderi's attention was on Yorn. "This is a conversation for another time," Rono said. "I want an answer," whined a persistent Cansaderi. "And you will get one another time," her father said. "Can I get one?" Yorn asked. "No," the king said. "Why?" an annoyed prince asked. "You sent me to war under his command and entrusted him to train me, then won't answer a simple question." "It's because your father never gave up on your uncle," Heidler said, as she joined our little group, walking in from the courtyard entrance. Heidler must have gone looking for Cansaderi, and thought the girl went to the courtyard. Where else would a little girl wander off to in a stone palace? I heard a twig snap in the hedges. Someone was hiding in the bushes, and I knew who they were. How could he give up on the older brother he admired as a child? who was so devoted to him and his parents, the brother who was there for him after their mother died, the brother who protected him from their father as he descended into wretchedness, the older brother he couldn't wait to see become king. Your father has never given up on your uncle. He doesn't want to admit it because the pain is too much to bear. Rono looked towards his wife and smiled. Well put, my love, he said. Uncle Bauv wasn't always a meanie, Cansaderi asked. Not always, Rono informed her. Too bad the twins aren't here, Yorn said. They're hiding in the hedges, I said. I told you he heard us, an adolescent boy said from behind the rosebush. And I told you to be quieter, a girl's voice said. Dulnik, Franzia, come out, ordered their father. With that, a cluster of branches close to the bottom of the hedges was pulled back, forming a small opening. First, Franzia crawled out and soon her brother followed. Both were covered in dirt. Franzia wore a forest green dress, while Dulnik wore a dark grey shirt and black pants. I was surprised when I saw that my niece and nephew were redheads. Dulnik's hair was more red-orange off the ears and away from his eyes, while Franzia's curly hair was auburn and only ran down to her neck. Both had green eyes. What gave us away? Was it when Dulnik moved around? My niece asked. Or was it the twig Franzia snapped? My nephew asked. Both, combined with your inability to sit still for a minute, I explained. You knew we were being watched and didn't say anything. And how in the gods' names did you hear the dirt being scraped? Rono asked. They came minutes after Cansaderi. I could tell there were two of them since one hushed the other. You told me you had 4 kids. Cansaderi was already here, and Yorn should be resting from his run. So I figured the other 2 skipped their studies like Cansaderi, and I could hear them because when you are a wanted man, you pay attention to the noises around you, I told him. Speaking of studies, the 3 of you need to get back to them, their mother told them. But Mom, we only just met Uncle Bove, protested Franzia, who, by the tone of her voice, was trying to avoid going back to her studies. Yeah, I bet he has a bunch of cool stories to tell, Dulnik said enthusiastically. I have a lot of stories. None your father would want me to tell, I said. Like how you killed our grandfather? Franzia asked. The 3 of you go with your mother, Rono ordered. What about Yorn? Dulnik asked. Yeah, what about Yorn? Franzia asked. He stays here. We have matters to discuss, their father told them. Do I have to go back to the tutor? Cansaderi asked. Yes, you do, Rono said. Out of all of you, you only get tutored 4 hours a day because of your age, so it won't take too long to finish for the day. Aw, she said, and the 4 of them left the courtyard, leaving Rono, Jorn and me alone. I don't know what to do, Rono said once they left. Tell me you have a plan, brother. Since we don't have the number to break the siege, let me go after Merjohik. Padrock's right. He must have left the city by now. If I can catch him, he might have some information we can use, I said, seeing a golden opportunity to put my plan into motion with a slight adjustment. He'll know if other spies are in the palace or lead us to a spy master. We can't risk Salrun learning about whatever plan I'll come up with to break the sieges. We do need information, but we need to break the sieges too, the king said. Brother, right now, Salrun is trying to seal off Eshtar's borders, so I can't escape, not occupy its towns. I don't think the Defetians will rush to take the cities. Rather, I think they will wait to see if I come to break one of the sieges or get out of the country. Let me chase down Merjohik. It's a chance for me to gather more information to construct a proper defense. If I don't find Merjohik, I'll scout instead. What do you think, son? Rono asked Jorn. I think all we have left is desperate gambles, Jorn answered. Agreed, said his father. What do you need? A group of men, perhaps 20, to track down Merjohik and Billen, if he agrees to come along. He's a better tracker than I am, I admitted. You can have 20 of the men you took to Tuldum since they have the most combat experience, Rono told me, but you need to bring Yorn. No, I said. Having to train him will be a distraction, and I suspect he'll need to be ready for battle for this trip, which he is not. Have him train with Glendeo while I'm gone, I argued. Fine, my brother conceded. Go get Billen and gather the men from the barracks. In the meantime, I'll interrogate Paderok some more and see if he has any information regarding where Mojohik could have gone. What do I do? Jorn asked. Go see if you can convince Glendeo to give you some training, Rono told him. Though after what your uncle has done with his training, he may refuse. Just have the old man look at what I've taught you. He'll at least do that. Now, I better get going, I said, walking out of the courtyard and returning to Billen's shop. When I entered the shop, Billen's apprentice was behind the counter. When the boy saw me enter, he headed towards the back to get Billen. A few moments later, Billen walked down the hallway wearing an apron and sweat dripping from his brow. What is it now? He demanded. Pack up your things. The plan is in motion, I said. All ready? I knew you're efficient, Bove, but a couple of hours is impressive even for you, he remarked. I've already packed. Give me a few minutes to go to the forge and tell the boy what to do while I'm gone, Billen said, then walked back down the hallway. Soon we were entering the barracks. The colour faded from the men's faces as we walked through the door. I heard a low groan from Hallerod before he walked over to Yorn and me. Don't worry, Lieutenant. It's a simple assignment, I reassured him. What is it? He asked. The king has given me permission to take 20 men and track down a spy, I said, not wanting to demoralize them further. Simple enough, Hallerod said. Since speed is of the essence, pick the fastest 20 men we took to Tooldom. They should be accustomed to difficult travel, I requested. Within 20 minutes, Hallerod had picked and assembled 20 men, and were on their way with Billen to the western gate, while I was returning to the palace to see if Rono had gotten the supplies ready, or if he needed more time to prepare. You should be good to go, my brother said as I entered the war room. Paderok said Mojohik probably headed west towards Defet, so I sent the supplies to the western gate. Good, that's where the men are waiting, I said. I'm praying Mojohik doesn't go another direction to throw you off, he said. I doubt it, I said. He'll need to report Paderok has been compromised, otherwise Salrun will wonder why one of his sources in the palace has gone dark. True, he agreed. Unless you have something else to discuss, I better get moving, I said. Good hunting, brother, he said. I put my hand on his shoulder. Hopefully it will be, but if I'm not back in a week, start worrying. If I'm gone for 2 weeks and the kingdom hasn't fallen, think about surrender. I admire your will to keep fighting, brother, but sometimes it's better to admit you've been bested. A grim expression came across the king's face. He clenched his teeth but soon nodded. I patted him on his shoulder, then left for the west gate. Chapter 23. My little group was 2 days from Keyholp when I decided to put the next part of my plan into motion. Billen was with me. The only problem was that I didn't know what to do about Hallerod and the others. I could have lied to them and claimed getting chased by the Diaphetians was the mission, but that would risk a mutiny when I disappeared, and I didn't want Billen to have to deal with that since he would be the one in charge, despite being a civilian. Instead, I told a different lie. All right, as you have all probably figured out, there's more to this mission than tracking down a spy, I said while we were around the campfire, the warmth of the flame chasing away the cold air of the night's wind. Of course, sighed Hallerod. We will be acting as a sabotage group, harassing the enemy, not just inside of the kingdom but outside as well, I said, then glanced at Billen, who shrugged as if to say, That's believable, why not? However, the king has given me another assignment which I must do alone. So, Lieutenant, you're in charge when I leave in the morning. Billen is here to teach you the subtle art of sabotage and ensure you don't get caught by the enemy, who, if you do your jobs right, will be hunting you down, I explained. And what's your assignment? Asked Hallerod. Hunting down the spy is my responsibility, I lied. I can get closer to him if I don't have 20 others with me. Hallerod nodded. The next morning I went over the actual plan with Billen. I told him to stay out for about a week or two, and maybe even do some sabotage or reconnaissance if the opportunity presented itself. Then, Billen and the men were to return to the capital to tell my brother I had disappeared. I stressed to Bilin to suggest to my brother I might be resuming my criminal activities and to nudge his king toward making peace. Bilin understood and wished me good luck. It took me 3 weeks to reach the outskirts of the Aequi desert, having easily snuck out of Eshtar. All the kingdom of Defet lay within the Aequi, and during my journey it went unobstructed, which I hoped meant that Bilin and the small group were keeping the Defetians occupied. For most of recorded history, the Defetians were isolationists. The Defetians took to trade to ensure they got whatever natural resources they couldn't get from the desert. The Desert Kingdom never had a large army because they never needed to. When an army marched into the long, barren expanse of the Aequi, they never lasted long. An invading army could find an oasis if its commanders knew where to look. But if the invaders reached a Defetian town or city, which was purposely constructed far into the desert, they would run out of water when they arrived. Not wanting foreign traders to die as they wandered the desert, the Defetians had trade outposts along the edges of the country where foreigners would bring their goods to sell and Defetian merchants would go to buy. I had arrived at one of these outposts knowing I would need to buy water to continue further and would have to sign on with a caravan heading to the capital to traverse the desert. The outposts were small villages with a few dozen buildings and enough soldiers to deter bandits. However, they were special in one way. By Defetian law, no citizens could live in the outposts, though they could stay there for a few days. This was to defend the kingdom. The Defetians long realized the desert was their biggest strength in defending their kingdom. If they permitted the trade outposts to become full-fledged towns, they were making it easier for an invader to conquer them by not forcing them to march through the desert. I arrived at the outpost closest to the Defetian capital, Rayshek. The outpost's name was Equil, and it didn't have much. A few inns for foreign and native merchants alike, a garrison for the small guard, which was about 50 men, and about a dozen shops that had sparsely furnished bedrooms on the second flood. While living in the outposts was forbidden, sleeping overnight was allowed. Ideally in the morning, someone coming in from the cities relieved whoever slept overnight, and the person relieved would take any profits back to the city. Constant traveling was necessary to ensure that the desert protected Defet's wealth. I came through there years ago, and not much had changed except for soldiers bolstering the outpost's guard regiment. In front of every third building, a soldier was stationed, and I counted at least 2 patrols, one for inside the boundaries of the outpost and another for surveying around it. I found my way to the inn and signed on with a caravan heading towards Rayshek. 2.5 weeks later, I walked my camel through the western gate of Rayshek, beholding the marvelous sandstone buildings surrounding me. Because it can be expensive for the locals to import wood, there were no wooden signs outside shops. Instead, writing was etched into the sandstone, declaring the shop's name to whoever stood before it. If words were chiseled out and a shop's name was carved above or below it, you knew it had changed owners. If the engraving of the shop's name didn't look worn, then chances are the shop was new. No chisel marks and a weather-worn name were the telltale sign of an old shop. For the capital of a kingdom at war with most of the continent, Rayshek didn't look the part. The city's streets were teeming with life wherever I walked. There were more soldiers than in peacetime, but that was to be expected, and I came knowing I would need to keep a low profile. At that time, Ronno could have made peace with Salrun, and my brother wanted to capture me too. Getting to the palace was the easy part. Wearing merchant clothes in Rayshek is the best way to blend in. The soldiers didn't pay me any mind, but I knew I had to be careful when I approached the palace, since some of the royal guards might have been the ones Salrun had taken to Kiholp with him. When I approached the palace, I had no idea whether Salrun was there. My sources, whom I had contacted on my way to Defet, had assured me Salrun was in Rayshek, but that information was weeks old by the time I had gotten to the capital. but the number of royal guards swarming around the palace confirmed that Salrun was there. There are innumerable ways to get into a place where you are unwanted. Chief amongst them is acting as if you belong. Even if no guards recognized me from Salrun's visit to Keyholp, I knew Salrun would have ensured each of his guards knew my description. Making my way in with a disguise was off the table. That left me with a break-in. I spent the rest of the day examining the palace, studying every detail of its exterior. The Defetian palace was unlike all the other buildings in Reishek. It was a 4-story building constructed of native sandstone, accentuated with gleaming white marble, giving the palace a majestic glow in the light of the relentless desert sun. A 10-foot wall surrounded the palace, which was taller as far as palace walls go. I knew from previous journeys that the king's chambers comprised the top floor's entire eastern wing. Salrun's predecessor, whom he usurped, didn't want to pay me tribute early in my bandit career. I snuck my clan into the city, assaulted the palace, and killed most of the king's guards until I got into his chambers. I told the old fool that he would have to pay double the tribute if he wanted to live. Dangling out of a window, he agreed, but to teach him a lesson, I had my men burn down the royal treasury after we took the tribute. The king ordered riders to pursue us. When they caught up to my clan, we didn't leave anyone alive and left their bodies to boil on top of the infernal desert sands. After about an hour of observation, I realized the route I used to enter the palace the last time was still there. On the western side of the palace, a section of the wall was falling apart, leaving holes that enabled someone to climb up it. From there, I doubt that the palace interior had changed much, if at all. I would enter through a side door, ascend the steps only a short walk from it, and once I'd climbed to the 4th floor, make my way down the hall to the king's chambers. I did all this without a hitch. I had to hide from a few patrols of royal guards, but I reached the king's chambers in under half an hour. Though it was night when I made my attempt, lanterns gave me a small amount of light as I reached the door to the king's chambers. As I entered the massive room, I saw a remarkable sight. The king of Defei alone, without any of his guards, and his only protection was the sword attached to his hip. When he heard the door open and footsteps behind him, Salrun turned around and looked concerned, as if this was something he did not plan. The look of worry only lasted for a moment and was soon cast aside with a chuckle, then a hearty laugh, which turned into a chain of laughter, causing the king to bend over as he laughed. I knew that was an opportunity to kill him. All I had to do was draw Huik and deliver a fatal blow. It would have been easy, but there was the problem. I wanted Salrun dead, but I didn't wish to murder. I wanted a fight. My reputation as a swordsman was at stake. After what felt like an eternity, the king composed himself. "Here I thought I had you occupied halfway across the continent, on the run, while my soldiers hunt you down," Salrun said. "Yet you managed to sneak not only into the country, but into my quarters without alerting any guards. This is remarkable even by your standards." I drew Huik and began to walk towards the king. "After all you have seen, after all you have done, are you a believer now, Bove? Or do you still cling to your atheism like a sailor stranded at sea gripping onto a fragment of his wrecked ship?" he asked. "It doesn't matter if I believe the gods are real," I said while walking towards him. "I suppose it's because you're the terror of the continent," Salrun said, as he backed away from me. I shook my head. "You were never afraid of me. You and my brother were the only kings I couldn't scare." "Then what are you?" he asked, drawing his sword. "I am many things," I said, launching a feint that Salrun easily blocked. Our swords let out a ding as they met. "A young man who witnessed the horrors of war," I said, and attacked again. This time Salrun chose to dodge, and I missed him by half of an inch. "A son who witnessed his father become a monster," I said as I struck out at Salrun, and heard the clash of blades as his sword intercepted mine. "A prince who killed his king and abandoned the kingdom," I stated, beginning a series of attacks that tested Salrun's guard as I talked. A bandit who rose to terrorize a continent, I said, continuing my attack. As I spoke, rage built within me, giving me more strength and speed. Salroon's blocks were getting slower with each of my attacks. His eyes widened and glued to Huik. A condemned man granted another chance, I continued, as Huik tore a gash into Salroon's free arm. The Vampire King let out a scream, but still held his guard up. I didn't relent. My rage continued to build, fueling my attacks and allowing me to slip into a heightened state of consciousness. My reactions became superhuman. A veteran called to serve once again, I said, as I faked high, reverse direction, and thrust my sword into Salroon's right thigh. My attack grazed but did not pierce his thigh, having been knocked off course by the king's sword. The Defetian let out an even greater scream that should have caused the guards to rush into the room, but the guards within earshot were dead. I didn't want anyone coming to the aid of their king too soon. Salroon was hobbling backward, trying to create distance between us. It didn't work because he bumped into the wall farthest from the door. I followed him. But that all doesn't matter to you, I said. What matters to you is that I wield Huik. I am your end. I had told Ilkon that I wouldn't give Salroon a chance to pull the same trick he used during our duel. I knew I had to prevent Salroon from praying to his god, and Salroon couldn't pray if he was busy blocking out what I was saying while defending himself. Fury blinded me to exhaustion. I launched attack after attack, forcing the Defetian king to concentrate on nothing save defending himself. To his credit, I could not break Salroon's defense. "Why are you here, Bauv?" he asked, managing to speak after blocking yet another one of my attacks. "Even if you believe in the gods after what has happened, you're not your pious brother. Why do you want me dead?" I didn't answer. Sweat ran down my brow as I struck at the king, swinging towards his left side. He parried. Instantly I directed my sword to defend against his thrust to my chest, his first actual counter. The ring of clashing metal echoed throughout the room. My blade did not taste flesh, and my fury increased tenfold. Like lightning, I stabbed at the king's chest, only for him to step back out of my reach. As he backed up, and my attack carried me forward, Salroon countered with an upward slash. As fast as a dropped anchor, I lowered Huik and was rewarded by the force of colliding blades moving up my arm. Quickly, I disengaged and attempted another thrust. Again, our blades met as Salroon parried. My sword was pushed to the side. The tip of Salroon's sword came shooting towards my face. I sidestepped to my right. We were now perpendicular to each other, with the Defetian king's back facing me. I raised Huik above my head and stepped forward, putting my full weight behind the descending chop. But Salroon was too quick. My enemy pivoted and horizontally brought his sword up. Huik crashed down onto it. I kicked out with my back leg. My foot slammed into the king's stomach, and he was pushed back. Salroon adeptly disengaged his sword and brought it back to guard, denying me an opening to take advantage of. Then I did something that Glendeo would have screamed at me for doing. I charged. From the beginning of my training, Glendeo drilled into me that blindly charging an enemy was the most stupid thing a soldier could do. When Father took me on campaign, I witnessed plenty of single soldiers bravely charge forward, only to be impaled on spears. But this was different. I needed to keep the pressure on Salroon, and I'd pushed him too far away from me to do that. I needed to get in close and fast, so I charged. I wasn't surprised that when I got into striking distance, Salroon stabbed at my heart. Nor did the Defetian king look surprised when Huik met his blade for a parry. I slashed across with Huik, but Salroon blocked my cut. He slashed out with his sword, and it was my turn to dodge backward. Not wanting to give Salroon a chance to take the offensive, as I fell back, I stabbed at the vampire's head, directing Huik above his sideways moving sword that was now levelled with my upper stomach. The Defetian king snapped his head back, Huik's tip missing his face by a hair's length. He retaliated with a thrust to my gut. If Salroon had been fighting anyone else, then it would have worked. The vampire's attack was faster than what most men could ever manage in their lives. But I had a sword in my hands since I was a child. I rotated my arm, swinging Huake down and banging it into the vampire's sword. A loud metal ring filled the room. I needed to finish the fight soon. The longer it went on, the more time I gave Salrun to pray to Alamar, and if he did that, then I knew I would be dead. So I attacked with speed. A feint up high, blocked, one down low, intercepted by the Defetian's sword, another feint high towards his head. The vampire raised his sword for a strong defense, but it was too early. I changed the destination of my strike. Huake pierced my enemy's shoulder. Salrun cried out in pain. The sword of the gods began to glow. Quickly I pulled the blade out and launched a follow-up attack. Salrun blocked. It wasn't as strong as the others. Sensing weakness, I began a barrage of attacks. The clinging of swords rang out and echoed for an eternity. Between my attacks, Salrun began muttering words in the same language he spoke during our first duel. A smile crept across the wounded king's face. Refusing to be beaten again, I let out a guttural roar. This wasn't the enraged slaughter of the Jildus after Quill's death. This was a duel to the death between two master swordsmen. My movements weren't blind and sweeping, battering lesser skill opponents, but precise, focused and quick. My strikes soared toward my enemy like a hawk, diving toward its prey. The sound of metal slamming against metal became so frequent and loud that one would be forgiven if they thought armies were battling in the king's chambers. Salrun stopped his chanting, needing to concentrate on defending against my vicious assault. Every second our swords clashed. Before one attack was finished, I began my next. Salrun scrambled to get his sword in a position to block. I increased my speed, attacking faster than any man should be able to do. Beyond rage, a deep hunger for victory fueled me. The king's blocks came slow, and they weren't as sturdy. I pressed on harder. Then, silence suddenly swept away the clamour of battle. I had rammed Huake into the vampire's gut. I whipped the sword out, and the king fell to his knees, then backward, hitting the floor. Huake was now glowing with the luminance of 2 full moons. "You're lucky," Salrun muttered, as he lay on the floor, his eyes now glazed. "If I had finished that prayer, my God would have provided me with the power to kill you, but instead you killed me." "Death is what happens to those who rely on gods," I said. The Defetian chuckled. "I suppose that is a lesson you learned long ago." "It is," I confirmed. "You have been a nuisance for a while now, but by killing me, you have become a full-fledged problem for my master," Salrun claimed. "Your master?" I asked. "But you're the king." Salrun let out another chuckle. "King of Defet, yes. King of vampires, no," Salrun informed me. "Who's your master?" I asked. "What's it to you, Bauv?" Salrun asked. "We both know you killed me out of wounded pride from our last duel and to preserve your reputation as a swordsman. I want to know because you just said I've become a problem for him, which means he'll want to kill me," I explained. "He wants the sword, as does my god. But the Vampire King won't want you dead for killing me. He'll hopefully be annoyed at my death, but he won't send anyone to kill you over it," Salrun said. "Who is he?" I asked. Salrun smiled and gave his last words. "The real question is, who isn't he?" I stood there for a few minutes, thinking about what Salrun had said, then stopped. It didn't matter who his master was, since he would still want the sword. Whoever this mysterious master was, he would send someone to try and take the sword from me. If I got lucky, it would be the master himself. My train of thought was broken when I heard more royal guards rushing down the hallway. In moments, 5 royal guards entered the king's chamber, and within minutes they were all dead. More guards came, and more fell to my sword. Huake's light began to dim, and when the last guards fell dead, the sword's glow faded completely. However, it was hard to realize since the blade was dripping with so much blood. The sight of a bloodied sword didn't stop the royal guards, nor did the bodies of their compatriots. Under normal circumstances, I would be annoyed at their persistence. What reason did the guards have to continue their fight? I had killed their king, and they failed. It was as simple as that. For the first few guards, vengeance would have been their motivation for attacking me, but the others should have abandoned such notions when they saw their comrades' bodies. Instead of being annoyed, I welcomed their persistence. I wanted every citizen in Pt2 to know that there was no stopping me. Their king's royal guard couldn't protect him, and they couldn't manage to avenge him. The endless waves of royal guards relented when I got to the end of the hallway. I descended the stairs and got outside the palace without any sign of a guard. When I exited the palace the same way I came in, there was a wall of royal guards, pikes lowered, blocking my path to both my left and my right. When they saw me, each phalanx began advancing towards me, hoping to either skewer me on their pikes or force me back into the palace, where I didn't doubt there would be more guards. I drew awake and thought about my options. My thoughts were interrupted when the torches and candles in the palace and on the palatial walls extinguished, and the approaching guards stopped in their tracks. The night's air suddenly became several degrees colder. Out of nowhere, a man appeared before me. He was of average height, had a muscular build, and had the light brown skin of a Pt2. The stranger wore all black, but his clothes were not the roughly spun pants and shirt of a commoner, but the finely tailored silk clothes of a king. You would think he was a king, except when you looked at his eyes. The stranger's eyes glowed red and possessed a hunger for domination. "So you managed to kill Salrun," the stranger said, his voice ringing with raw power. I assumed so since he hadn't finished his prayer, but I needed to see for myself. "I knew you were capable, Bove, but do you have any idea who you just killed? You killed one of the oldest vampires in the world. Salrun was dubbed a master swordsman before some of the first states were formed on the continent, and you managed to kill him. Well done." "Alamar," I said. "Yes, that's what you mortals have been calling me nowadays," the demon said. "Why are you here?" I asked. The demon laughed. "Not even intimidated, I see. I like that. I've come to congratulate you and provide you with a way out of your current predicament." "Why?" I asked. "Because I've been watching your progress, Bove, and you are interesting. A young, noble prince, and a war hero at that, who kills his father and becomes the most feared bandit on the continent. A devoted believer in the gods, he turned atheist, then when he meets the Protectorate, believes again, but replacing his disbelief with hatred in the process. Despite that, Wake, the god's weapon chooses you as its wielder. Life would be so boring if you died here, and we both know the Protectorate isn't going to bail you out of this one, so I have to do it." With that said, the demon waved his hand, and the palace wall in front of me disappeared. I looked at him with skepticism. "I don't buy it." "I didn't lie," the demon defended himself. "I honestly find you amusing, but that's not to say I've given you all my reasons for wanting you to escape this predicament. Why don't I tell you another? There's no harm if I do. I don't want to see you impaled on Pt2 spears, Bove, because I know what you are." "No, I'm not going to say you're a killer. You've already accepted that truth. What you are, Bove, and one of the reasons you fascinate me, is that you're a man broken by war, but not in the traditional sense. Nightmares, depression, or suicidal thoughts don't plague you. You're broken in another way. What war broke wasn't your mind, but your faith, your morality. War abolished your sense of right and wrong, placing it in its stead the apathy of nihilism, and dissolved your faith, replacing it with a crusader's atheism. You became a villain to disprove the existence of the Protectorate. You're a curiosity, Bove, an abnormality I can't see vanish just yet." "I don't believe you," I said. "Believe whatever you wish, but go on already. If I wanted you dead, I would have left you here to die. I don't have time to wait for you to decide because I have an important meeting. You'll have a few minutes to make up your mind before the guards unfreeze, and you have to find your way out of this situation. If you do decide the latter, make sure you don't die. I don't have much for entertainment these days." When he finished talking, he disappeared. I knew I didn't have another way out, so I took Alamar's opportunity, ran past where the wall should have been, and put as much distance as possible between myself and the palace. From there, I stole a camel and headed towards the nearest trade outpost, beginning the long journey back to Keyholp, and without knowing it, ending a chapter of my life, one that started with me waiting for execution in a dreary dungeon cell. I Need You. This is my first book, and it's self-published. Due to budget constraints, I've done pretty much everything myself, including the first 2 covers, although I used Grammarly for editing. So, I need your help. Please tell people about this book, whether it be in person or online. And please leave a review. As an unknown author, reviews give me credibility and let people know if they will like the book or consider buying this book as a gift for someone. I plan on writing at least a trilogy and have already started the first draft of my second book. However, how quickly I publish the second book greatly depends on how well this book works. I began The Terror and the Sword years ago, and I managed to finish it during a time in my life when I had a couple of hours a day to work on it. Those days are gone, so if The Terror and the Sword is successful, it will help me justify spending time writing the second book. If you did like the book, there are a couple of ways to stay informed about what I am doing. 1. Follow me on Blue Sky or trevorwarrenauthor.bsky.social. I will post updates there. 2. Subscribe to my email list at trevorwarrenhq.substack.com to be updated via email and receive shorter things I write. 3. And if you want to learn how Bauv got captured, head on over to https://dl.bookfunnel.com/223AR4KC0 to find out in the prequel short story, The Terror's Capture. Thank you for reading this book. I hope you enjoyed it. But if you didn't, I hope you find a good book to read.